All right, everyone, assuming we're going, welcome, Huge Movie Fanatic Nate, reporting on this July 7th, 2022, starting at 6 p.m. Central Time this time, because I figure, well, let's try 6 p.m. Central Time, see if we get any more or less. Well, we couldn't really get any less live participants than we have been in the last several weeks. It's been, I think, 3 weeks since I've done a Huge Movie Fanatics radio episode. Obviously, as you guys may or may not know, summertime means Nate is outside or tries to be outside, or either that or just a lazy blob laying on the bed. But this summer's been hit or miss in regards to weather and stuff. I try to get out there when the weather is good. I'm just going to take a look-see at I'm seeing we are in fact live on the channel. Welcome all, mostly addressing people listening after the fact. Got a teeny weeny little bit of a headache, but hopefully, talking and looking at this headache-inducing screen will get rid of the headache. Probably go for 30 minutes, see what kind of whatchamacallit we've got at that point. Maybe go for an hour, 2, 3, probably tops, depending on if we get anyone on. It really depends if we get anyone on a call or not, obviously. But I would imagine if we get anyone that shows up in chat, we can probably go for 2 or 3 hours, depending on how lively the conversation is. But I guess I can, while I'm waiting for people to show up, if they're going to, I guess I can start off by saying I did end up. I don't think I'm going to necessarily do a dedicated review for it or whatever, but if I end up doing that, I end up doing that. But for right now, I can say that I ended up seeing the most recent Jurassic World, and it's my least favorite out of all the 6 films. For me, I really liked Jurassic World in 2015, and then the second one I thought was not as good, and then this one is even less good. So for me, the Jurassic Worlds, and same with kind of Jurassic Park movies, they just get worse as they go on. So yeah, I would definitely not recommend the most recent Jurassic World movie. It was cool to have like all of the main characters from all the films band together again and all this and that, but is it worth seeing the movie for? Not really. I will say the end, the last, 20 minutes or so was kind of fun, but is it worth, is it fun enough to see the movie? Not really. If you can see it free at some point or whatever, go ahead. But there's much better things to waste your nearly 2.5 hours on. And from what I understand, the home video release is going to be extended with actually over 2.5 hours long, I think. So it's just like, I can see cutting 30 minutes out of what I saw in the theater. I can't see adding another 15 or 20 minutes, but whatever. That's my thoughts on the latest Jurassic World movie. What the hell else? Oh, I did, in the past several weeks, just blind buy the Batman when it came down to $15 Blu-ray, and I liked it. I'd probably watch it again, maybe do an actual dedicated review. Admittedly, I think it was obviously longer than it needed to be, and maybe some of the just dark drab kind of, well, let's face it, it's Batman meets the film Seven with, Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. It's Seven, if you wanted to see a Batman movie in the universe of Seven, that's what the Batman is. It was cool to see this different, aspect of the Batman, the less action-oriented but more detective-oriented aspect. I may or may not end up doing a, whatever you want to call it, a review on it. Who the hell knows? In regards to the stuff I, or output I do on the channel, it's just kind of like whatever I feel like. And obviously, if I feel like doing something, then I do it. But about 5 minutes into the show, I'm seeing no one here, so there you go. So far, the test is whatever you call it. So I'll probably go for 30 minutes. If no one shows up, maybe I'll call it a show. Sometimes people, say hello in the chat on 29 minutes into it, just as I'm about to end the show. We'll see. I wouldn't expect necessarily a radio show. I don't know, maybe during the summer I can stop by every 3 weeks or less, depending on the turnout on this show. But yeah, it's so funny how quickly I go through my freaking talking points that I had. It's like I already said my piece on the latest Jurassic World and the latest Batman film, and got I guess there's some, I don't know, slow situation going on with Amazon these days. A lot of people are experiencing the same thing. I had Ants, the Blu-ray of Ants pre-ordered, and I guess everyone's might be getting it. It just came out on this past Tuesday. What would that have been? The 5th, July 5th, yeah. And we might not get it till the end of July. I also ordered 50% off Criterion, Miller's Crossing, and Double Indemnity. It said I'm going to get them early August, so it's like, okay, usually it's within the week, and now it's 4 weeks later. So I don't know exactly what's going on with Amazon. I did end up going to Barnes & Noble to try to pick up Miller's Crossing and Double Indemnity so I could cancel the Amazon, but of course I didn't see them there. Someone already probably beat me to it. I don't know what it's like at your Barnes & Noble, but I don't think when they sell out during a Criterion sale, they necessarily restock. It seems like they just sell out, and then you're up shit creek or whatever for the rest of the sale. I can remember past years or whatever going in there too late and inquiring, like, do you ever, do you restock during the sale? And it's just like, the guy's like, I don't know. It's just like, all right, thank you. So, yeah. I gotta tell you, it's hard to think of stuff to just keep talking about. I guess I could go to blue-ray.com and look at articles to have things to try to talk about. I guess that's a pretty good idea if I can manage to do that without screwing up the show. Just go to the news page, and this will give me some talking points. Blue-ray.com, as I call it. People, I hear other people in videos say Blu-ray.com, and it's not Blu-ray.com. If you were to type Blu-ray, unless there is a Blu-ray.com, and it's a different site. But if I'm assuming they mean Blue-ray.com. Obviously, if you were to, I guess I could try that. Should I try that? Let me try that. Let's see what happens if I type Blu-ray.com without the dash into and search for it. Too much frickin', yeah, we're in the red. I'm doing too much online stuff while I'm doing the show. Oh, looks like maybe if you type Blu-ray.com, you end up going to blue-ray.com. So there you go. Maybe I didn't have to say dashes all these years, but it's not that hard to say dash. Anyway, let's see if we've recovered. Yeah, okay. Red, yellow, I would assume now that I'm just at the... Yeah. If the show's glitchy, the playback is glitchy, it's because I'm going to websites while I'm doing the show and my internet sucks. So this probably means, bad and not so bad. Hopefully we're in the green soon as I'm done dicking around online. But anyway, now that we're at the blue-ray.com site news page, what do we got here I can talk about? Scream Factory Cat People Collector's Edition 4K Blu-ray detailed. Yeah, I'm not interested in that movie. There are some things that they recently put on... yeah, we've got Paramount, Star Trek The Motion Picture Director's Cut is coming out stuff. So I actually, since I grew up with the theatrical version, I kind of prefer that as well. But I might end up picking up the Blu-ray of the Director's Cut. For those who don't know, the And director's cut was never, it was created in standard definition, so that's why it never came out on Blu-ray. They had to redo the effect shots. Yeah, the goddamn thing is still going frickin' red and yellow. I don't know. Looks like we've got Garcia here. He says currently watching The Summoned 2022 Deadly Therapy with Deadly Consequences. Yeah, okay. That's cool. I'm not real big on current stuff, but to each their own. Yeah, it's just this I don't know. I hope the show's okay. It's like alternating between red and orange. I'm not even doing anything online. Okay, I know there's some other news on here that's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, Cool World is coming out on Shout Select on September 13th. That's a movie that I've pretty much, experienced ever since it came out on home video track, which I did get on cassette, way back in, right after it came out on home video. So I'm a kind of not a huge fan, but more or less a fan of Cool World. I don't think I really need the Blu-ray, but because the DVD looks good. But for those Cool World enthusiasts, yeah, I'm kind of worried about the frickin' show just alternating. Garcia says dawn breaks behind the eyes is a bizarre film. I don't doubt it. Garcia, how does are you listening to the show, and how does it sound? Because I'm just blinking between red and yellow, square indicating weak internet. How's the show sound? Is it glitchy? Might have to restart or just end it or something. A lot of 4Ks coming out. Army of Darkness, Shout Factory, Scream Factory 4K September 27th. Platoon 4K, Shout Factory September 13th. Casablanca 4K November 7th. I should do a video on that. I regard that as one of the most overrated films of all time. And that's coming from someone who likes old movies. I just don't like the political aspect of it. Scrolling down. Thought there was... Maybe that's all of that. I thought there was more interesting news. Now, let's look at the squares. Yeah, it's still alternating between red and yellow. It's like... No feedback from Garcia whether or not the show is glitching up or whatever. Part of me wants to, I suppose, I want to go to the next. I might as well go to the next news page. Let's see what we got here. I can talk about. I've never seen this, but Code Red, new 2K restoration of Terror Squad, detailed for Blu-ray. It's coming out. Code Red, September 13th. Let me look at Garcia says Paul Wesley is the new Captain Kirk. Now I'm just red square. Jesus H, Garcia, how's the show sound? Is it glitching or what? Because I got a red square. I don't know if I should restart or what the fuck I should do. This is kind of cool. Raw Deal 4K Blu-ray. Studio Canal is preparing 4K Blu-ray and Blu-ray releases of Raw Deal from '86, starring Schwarzenegger. The two releases are scheduled to arrive on the market September 19th. So, yeah, that's kind of fun, but I mean, it's nowhere near as fun as Commando and Predator, obviously. We've also got I Know What You Did Last Summer 4K Blu-ray coming out September 27th. For anyone who doesn't know, that Blu-ray, it is on Blu-ray, but it's out of print, so I think this 4K version features just a standard Blu-ray as well. I don't, that's coming out from Sony. I don't know if it warrant the price. Me, I don't have 4K. Pardon me. I don't know if it'd be warranted to, if it'd be worth it to pay the 4K price to get just the standard Blu-ray. I've never been the craziest fan of I Know What You Did Last Summer. The only reasons, I should say, to watch the movie are Jennifer Love Hewitt's. Well, I guess I could just say Jennifer Love Hewitt. Scrolling down here as I Thank you, Garcia. He says the show sound fine. Oh, finally, the square is back to green. All right, bitchin'. Bitchin', bitchin', bitchin'. All right, welcome, Garcia. I don't know who Paul Wesley is, but it's a bummer what happened to Star Trek. It's like, well, I guess the same thing kind of happened to Star Wars as well, unless you're on a streaming site. But yeah, the 2009 Star Trek I thought was pretty good, and then the follow-up films I thought weren't that amazing, unfortunately. It's too bad. It's like Star Trek's got this curse. Garcia says Shout Factory always gives great bonus features. Shout Factory gives great bonus features. Oh. I guess for those of you into 4K, the Child's Play 1, 2, and 3 are coming out on Scream Factory 4K Blu-ray, and I guess August 16th. That doesn't affect me because I don't have 4K. This is crazy. Mill Creek, first look at the most dangerous game 2022. It's like they're putting out a brand new movie. Let me look at my square. Okay, it's still green. Garcia says there is no glitch. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, the square is just nothing but green now, so hopefully we're good. I probably am not going to click any more internet. Well, except I'll probably go back very briefly to YouTube so I can see how many people aren't here. Or, maybe I'd feel worse knowing how many people aren't here. Maybe I'll just forget about that. But yeah, I scanned through the first two pages of the news on blue-ray.com. Apparently, if you just type blu-ray.com in your browser, you'll end up at blue-ray.com. Just found that out today. But yeah, they're just they're gonna put out all of the Star Trek films on 4K. It seems to me like the first 3 or 4, I can't remember, are already available on Blu-ray, but now the rest are coming out individually packaged, or I think there's a big huge collection of them, including the I would imagine both cuts, or maybe I saw something on this site that said all 3 cuts of the first film. I'm like, 3 cuts? I thought there were only 2. But like with Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 6, you get like director's cut and theatrical cuts, stuff like that. I'm a Star Trek movie fan. I saw I think 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the theater. So I'm a Star Trek fan. Oh, good. We got Wilson here. He's crying tears of laughter. Welcome, Wilson. I don't know what he's... Oh, maybe he heard Shout Factory always gives great bonus features. Maybe he heard that. I know, that's why I keep coming back to Shout Factory. It gives great bonus features. So we've got Garcia and Joseph Wilson, formerly known as Wade, and Jojo, whatever. Just call him Wilson these days. Welcome, Wilson. Welcome, Garcia. So, yeah, looks like Bram Stoker's Dracula is coming out on 4K. I don't know if I don't know if it's a steelbook or if it's the first time it's coming out on 4K. I don't keep track of 4K because I don't have 4K, so I'm not in the market for 4K. Yeah, I'm too chicken shit to go to another page because I don't want to ruin the stream. The news at the bottom of the second page goes back to June 25th, so still got a green square. That's good. Yeah, so I don't want to drive all over to all kinds of different Barnes and Nobles to try to find Double Indemnity and Miller's Crossing, so I guess I'll just wait 4 weeks for Amazon to send it out. Like when I was a teenager and, even maybe to an extent early 20s, early to mid 20s, like waiting for stuff was just like torture. But when you get older, I swear it's like, 4 weeks is like an eternity to a teenager, but it's like, 4 weeks, shit, it seems like 4 hours nowadays. So I can wait 4 weeks for it to arrive, but I did go to one Barnes and Noble to try to get them so I could cancel the Amazon. That's going to take 4 weeks. I also threw in the Weatherman Blu-ray as well. That's a film that I think will benefit from Blu-ray quality. Wilson says, which movies had horrible DVD releases? Rocketeer had an awful DVD and Laserdisc release, so the Blu-ray by default was superior. I know this from Capsaholic, which compares DVDs and Blu-rays. Honestly, I was fine with the Rocketeer Blu-ray when it came out, and on the back, or DVD, I should say. Sorry, I was fine with the Rocketeer DVD when it came out. And on the back, I think it says like Dolby Stereo or something. I was very, very pleasantly surprised to find out the Rocketeer DVD was 5.1, and it also sounded really great. So it made it look like it was just going to be stereo surround, but lo and behold, Rocketeer DVD was 5.1. I never had an issue with it. Obviously, as the years went on, it was a dated transfer, but whatever. DVD, I mean, if you compare it to the Blu-ray, obviously it sucks, but I didn't have a problem with it when it was the only thing available. Garcia says Mill Creek put out Quantum Leap 5 seasons, and the reboot comes out September 19th. Oh, they're also going to be putting out, was it Sequest DV something or other? Contemplating getting that. We'll have to see how many years it'll take for Amazon to ship it. Wilson says, I remember when I tried getting the Laserdisc of Rocketeer from some guy on Laserdisc database, and he told me not to bother, that it was ugly like the VHS. So did you ever end up with that Rocketeer Laserdisc? I've got it. I got it before the DVD was available because I needed that movie in widescreen. Yeah, I mean, the Laserdisc is going to be comparable to the DVD, so it's not a DVD or a Laserdisc that one really needs. But Garcia says Barebones DVD Dr. Detroit, unless it was the special edition. Oh, good. God damn it. I'm the fucking square. Okay, it's back to green. It was in red and orange for a bit there. I'm not even going to websites and shit. There's really no point to for me to go to the YouTube and see how many people aren't here. I'd feel better off just not knowing, probably. Looks like Wilson didn't get the Rocketeer Laserdisc because he said it was bad. Okay, nice salesman. You don't want this thing. It sucks. Like I say, if you got the DVD, you pretty much have the Laserdisc. I mean, the cool thing about, I can't remember, maybe it is on the DVD, but I know that the theatrical trailer is on the Laserdisc. I think. I can't remember if that's on the DVD as well. Pretty fun trailer, really. I want that rocket. Not next week, not tomorrow, now. I don't know what music that temp track is in the trailer from. It's not the Rocketeer music. I don't know what music it is in the Rocketeer trailer. It's just kind of generic hero music. I would imagine it's from some movie, though. Wilson says the DVD release looks hideous, and it's hard to see text in the background. The color grading is awful compared to Blu-ray. Rocketeer Blu-ray is a huge update. Yeah, I was really excited when that came out. It was really reminded me of what it was like seeing it in the theater. You could see grain again and stuff like that. It was really cool. Looks like people are funneling in. Welcome, everyone. Garcia says, "Don't tell mom the babysitter's dead, needs a Blu-ray." Yeah, if yeah, I'd say so for fans of it. Wilson says, I can tell by looking at the screen caps on Capsaholic that I don't know if he's referring to Rocketeer Laserdisc or DVD, but yeah. Austin's here. Welcome. He says, hey there. Garcia says, Encino Man needs a Blu-ray. Matthew Heagerty's here. Probably, I would imagine, just to stop in and say yo, and maybe just for a little bit or whatever. It's up to him. Welcome all. Austin says 24 minutes late, but oh well. Yeah, better late than never, I always say. We'll probably go, I don't know, hour, 2 hours, I don't know, maybe up to 3 hours. Depends on the conversation. And if we get any calls on this movie talk only on calls week, and I'm pretty sure the last time we had movie talk only on calls, no one called. So I guess that means, I guess in one way maybe that could mean, chat gets my full attention, so maybe that's a benefit for chat. Austin says a lot of DVDs look hideous. Austin says 3 hours of the show today would be good. Okay, I bet. We'll see what the conversation's looking like. I got a little bit of a headache, but trying to hydrate during the show. We had some red and yellow square earlier. I was going to a website. We had some red and yellow blinking back and forth on the streaming program here, which I asked Garcia how the show was sounding. He said fine. So we're in the green right now, so hopefully all is well. Garcia says Buried Alive from Frank Darabont has a bare bones DVD. How many people are here? That's 3. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, I think. Or, 3 people said something, I should say. Welcome all. Yeah, I thought it'd be interesting to, try a later show to see if it has a different turnout situation from a earlier show, because the last show I did, I don't think had that many shows, and it could be due to warm summer weather, more people out and about during the day. So I thought, well, let's try a 6 p.m. start time for the show this time around. Approaching 30 minutes of show so far. Austin would like there to be 2 hours and 30 minutes left of it at that point. I'm not going to guarantee anything, but we shall see. Okay, chat slowing down to a crawl there. Garcia says the ref from the 90s is a good comedy. Yeah, I never saw that, or I don't think I saw Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead either. I was more into horror films, and back then even still as well. So Austin says, when you worked at Suncoast, did you see them selling New World videotapes at the time? I can't remember, but I know that, before I worked there, for sure they were selling them, because I bought Evil Dead. Wait, that's not that is restaurant video. Yeah, I don't know if I can really. Well, I think they sold. I can't remember if I saw the New World VHS tapes of Hellraiser 1 and 2 there before they ended up going to Star Maker. I would imagine they sold New World tapes. I can't remember for sure. Austin says, ever seen the movie Bones? No, I haven't. Garcia says, this weekend has gone by fast. Are you talking about week? Are you talking about the week? Or last weekend? Yeah, I tell you, the older you get, the quicker time goes. That's why, although it's disappointing, I guess I'm not crazy upset about the 4 weeks to ship from Amazon to ship Miller's Crossing and Criterion and Double Indemnity Criterion and Blu-ray of Weatherman, because before you know it, you blink and 4 weeks is gone at my age. Austin says Evil Dead 2 was Vestron, Part 1 was HBO for a while. Yeah, I know. I figured that out before I completed my sentence. Yeah, I can't think of anything New World really besides... Well, Chud 2 would have been, wouldn't it? Was Chud? Yeah, Chud 2, was that New World home video? Or was that... No, that would have been Vestron. Why do I get those confused? Because they came out with a Blu-ray of it. So I confuse Vestron with New World home video. Garcia says Vestron Waxwork 1 and 2 has great bonus features. Austin says, I do remember seeing one copy of the New World VHS Hellraiser being sold at Best Buy in '95. Austin says Chud 2 was Vestron. Yep. I don't know why I keep confusing New World with Vestron. I think the video boxes are kind of similar. Yeah, I got a New World video of Cut and Run right behind me. Yeah, I'm taking a look at Hellbound Hellraiser 2 New World video. I can see why I confuse New World with Vestron. It looks very similar. I think I'm gonna possibly be very nice and just show you guys. Let's see here. Anyone who's not currently driving, show you guys. Where the hell is it? I haven't done this for a couple weeks. Where is it? Oh, video. Okay, here it is. Show you lucky individuals these couple of these New World, damn it, VHSs. I'm just gonna optimize the video to the optimal crapness that I like to do. Okay, Austin says, how bad is April Fool's Day remake? It's on Tubi. Yeah, I did a review of it if you want to check out my review of it. Kind of hot chicks. I don't think anyone's naked, but if you like to look at hot chicks dressed fancy schmancy, I guess it's okay. But the movie itself, I haven't seen it for years, but you can check out my review. It's something that's, I guess worth seeing for free or try to start. I mean, it's nothing, it's not that great. But if you want to kill some time, maybe give it a shot on Tubi. Austin says, do you remember when Slaughter High came out in theaters? Do you remember the ads for it? No, I do not. I mean, that would have been probably before I was into horror movies, because I was, was that mid-'80s, so I was 7, 8, 9, 10. Garcia says, Pin needs a better DVD. Wilson says the Phantom has a so-so DVD release. So we're talking about the Slam Evil one from the mid-'90s. Are we talking about? Purple? Guy from Titanic, The Phantom, he says he's got a so-so DVD release, but I think the colors on the Blu-ray release are much better looking. I'm comparing the DVD and Blu-ray on Capsaholic. Yeah, is that Slam Evil you're talking about? All right, everyone. For anyone who's not driving, I can't stress this enough, not currently driving a vehicle or doing or using any, whatchamacallit, dangerous equipment. Oh, shit. I'm going to regale everyone by showing some 80s New World. I grab Cut and Run here. VHS. On the show. Alright, so we've got 16 millimeter video appearance coming right at you. So here's a New World home video VHS from whatever, 1988. Time to play, and it's unrated, as we can see there. And then we also got We Being Me, New World home video. Cut and Run. I do have the Blu-ray of this. I've been meaning to review the movie in Blu-ray at some point. Got a hot chick that takes a shower. Cut and Run. I actually got this for $1 from half price. It looks like in 2007. Where is it? Yes, that is Michael Berryman from Hills Have Eyes. Those are a couple of New World VHSs. Wilson says Purple Power, Billy Zane. Austin says The Collector is a good newer horror film, so is the sequel, The Collection. Wilson says Billy Zane is the man. That's what they said in Zoolander. Zoolander is an awesome movie, Wilson says. Garcia says sad that James Caan, is that how you say it? Caan? James Caan from Alien Nation passed away. Or some would say from The Godfather, or some would say from Misery, or someone would say from Dick Tracy, some would say from Bottle Rocket, but I hear you. It's, it happens to the best of us, I guess. Austin says more like, the video looks more like 8mm. Yeah, that's true, because I used to shoot Super 8 black and white, and that is very true. It does look like Super 8, doesn't it? Kind of fun. I know, when I configured this camera, it looked just horrible in color, and with this program, you can just do all kinds of things. Contrast, brightness, color saturation, all this and that. Plus, I'm zoomed in, so you can't see the mess behind me. So all those factors make it look like Super 8mm film quality, which is fun. Austin says he's got the New World tape of Hellraiser 2, but it's the R-rated cut. That's a bummer. What color is like the packaging? Because mine is like on the spines in the back. It's like red. What color is the R-rated version? Any different? Austin says he's got the unrated image laserdisc of Hellraiser 2 though, and a Japanese laserdisc. Garcia says his My Science Project with Dennis Hopper needs a DVD with bonus features. Wilson says James Caan was the villain in Bulletproof from '96. Garcia says Spaced Invaders from the '90s needs a better DVD. Wilson says awesome underrated movie with Adam Sandler and Damon Wayans. For some reason this movie gets ignored or hated on, and he doesn't know why. Those two are hilarious together. Garcia says Wolf Cop 1 and 2 had good DVD releases. Well, I guess I could turn this off. I actually do have, for your guys' enjoyment, some other shots of the drive-in that's currently closed and may never open again, as promised. There we go. I guess I can share all of them. I'll start with ones you haven't seen yet. This is, of course, for people who are not currently driving. Here's a really cool drone view of our local drive-in theater, which may or may not be ever opening again as of this year, which really sucks. You can see on the screen left there that there's some current ongoing construction, which is scary. You can see behind it that so much of this area is still behind there, all farmland and this kind of that and vacant stuff, but unfortunately those years might be coming to a close, which is a bummer. Austin says the R-rated version of Hellraiser 2 has a red logo instead of the blue. Or did I say that right? The R-rated version of Hellraiser 2 has a red logo instead of the blue, and the back cover is blue instead of red. Same with the spine. Okay, it's just reversed. Interesting. Austin says James Caan was also an eraser. That's very true. Garcia says Soylent Green and Logan's Run are interesting films. He doesn't say interesting with that accent. That's how I'm saying it. And from what I understand, Soylent Green takes place in 2022. Garcia says Billy Zane was great in Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight. Austin says, why did they close, not making enough money? Oh, referring to the drive-in. Yeah, we don't even know. We can't even get, we can't even get any straight answers. We don't even know. The frontage road is kind of, it looks like it's like ripped up and stuff as well. We don't even know why it's not open, because the place does crazy business in the summer, especially on the weekends. So, I heard from across how do you say that? Something, on the grapevine, word on the grapevine, around the camp, whatever. I heard that the last minute, the, whatchamacallit, quit, the manager, I guess. So they were about to open, they were hiring people, and I guess what I heard around the campfire grapevine is the manager may have quit at the last minute right before opening, so that obviously doesn't help. So that might be the reason. With any luck, it's not going to be closed for good, but maybe it won't be open this year. Hopefully it'll be open next year. But honestly, we were there twice last year, and both visits were kind of just annoying with other patrons and stuff. So that doesn't mean I want it to close, though. Garcia says, I said that already. Oh, he's saying things more than once. Austin says he got the R-rated cut on purpose because he was curious about it. It's like watching a TV version of Hellraiser 2. They cut so much out. It was dirt cheap, though. Yeah, sometimes I'm interested in that kind of stuff as well, like comparing unrated and R-rated, but oftentimes it is like that. It seems like it's a TV cut compared to unrated. That's funny. Garcia says Spell is a good horror film that uses voodoo. He was never aware of the rock and roll werewolf film Lone Wolf. All right, everyone, about 45 minutes into the show. Can we keep going for another 2 hours and 15 minutes? We shall see. Austin wants to see the R-rated cut of Reanimator. That's hard to get. I can't remember if it's on the... Was it you that said it was? It's on the Arrow Video Blu-ray. I can't remember if it's on the one I got or not. That would be fun to watch. I can't remember. Garcia says Turbo Kid is a mix of Mega Man and Mad Max with Michael Ironside. Yeah, if you want random movie factoids, just ask Garcia, I guess. Austin says thankfully they put both cuts of Bride of Reanimator on the Blu-ray. Oh, that's the one we were talking about. So the Blu-ray never had the R-rated cut, huh? Like the Arrow Video Blu-ray? So there's a really cool aerial view shot of the drive-in, which is currently in limbo. Everyone let me know when they want to see the third and final aerial view of this drive-in. Really grateful to this guy who did these 3 drone shots, because if it is, if the drive-in is, close to the end of its life or at the end of its life, it'd be nice to have these photos for whatever. Posterity. Garcia says She from '84 is a bizarre apocalyptic film. Yeah, you can see that, that photo there, screen bottom right there. That's the frontage road that you'd take to get to it. It's like ripped up and it's dirt. You see that? So that combined with the fact that the manager quit right before they were going to open for the season is probably the reason they're not open. With any luck, they'll open next year. But like I say, the 2 times we went last year were kind of not even necessarily enjoyable. Other people can just ruin stuff for you if they want to. Garcia says Crawl, the movie, had a great release. Are we talking about VHS, DVD, Blu-ray? I know that I've got a Mill Creek Blu-ray of it, but did that come out on like whatchamacallit Blu-ray first? Like Columbia? Was that a Columbia movie? I want to say it is. Yeah, I didn't grow up with Crawl. The first time I ever saw it was just blind buying the cheap Mill Creek Blu-ray. It didn't do a whole hell of a lot for me, but that's okay. I mean, just because I'm a movie fanatic doesn't mean I love every movie.
What?
Pardon me. Had to make sure I got dinner in before the show, so I had some strength to sit here and talk for 3 hours non-stop. Garcia comes at us with a little bit more factoids. The Running Man had a tremendous DVD special edition. Austin asks, is Cut and Run worth watching? Oh my God! If you're a male that likes female bodies, is one of the scenes is worth watching. But if you like kind of just, I don't know, exploits in the jungle, it's kind of fun. It's not the biggest, most amazing thing ever. Uh, it, it's fun because it's got Richard Lynch and Michael Berryman and whoever else is in it. What's it say on the cover? Lisa Blout, Willie Ames, Karen Black, Leonard Mann, Richard Lynch, Richard Bright, Michael Berryman, Valentina Forte. That might be the hot chick. I don't know. It's kind of fun. Nothing amazing, but it's fun. I'd recommend it if you can see it for free. I don't think Richard Lynch is in it a whole hell of a lot, but it's fun. Garcia says The Phantom of the Opera with Robert Englund needs a good DVD. Well, that's on Blu-ray. Isn't it? Didn't Scream Factory do that? I thought the DVD, and I think that, because I got the DVD, I think the DVD's fine. You're talking about it needs special features? Okay, well, I'll take the fact that no one said they want to see the new drive-in picture from a different angle to mean that everyone wants to see the new drive-in picture from a different angle. So let me pull that up. The third and final aerial drone shot of the drive-in, which may never open again. This might be the best shot of it. It's really good. Okay, for all those who aren't driving, please look at the screen for the third and final drone shot of the drive-in. This angle's, oh wow, that angle's really great. Austin says New World put out some good low-budget sleaze back in the 80s. He says Phantom of the Opera has a Scream Factory Blu-ray, but it's out of print. Austin says, let's see the angle. Isn't there a way we can see the front of the screen? Yep, I way ahead of you. Austin says, there we go. Anyone wants to see what Austin's seeing and you're not driving, please look at the screen right now. Garcia says Hope Clancy Brown is cast in the new Tall Man as the new Tall Man for the remake of Phantasm. Is that what's going on now? Is that the plan? Are they going to remake Phantasm now? I mean, I don't think it's kind of, Tall Man is kind of like, Freddy Krueger, Robert Englund's thing, where it's like I can't even see anyone else in the role of Tall Man. So, yeah, you'd almost have to just cast some unknown anorexic old guy or something who's really tall. You have to, I don't know. Or here's an idea: don't even remake it. We can put a remake ban out there. Have Congress pass a no more remake bill. They love passing bills. Austin says they're remaking Phantasm. Hopefully Garcia is just talking out of his we can hope not. Garcia says the Sword and the Sorcerer needs a better DVD. I don't know why he's talking about DVD in 2022 when there's 4K and Blu-ray, but to each their own. I mean, I can understand it to one extent because I still think Blu-ray or DVD rather is really fun and retro and perfectly still good. So Austin says, well, you can't make Phantasm 6. I think they should stop with the films and just make a comic continuing the story. I think he's referring to Sword and the Sorcerer. He says, I think that has a Blu-ray as well. Yeah, or I can't remember who the hell it was who said it. Was it someone said it on the show, either in chat or on the phone, that, it's okay for things to just let them end. Maybe it was Jesse. Could have been Jesse from Down Under. In regards to, long-running franchises like Friday 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Phantasm, even whatever, that, it's okay to just let a franchise end, It's really weird to think that they'd ever possibly remake Phantasm, because that franchise, even though it has 5 films, always been kind of under the radar. Not a lot of people really know about it. But yeah, that's definitely a cool aerial view of the drive-in. You can see there, screen right, the construction, damn it, that's currently ongoing. Close to an hour into the show. Am I going to be able to make 2 or 3 hours? We shall see. Chat's already frickin' drying up. I'm just looking around here, the studio, see if there's anything else I can show off. Oh, I've got another New World VHS here, a little known film which a lot of people even here might never have heard of. Why don't I show it off? Just have to pull it out. Briefly get rid of the whatchamacallit shot of the, let's see here, drive-in. How do I even find, it's like I gotta put it up again or something. That's okay. I don't know how to use this. Oh wait, no, it's probably right here. Well, if I gotta get rid of these, I gotta get rid of these. Well, this ain't gonna be as easy as I thought. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, back to for those of you who aren't driving, you probably get sick of me saying that, but I'm all about your safety. Feel free to take a look at the Super 8mm screen, and I'm going to show, maybe I should do an actual video showcasing this. A lot of people may never have heard of this, and honestly I didn't either until I got it sometime after July 27th, 2002. Seems to me I showcased another VHS. Oh yeah, the VHS of Grizzly that I have. I got these two VHSs at the same spot. This is a movie that a lot of people might not even know about. Terror in the Swamp. And as you can see here, I got it sometime after 20 years ago. July 27th, 2002, special $1.99. Deep Within the Swamp breeds a larger-than-life horror, and there is no escape. It looks like it, and the imagery would indicate that as well. What's that say? starring Billie Holiday. What's that say? Horror. We've got a authentic 80s video store horror sticker there. Terror in the Swamp. I haven't seen this for a long time, but it's kind of fun. I should actually give this a rewatch. Terror in the Swamp. Like, the light's not very bright in here. Otherwise I could, there's the back, read the synopsis. It looks like it's brighter on camera than it really is. This is a action horror from New World Home Video. It says copyright 1984, 85 New World Home Video. So, anyone ever heard of Terror in the Swamp? Garcia says 11th Hour Cleaning is a good supernatural flick. Since I got the camera set up, I might as well show you this. I don't think I've ever even watched this yet, but this is an Ancient Paragon Video Productions VHS release of Savage Weekend. Just been compiling these VHSs to showcase. I mean, this, you know, so much of this stuff has just been sitting around for months and months. And like I say, I don't know, you know, some things will just videos never be made. Some videos will. It's really just hit or miss if I do a video on something or not. But at any rate, I can show it now to people who may be watching later. You have been chosen. You are doomed. Prepare yourself for Savage Weekend. Paragon VHS. What's that say? It will scare you to death. So just prove it's Paragon. You see that one spine's got the no title and just polka dots, whatever. Whoops, I gotta be careful with this. Anyone see this? The chat is like really drying up. So I don't know if we're gonna make it 3 hours tonight. Chat's dried up. I really gotta check out Terror in the Swamp. Again, it's right up my alley. Austin says he's never seen these films. Okay. Have you ever heard of Terror in the Swamp? I want to say it's not a very well-known movie. Oh, Austin, he was quiet because he had to get something to drink. Okay, well, that explains it. Oh, he's heard of Terror in the Swamp. He just may not have seen it. Oh, I could show people this, see if anyone's seen or heard of this movie. This is a apocalyptic movie from the, I want to say, early 90s. Prototype X-29A. Part man, part machine, all killer. Mankind doesn't stand a chance. Looks like it. This is a Vidmark classic VHS. Pardon me. Austin says Prototype might be on Tubi. Okay. We can hope so. This is really cool. It's a VCI VHS release of, this might be one of the first North American VHS releases of the Toolbox Murders, with just one of the best posters and taglines. Bit by bit by bit, he carved a nightmare. The Toolbox Murders. The thing that I don't like about this VHS release is they're showcasing the quote-unquote star of the film, Cameron Mitchell, and this image doesn't make you want to rent it. It's like, what the fuck? But, you know, Cameron Mitchell was the big star of this movie, former star. So they want to showcase Cameron Mitchell's involvement in the movie, but it doesn't really make you want to watch it. Austin watched Destroyer on Tubi a few years ago. Cut and Run has that classic New World logo. Are you talking about the VHS, or are you something you found online? Here's something you guys will have fun with. Austin says he needs to watch Toolbox Murders. Yikes, does that mean you've never seen it at all, or you need to rewatch it? This will be a fun one. Oh, here's a question for chat. Can anyone tell me what movie this is? This is a question for chat. What movie is this? Oh, okay. Austin says he's watching Cut and Run now. Is it on Tubi? Oh, so you must mean that before the movie starts, it's got that classic New World logo. You better believe it. Just wait till you see that chick taking a shower. I'm waiting for... my arm's going to get tired. Anyone know what movie this is? Anyone who's not driving, if you'd like to look at the screen and take a guess what movie this is. Shouldn't be a... There we go. I knew someone would get it. Austin is correct. I'm holding the VHS of Sleepaway Camp 3, Teenage Wasteland, from Nelson Entertainment. She's back to slash last year's record. All right, everyone. So Austin's confirmed for us. Cut and Run is in fact on Tubi if anyone wants to check it out. Be interested to see what Austin or anyone else thinks of it. It's nothing amazing, but it's fun 80s cheese with a hot chick taking a shower. What happens to the hot chick before she takes a shower isn't so fun, but... or the reason for her taking a shower isn't very enjoyable, but if you know what I mean. Here's a screenshot. Here's the back of this video. Can anyone tell me what movie this is from? Just kidding. I always thought it was funny looking at this like she's got a gun. That's kind of not so slasher-ish. What's that image of? Oh yeah, the guy hanging upside down. Just more VHS 80s fun for you guys. This is what the VHS of this looked like. I've got the VHS at 2, but unfortunately I don't have the cover's been like, modified to fit in a clamshell thing, so it's not a complete cover. Ugh. I guess this is fun to pass the time, just showing VHSs. Austin says he remembers seeing Sleepaway Camp 3 VHS at Blockbuster. Austin says Cut and Run is in widescreen and looks remastered. Yeah, it's probably the Blu-ray transfer, I would imagine. Austin says Angela's hair was strange in part 3. Yeah, I actually mentioned that in my review of it. I actually liked the fake wig hair in part 3 more than her look in part 2. But that's just me. Here's unfortunately, the VHS I have of Sleepaway Camp 2. It's in a clamshell and the box was destroyed to be placed in the clamshell. I always thought, before I ever saw this, that image in the back, what the hell is she doing? Like stuffing someone down a outhouse toilet? Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, the sticker says ticket price $79. Where is it? Look at that. Oh. Okay, maybe give the Super 8 footage a rest here. Austin says the Scream Factory Blu-rays of Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3 do have those covers as reversibles. I know. Thank you very much, Scream Factory, for that, because that's very much appreciated. You better believe it. That's for the covers that I have facing out on mine. Austin says it's funny the girls on Sleepaway tape covers are not even in the movies. I know. Isn't that something? Austin says $80 for a tape. Damn. Yeah, that's the 80s for you. Maybe not everything was better back then. Alright, let's see if I can pull up the angle I showed in a previous week of the drive-in. For those not driving. I've already shared this angle, I think, on the last huge Movie Fanatics radio show. You can really see the construction going on top of the screen there. Freaking bummer, before this year that was just a vacant freaking field full of green. It's just bummer. Quote unquote progress sometimes is anything but, I gotta tell you. It's like, oh well, there's money to be made after all, isn't there? All right, about 7, or not 7, it's 7:14. About an hour and 15 minutes into the show. Honestly, at this point, I don't know if I can go 3 hours. We'll do our best. At this point, it seems to be just me and Austin. I'll go for another 45 minutes, but at that point, we're going to have to assess the situation and see what the hell I feel like at that time. Austin looks like he's watching, what's it called? Cut and Run. He says this movie is kinda savage. Yeah, there's like natives and shit doing all kinds of savage things. So it is very savage. Just out of curiosity, I can use this other device to see how many people are not here. Yeah, I figured just one. It's Austin. Well, thank you, Austin, for showing up. It does make you wonder about, like, I don't know, the future of the radio show. I understand that maybe summertime people, and good for them, because maybe less people want to sit inside or whatever and listen to me ramble live. But I guess worst come to worst, I just maybe, I don't know, just reduce the amount of times I do the radio show. Maybe instead of every week, maybe every third week or something. We'll just have to see. I do feel like, moving forward into the fall and winter, that every week might be a little much. We'll just have to, but then again, there's like nothing to do in the winter. So we'll just have to have it be a week-to-week thing, but definitely not every week during the summer. I'll say that for sure. Austin says, did they ever show any of the Friday the 13th and Nightmare films at this drive-in? Well, not that I'm aware of. I don't imagine they ever would have, but I mean, yeah, this drive-in's been there since 1966, so it's possible. I mean, obviously, oh, you know what? I don't know about Friday or Nightmare on Elm Street, but I talked about this. I can't remember when I've talked about it, but they actually played Phantasm 2 at this very drive-in. Me and my dad went and saw something, and Phantasm 2 was the second movie. And, at the time, this is right before I got into horror movies, so it kind of freaked me out a little bit, and my dad wasn't impressed. I mean, he at that point, we hadn't seen the first film. But I can remember seeing a little bit of the first, or a little bit of Phantasm 2 at this drive-in. And then we left before it was over. We didn't watch the whole thing, which was a bummer. But at the same time, you can understand, like trying to make sense out of Phantasm 2 without having seen the first one. It's like, whatever. But it's possible, that they may have played Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street in the 80s. I know that the first one I saw in the theater was the 8th film, as some of you may know. And I know that I've got a video of me actually looking at the newspaper the day that, Jason Takes Manhattan opened, and looking in the newspaper to see if it was in fact playing at this exact drive-in. And on video, I am disappointed. I said, damn it. It's not at our drive-in. So I know that Friday Part 8 definitely never played here. But I never was paying attention to the Nightmare films or the Friday films before 89 because I wasn't into the stuff at the time. So it's hard to say if they played Nightmare or Friday movies before 89. Austin says, also, one of the mutants from Hills have eyes in this. So yeah, I've already said that. You don't know his name's Michael Berryman? Maybe you don't know his name, but yeah, the Hills Have Eyes poster guy, Michael Berryman, is in it. So it's fun for that, that, and what's his name, Burnt Face? I can't remember his name right now. I said it earlier. Austin says, damn, looks like 6 p.m. wasn't a good time. Earlier seems like more people show up. Yeah, the reason why, I traditionally do it at 1 p.m. start time is so people in Europe, so it's earlier, because it's like, it's like 7 p.m. for people in Europe. That's why I, traditionally do the 1 p.m. start time, which admittedly might be a little early for people in the, North America, but for people in Europe, but because in Europe now it's like which isn't really that late, but it's like, 1 a.m., depending where they are, 1 a.m. in the morning. So, yeah, I thought I'd give it a shot. 6 p.m., I guess we found out that it wasn't, or it's not turning out to be that amazing. I don't know. It could be very well be that people just have lost interest in the radio show, which is fine. But summer, again, summer is a time, well, hopefully people are out living life and doing things outdoors. So who knows? Roll with the punches. Austin says, "Oh, nice. Phantasm 2 would have been great on that screen." Yeah, I regret not watching the whole thing, but I was pansy kid at that time, just months before I would start getting into horror movies. Austin says, "It sucks Phantasm 3 never got a proper theater release. It was very limited to certain cities." It looks like I'm not the only one that forgets that guy's name. Austin says he always forgets his name. Well, now I gotta, so we know who we're talking about. I grabbed the cover. Richard Lynch. There you go. That's the name we can't think of. Austin says in Europe they're already in bed right now. Laugh out loud. Austin says it's 101 degrees outside right now where he is in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. He's staying in. Laugh out loud. Obviously that's degrees. Okay. Well, yeah, it's kind of humid where I am, but it sure as shit nowhere near 100. I don't know if I could stand that. Well, I did queue up. I do have another photo that I'm sure people are going to really love. A little photo of me in my element. I probably won't let this linger on screen as long as it's not as interesting, but this is little Jason Voorhees, aka me, in Camp Crystal Lake, for anyone who's not driving and wants to look at the screen. That's just this summer, I don't know, a couple weeks ago in a unspecified lake somewhere in Minnesota. So that's what I do when I can. Austin says, "I do know who Richard Lynch is. I am very familiar with him." Austin says where he is, it's humid too. It's an oven in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. For anyone who wants to see me in the unspecified lake somewhere in Minnesota from this summer, feel free to look at the screen if you're not driving. Austin says Lynch is also in Night Riders. Ever seen that? I don't think I have. He was in a lot of stuff in the 80s. Great face. Austin says, referring to the photo I'm sharing on the screen currently, looks like you're at Camp Crystal Lake. I know, maybe I am. That's just before Jason pulled me down, the young boy, Jason. This is just after my uncle pushed me out of the boat and into the water. And moments before young Jason pulled me down. I'm just looking around the studio, seeing if there's any other interesting stuff I can share with the one person currently watching live. Austin asks, is Cut and Run produced by Italians? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, looking at the obvious, looking at the credits on the back of the VHS here, yeah, it's a lot of Maurizio Antipoli, Ruggiero Di Diodato. Yeah, and the chicken that gets naked in the shower apparently was kind of just the sex toy of the director of this film. He treated her, from what I understand, he just kind of like the sex play toy for the director of this film. He just treated her like shit. It's just such a shame that, that kind of stuff goes on. It's just like sex plaything of the director. You gotta love that guy's Mickey Mouse shirt. I'm assuming have you seen the guy in his Mickey Mouse shirt? It's really funny how it takes place in this hot and humid tropical environment. And he's got like 2 layers. He's got like a kind of a 3/4 length sleeve shirt on and this like Mickey Mouse thing over it or something like that. Oh, we got Will Powell. Welcome, Will. He says, hi, Nate. Welcome, Will Powell. Austin says New World got a hold of a lot of Italian and some Australian titles. Okay. Austin says he missed the shirt. Well, you'll have a chance to see a lot more of it. That's the only outfit the guy wears throughout the course of the movies. So if you keep watching it, you won't miss the shirt. Let me know when you see the naked chick in the shower. Will Powell asks, how long has the show been on tonight? We're just minutes away from an hour and a half into the show. If you'd like to connect on a call, let me know and I'll set up my stuff. No pressure, of course. Will, I was hoping one of you guys or all of you guys or some of you guys would show up for a call. It's your choice, of course. Just let me know either way and I'll either won't set up or I will set up the equipment. Austin says it has very the film we're talking about, what the hell, Cut and Run has a very 80s Italian look and sound to it. Yeah, I want to say the music has that Italian sound to it. Will says sure thing. I don't know if that means he wants to connect on a call or if maybe it means he'll let me know if he wants to connect on a call. Oh, he said, okay, Will says he'll call in. All right, let me get my stuff set up. I'm sure Austin won't mind sharing his space with Will. I'll let you know, Will, when I'm set up, and if you'd like, maybe call that group thingy in case someone else ends up showing up, either Jesse or Future Boy. That way they can join that way if anyone ends up showing up. Austin says, I'm good. I don't know what that means. I didn't mean Austin. I know, Austin, you don't want to call. I don't know if you meant that you don't want to call. I know that. Austin isn't a caller, which is fine. We let him, thanks to him, I keep up on my reading skills. The stuff should be all set up if you want to call in any time, Will. Preferably the Huge Movie Phonetics radio group on Skype thing if you've still got it on your thing. We may never hear Austin's voice, but that's okay. We just imagine someone with, from what I understand, slightly southern accent, possibly. Maybe not as southern as I have done in the past when I try to do his accent. Holy shit. Austin says no. He meant he's okay with calling in. Well, okay, hold on. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, once again, I can see you.
Oh, really? Oh, God. Hang on. I always do this. What am I doing wrong? You don't want to see my ugly face. Hang on. What do I press? For fuck's sake. Okay. Has that switched me off?
Yeah, camera's off, yep.
Cool. I don't know how people can constantly do Skype calls visually, because I'm just way too self-conscious in a way for that.
Yeah, well, a lot of the youth these days and stuff are pretty egocentric and all about them.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
How you doing, Nate?
I'm doing good. I'm glad you showed up on a call this time. I didn't know. I sent out an invite to you and Jesse and Future Boy in hopes that, someone would want to talk. So welcome, Will.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk. I mean, I don't know how long I'll stay on the line, because it's, what time is it in England? It is 1:30 in the morning, but I like to stay up at night these days at the moment, so that's fine.
Well, very cool. Let me read Austin here. He says, it sounds like Austin says one of these days he might call in. Well, that's very cool. And just so I know Austin's kind of opposed to Skype for reasons that might be understandable. If there's any other program that Austin would rather use, let me know, Austin. I can maybe download that or something like that for Austin, or maybe even since we're both in the States, maybe we could even just use normal phone numbers. Who knows? But it'd be cool to hear Austin sometime in the future, just to let Austin know.
Or we alternatively could get everyone together, all your fans, and we could meet in person one day on some island.
Yeah, the closest island that we can all get to. Yeah, it'd have to be the exact same distance for all of us. Well, that'll be a tricky island to find.
Yeah. Oh well. This will do for now. But I'm way more comfortable with just audio than the visual stuff.
No, that's perfectly understandable, and it works perfect for this show because this show is mostly audio as well.
Yeah. I don't see the point of. I don't know if you ever do it, if you FaceTime with people just when you're making personal calls to friends and family. I'm not a big fan when people call me up and I can see their face. I don't know, it freaks me out a little bit.
Well, yeah, I never do that. I really don't call anyone anyway, but when I do, I never do FaceTime or anything like that. It is kind of strange. You always kind of have this thing in the back of your mind, like, God, I hope I don't see them naked accidentally. But depending on who it is, of course. If it's some girl that you got a crush on, then you maybe hope to see her naked. But
that's it. So. How's things in the U.S.? All good?
Yeah, still kicking in the U.S. of A. Kind of humid weather where I am today, and humid and overcast, and definitely definitely summertime. Yep.
Oh, it's been beautiful here today, actually. Really nice weather, which is overdue. It's been pretty piss poor recently on the weather front, so.
Well, very cool to hear. I hope you got out to enjoy the beautiful day.
Yeah, I did. Actually, interestingly enough, I've been recording a song and I'm making like a promo video for it. So I've just slagged people off for filming themselves, but I've just been doing that very thing. Just trying to kind of make a montage video of random clips around Cornwall. So... any tips and advice being a bit of a filmmaker?
Yeah, the more tits, the better.
Oh, I said tips, but whatever. Yeah, very good. Oh, was that a joke?
No, that was my tip.
Oh, right. Very good. More tips, the better. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's hard to give advice when I don't know exactly what's on your mind and what you want to achieve. But you're just kind of doing a montage of your country during a song music video.
Yeah. So I'm trying to make it look a bit abstract with just like you ever see music videos, kind of like DIY musicians. But sometimes they make it big. Someone like Beck or someone like that, they kind of it's a bit lo-fi music, but they make a lo-fi video to go with it. So it might just show like phone lines in one random shot, and then just silhouettes, and it's just a bit something like that. But I was on the beach. That's where I've just been filming, and I lit a fire, and I've got like an 8mm filter on my phone, which looks pretty cool actually. And I was surprised, and I've got a bit of lighting equipment, and it actually looks pretty good. I was like, that looks kind of a bit like Hills of Ice kind of footage. It looked quite cool.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. Is it color or black and white?
It's in color, but I filmed through like this filter, and it just, I think if you've got no budget, it kind of just hides that a little bit, and it's like, do you know what I mean? If you put a grain on it and give it that warm tone, it kind of just makes everything work a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in the 80s and early 90s, the only camera I could afford or my family could afford, was this Fisher-Price PXL 2000 black and white video camera, and the quality was so shitty. It was really cool because you could get away with a lot of low-budget stuff because the resolution was so shitty. Things would look really kind of cool.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was surprised. It was like, that kind of looks like, I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but some of the night scenes in Hills of Ice, the original one, just the way I lit it, I was like, oh, that looks kind of a bit like a movie from the 70s. I was like, that's cool.
Yeah, I'd say that's...
Yeah, but... oh, sorry. Carry on.
I was just going to say, I'd say it's a good thing. Go ahead with your thought.
But it's so much more. I took let's call him my stepdad, with me to help me, and it's so much more work than you think. Just so much things you forget about. So many problems that arise. The fire's going out. I didn't bring enough wood. Should have set up the lighting before we lit the fire. What else? All the equipment's starting to get damp. Someone's got to hit play on the audio, so I've got to move. Then I was just in position, and then I look back at some of the shots, and I can see the freaking tripod of one of the lights in shots. So it's like, you can see why you need so many people helping you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It can be a headache, and just putting this out there. Don't if Austin's still listening, don't feel like you gotta shut up. You can still share your thoughts if you have any thoughts, and we'll definitely,
absolutely,
definitely read your thoughts and interact with Austin if he's still listening.
Absolutely. I've taken over the show.
No, that's all right. I'm just, Austin, no one has been saying anything, so I've been listening to you.
Yeah. Oh, cool. It's just what I was saying is it's kind of a bit like with music. If you distort a guitar or something, or make it sound a little bit on the rough side, you can kind of get away with maybe it not being recorded in the best room or not with the best microphone. It kind of just, but adds a bit of a warmth to it. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's the same with visual. So.
Yeah, I do find it kind of interesting, like some kind of lo-fi aspects of low-budget movies, almost are really kind of endearing qualities. Like if you've got a movie where for some reason you've got some scene with dialogue, and for some reason it sounds like the guy with the microphone is all the way across the room, so the dialogue has this echoey sound. Like technically it's bad, but there's something that's also kind of cool about that.
Yeah. Well, I'll send over a few clips and you can tell me what you think. Even if you think it's shit.
Oh, yeah. Are you gonna send them over on the chat on Skype?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just any advice or...
Oh, absolutely. Cool. I'd be honored. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Because my intent is to get, I don't know, like 5 long shots of me playing instruments synced up to the music, kind of miming along with the track I've recorded, and then just get random shots of abstract stuff, you know. So we'll see if it turns out okay.
That's very cool. Did you happen to do a shot of like you playing with the fire in the shot, like in the background or something, or?
Yeah, so the song's quite quirky. It's got a xylophone. You call them xylophones in America, don't you? Just like kind of lullaby sounding. Do you call them xylophones in America?
If you're referring to xylophones, we call them xylophones. But if you're referring to something else, then I don't know.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's just like basically like, you know what it is then. It's more associated with things that you'd play with probably in nursery school, or you call it kindergarten.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But it gives you this like childlike quirk and the song I'm going for. So I put this little xylophone on the beach in front of the fire and just played it with this 8mm filter going on with the fire smoking, and it looks pretty cool, I think. So I'm not saying it's anything amazing, I hope, but just kind of serviceable for what I want, you know. So just for someone who's never really done much like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be definitely interested in seeing that if you'd like to share some of that with me. I'm a big fire, kind of beach fire, campfire, any kind of fire kind of enthusiast. I really love fires at night.
Oh yeah, it's a great atmosphere. It's I don't know, there's something primal about it. Like, I don't know, there's something really therapeutic about watching a fire.
Oh, absolutely. I agree 100%. Let me very quickly read Austin. He says he wanted to point out Richard Lynch did play a Nazi in Puppet Master 3. I forgot about that one. Absolutely. And Austin, I just recently seen for the very first time this movie from, I can't remember the title, but it's got 2 kind of stars in it. Shit. One of them played, their names escape me right now, but one of them played the Godfather in the first Godfather film, and the other guy is some star. But anyway, it's like from the early 80s, and I was amazed because it was like 10 years or more before Puppet Master 3, and Richard Lynch was in this film as well playing a Nazi, and I'm like, holy shit, he did it before Puppet Master 3. So Richard Lynch has played a Nazi at least 2 times.
Wow, I've so this is probably for more you and Austin. I have never seen any of the Puppet Master films, so
yeah, I'd recommend the first, I guess, first 4. The 5 isn't really that great. I think you can see him, or at least you used to be able to see him on Tubi. I don't know if that's still the case, but I'd recommend the first 4. 5 isn't really that amazing, but
okay, like that's pretty good going. If the first 4 films in a franchise are decent, especially for horror, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, especially straight to video. I mean, those were straight to video.
Oh, really? All of them?
Yeah, all of them.
Even the first one?
Yeah, I mean, it was you know, the first film was the very beginning of Charlie Band's Full Moon, and yeah, it was, I don't know if he made it to go straight to video, but it ended up just going straight to video from what I understand.
Wow. That's interesting. You used to get a lot more straight to video film, just to go off, well, kind of something to talk about, but just saying, remember when The Lion King came out, originally it was a big deal, and the sequel to that went straight to video, which was interesting. I feel like if The Lion King was a new thing today, the sequel would be all over the cinema. Back in the day, sequels were released a lot straight to video. So
that's a really good point. You got this mammoth, huge, you know, freaking Disney cartoon, and for some reason the sequel went straight to video.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, though, I blame, as much as I love Toy Story and I quite like the sequels, Toy Story 2 is to blame for that, because that was originally going to be straight to video, and then Tom Hanks insisted on it being a cinema release, which is kind of understandable. But then I think that's why you've got loads of just schlock in cinemas. Ice Age 6, freaking Shrek 4, you know what I mean? Just garbage. So it's all Tom Hanks' fault.
Damn you, Tom Hanks. Let me do a little bit of Austin here. He says he's got all the Puppet Master films on Blu-ray. Yeah, I do too. Well, I don't. I mean, I got the. We'll put it this way: I got the good Puppet Master films on Blu-ray. I got some of the bad ones on as well. Austin says yes, all the Puppet Master films are on Tubi right now. That's a little bit of information for you, Will. And he also says they thought about putting Puppet Master 1 in theaters, but decided for video because the VHS market was more profitable at the time. That makes sense.
Oh, that's interesting. It was late 80s, was it?
Yeah,
Early
I think
80s?
Yeah, it was made in '89 and came out in 1990. I mean, shit, I saw Puppet Master probably weeks or months after it came out on video. I've been Puppet Master guy since day one.
Wow. Yeah, that's good because I mean, a lot of straight to video movies kind of frowned upon, but that seems to get a lot of recognition, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the first Puppet Master film is really, you can see to me it stands apart from all the other ones as being like, it really seems like an A movie and something that very well could have been in the theater. As much as I do like 2, 3, and 4, like the first one stands apart for me as being something that I could see being in the theater because it's that good. So it is kind of a shame it never was in the theater, but I think the first film is really fun.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I get the feeling Puppet Master isn't that popular in the UK. I just get the feeling like I don't think I would probably have heard of it since, I don't know, watching your channel. And Phantasm, I don't think that's very big in the UK either.
Yeah, it's very possible. Very possible. Austin says all of the Shrek and Ice Age sequels should have been direct to video.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. That's a good point because I think if Ice Age came out in the early 90s, all those sequels would have been straight to video. Yeah, it's a shame that kids movies. I don't know if this is making me sound old, but kids movies really do seem dumbed down now. Like really kind of. I don't know. There was always like, you go to see Toy Story, you'd go and see, I don't know, The Fox and the Hound, but there was always something there for the adults as well, a good story, and I don't know. It was still well made, I guess, but now just seems the films aren't even cohesive. They're just a big mess of random scenes and, I don't know, baby jokes, and there you go.
You sound old. Are you like 31?
Exactly. Yeah.
You're a 31-year-old.
I haven't got the energy I used to have. That's one thing that's going.
31-year-old geezer.
You what? Sorry.
You're a 31-year-old geezer.
Yeah. That's it. Someone once told me, I don't know if this is bullshit, but once you reach the age of, I don't know if it was like 35, like technically your body is starting to die. I don't know if you've heard that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess one could make an argument that it's starting to die the day you're born, really. But I think I've heard something like that as well. Honestly, it's interesting that you say that in 35 because that's the year I kind of joined the gym and tried to put on a little bit of muscle. So it's kind of funny that the year you said for something that the year you've heard or the age you've heard for people, where your body starts to die is the age that I started to add on the old muscle Rooney.
That's good. Well, I need to lose some weight, to be honest. I've been eating far too much junk food recently and that's something I need to sort out, but there we go. Maybe I'll start at 35.
Or you could get an earlier jump on it than I did. The better, sooner you start, the better, in my opinion. But it's a lot easier to say 35 when you're 31. I understand that because then you don't have to do it for 3 years or however many years, 4 years. Mm. Let me just read a little bit of Austin. If tell you what, you can let me know your thought that you were going to say right there.
Oh, I'm just saying, when you eat healthy and exercise, you do feel so much better. It just takes like, I think it takes about 6 days to get all the shit out of your system, and you don't crave chocolate and ice cream anymore. Then you start to, like, your body kind of accepts fruit and veg and stuff and all the goods that, but it's just breaking that cycle.
Yeah, I hear you. I think one of the reasons I've stayed pretty much the same, more or less, kind of weight all these years is because I get out so much and am so active during the summer. And the cool thing about warm weather and being active outside during the summer is when you're doing that, or at least me in my case, I'm not eating because I'm too busy to eat because I'm on the move.
That's good. Do you do physical things that are just you're doing to keep fit? I mean, when you're out in the summer, or is it more just you happen to be keeping fit because you're doing stuff anyway, if that makes sense? Like, do you go jogging? Or?
Makes perfect sense, absolutely. So the physical things I do are because I like the things, whether it's biking or kayaking or swimming, and the physical benefit is just a side effect of the things I love to do.
Right, yeah. So you'd be doing it anyway, even if you were really overweight, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't do it for the physical physical aspect of it. I do it because it's what I enjoy. So yeah,
exactly. It's not a chore. That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's not a chore. I don't do it for the physical results.
Yeah, I mean, I see people out jogging in England a lot, and they just look miserable. So there is that side to it.
Yeah, and personally, I think jogging is really bad for your knees. It's amazing how many people do it.
Yeah, I heard that it's bad for your muscles around your chest. Something to do with the motion. The bouncing motion can, affect your chest all area. I don't know if you've ever heard that.
Yeah, I haven't heard that, but if you watch that's those scenes in The Running Man where Arnold Schwarzenegger is escaping from that prison camp or wherever the hell he's at the beginning, you can see his pectorals bouncing up and down like crazy.
Yeah, cycling's probably better. Cycling and swimming, I think. But what was I going to say? I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, you talked about knees. I've got really bad knees. I've dislocated my right knee twice, and I've dislocated my left knee once. So I've got really bad knees.
Oh man, that sucks. Well, what the hell were you doing that keep dislocating your knees? Just walking incorrectly?
Well, I'll tell you all about it if you want to hear. I don't know if you want to hear all the gruesome tale on your film talk show, but
well, yeah. Let me read Austin.
Yeah, of course.
Then I want to hear it. So Austin says Puppet Master. The first film was 89. He thinks part 2 was 90 or 91. Austin says Subspecies is another good Full Moon franchise. I agree with that, Austin. He's got the first 3 Subspecies on Blu-ray, and I do as well. Austin, yeah, it seems to me like you might be right there. Like Puppet Master 2, it seemed like 2 and 3 came out like within just like 6 months apart from each other. After the first one did really well, they were really, upped the production of Puppet Master films, and they started the Subspecies films. And yeah, the early years of Full Moon was a really fun time. But we'd love to hear about the gory details about your knees.
Okay, so the first time it happened, I was 13.
Oh.
And yeah, and it's not how you'd expect. I wasn't playing rugby or football or anything. I was temping. What do you call bowling? Temping bowling in USA? Or is it just bowling?
You're talking about the pins in the ball?
Yeah, we call it 10-pin bowling.
Oh yeah, it's just bowling here.
Okay, because we've got another game called bowls. So anyway, you don't want to hear about that. Anyway, so I was temping bowling, and how you've got those kind of shoes you have to put on. They're a little bit slidey. And how you kind of bend down to roll the ball. I must have just twisted too far funny, and I just felt... this pain come over me, this excruciating pain, and I think that was the worst time because I was 13, so probably not fully grown, and my knee twisted around almost to the other side of my leg, nearly. That's how it felt, and pulled all the ligaments.
Duh.
And yeah, and my leg. I'm not even making this up. My leg was kind of the opposite way it should have been, locked.
Duh.
And I have never felt, honestly, the pain. I nearly passed. Well, anyway, so paramedics came and gave me gas and air and all that, and so that was the first time. Second time, okay, so I think you guys have got this in England. Well, every house I've always lived in, we have a bath, and then we have a shower in the bath, if you know what I mean. Okay. Or, we don't have like a separate shower. It's just a shower above you. So you basically have to stand up in the bath to have a shower.
Oh yeah. Same thing here. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And you know you get handles on the bath side, just for getting in and out. Just to pull yourself out the bath, a little handle. So I'm getting out of the shower. My foot got caught on the handle, and I fell out of the bath, and that made my knee fall out. Well, come out of its socket. So that was the second time.
Was it the same knee?
No, it was the different knee.
Oh no.
But luckily enough, you'd think that would be embarrassing. That was naked. I wasn't actually. I had clothes on because all I went in to do was wash my feet because it was a really sweaty day.
Oh.
So luckily, I had my clothes on when the ambulance came. Okay, third time was this isn't that long ago. This was only 2.5 years ago. My mother is a owner on a caravan site, like a second home thing. So I get to use the facilities because she just gives me her card, and I get to use the swimming pool sometimes, which is cool. And they've got so I got friendly with the lifeguards in there, and they've got a kids, what do you call it, obstacle course, like a floating obstacle course, a big inflatable thing that they bring out for the kids club. So they're setting that up, and basically you have to be out in 10 minutes because it's the kids club coming in. And I said to the lifeguard, "Oh, that looks so much fun. I wish I could still do things like that." So the lifeguard said, "Well, you can have a go. They're not in for another 10 minutes." So I went on that, and it was so slippery, and my leg just slipped off the side, and I fell in the water, and my knee dislocated, and the lifeguard had to come in and jump in and rescue me.
Oh.
So there you go.
Well, how old were you did you say the age when you did the second knee thing? How old were you?
Second knee, I would have been in 23, something like that.
Oh, okay. So 10 years later, okay.
Yeah, something like that. And then, so, yeah. I don't know have you ever dislocated anything? I don't know if you can relate or broke anything.
Yeah, I had surgery on one leg, and when I was 13, and as a result, it was in a kind of not a full blown cast, but a kind of a thing where it kept me from bending my knee. So I was out like a 13-year-old during the summer doing what I want to do, and because of that probably thing on the other leg, I kind of twisted wrong on the other leg that didn't have the cast, and I heard a tear. I probably tore ACL. I'm sure I tore something, and I never actually even went to the hospital or anything. And for the years following that, like if I stepped on my leg wrong, you could feel like my knee kind of start to slide out or whatever. But this,
oh wow,
yeah, it was really, really a crappy feeling. So I must have torn some ligament, and I don't know if it ever healed. But so I think for maybe the next 5 years, maybe even more, if I'd step on my leg wrong, you could start to feel your kind of the knee joint kind of slide.
Yeah, I get that a little bit.
Horrible feeling, but luckily I haven't experienced that for probably 10 or 15 years, so maybe it healed or something.
Yeah, wow. All I can say is the most excruciating pain, especially the first time I've ever felt in my life. And I mean, there's agony, and I mean, it's the kind of pain where if someone was just said, "Do you want me to put you out of your misery and shoot you?" It's like I'd be pretty honestly, the pain was it's just unbearable. But yeah, it's a very common football injury, actually, soccer injury, I should say.
Yeah, and strangely enough, when I did my thing, I mean, it didn't hurt at all. It was just like a feeling of
really?
It didn't even hurt at all. It was just this feeling of oh shit, I fucked something up. So for strangely enough, I guess for whatever reason, just simply tearing my whatever I tore, I guess either that or I'm Superman. That's probably it. I'm probably Clark Kent. Yeah. But for some reason, it didn't hurt, and I just kind of went on with the... I mean, I knew I probably fucked something up, but it didn't hurt. But let me just read Austin. He says, subspecies 5 is being made, but he doubts it will be that good. Yeah, I agree, Austin. I mean, anything that Full Moon is going to undertake these days is probably not going to be very good. Subspecies 5 they've been wanting to make for such a long time, and yeah, I as well don't have much hopes for that. But yeah, it's really strange that my knee injury didn't hurt at the time, but I guess that's good.
Yeah, there must be like varying degrees of how it happens and how much it pulls out of its socket. But I just know mine, I mean, was on the other side of my leg, kind of thing. So
Jesus.
Yeah.
So then, so the pool thing from a few years ago, you injured the knee again that you screwed up when you were 13?
No, it was the same one I did when I was in the shower. So the first time I did it when I was 13 was the left knee, and the two other times was the right knee.
Oh,
so
okay.
There's something going on with my knees that isn't right. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully third time's a charm, and hopefully that'll never happen again.
Well, yeah, hopefully. Well, I'm very wary now. I think 3 times, because Cornwall's such a surfing kind of place, I just don't dare to do it. To be, because I slipped off a freaking fancy lilo and dislocated it. I mean, what if I slipped and fell in the ocean and my knee popped out? I mean, I'd just drown. So,
oh shit!
So
yeah, that might be a good choice actually to not try surfing. As much as I'd love to have you, discover a new passion, maybe it's best not to.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not much of a daredevil. I never really have been. I've always been kind of a scaredy cat, and I think that's probably why I fell in love with horror films, because that's where I get my excitement and adrenaline a bit,
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
It could be something in that, or maybe not. But I'm brave in some way. I'm not afraid of the dark and stuff. I was never. I don't know. But bungee jump, forget it. Parachute jump, forget it. Unless I really had to, I guess. Parachute jump. But if there was no other way to get off that plane, I guess. But I wouldn't do it by choice.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on that?
If the plane's going down, yeah, I have no interest in jumping out of a airplane with the parachute or bungee jumping either. Yeah.
No, screw that. No, I'm not a big fan of roller coasters and stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, I was just.
I get it. I mean, I get the suspense feeling. I get it. It is an adrenaline rush, but it's just too much, I guess, for me. But.
Yeah, I was just thinking of roller coasters when you were mentioning all these other things as well. Like, I could stand them when I was younger, but then maybe, I don't know, if it was 2 or 3 years ago, I tried one again, and just like, it wasn't even it was almost like a kiddie one, and I was just getting shaked and rattled, and it's just like, it felt like my insides were being rearranged. It's just like, that's enough of that.
Yeah. Well, as recent years, there's been a lot of roller coaster and theme park accidents. You seem to hear more of them, and I'm like, screw that, Especially if you're not that interested anyway. I'm not, not for me. But there was, I don't know if you heard about it in America, but there was a bad one. We have a place called, I don't know if you have it in America, but we've got a theme park called Alton Towers. I think there's a few spread out of the UK. And there was a really bad accident where someone had to have there was something went wrong where one carriage crashed into another and a girl had to have her leg amputated. It was a really bad accident all over the news. And so that's kind of put me off.
Yeah, that's quite understandable.
But I can't really see. Maybe I could see the chat. Can I? Am I still on? Here we go. Yeah, I can see the chat. So I don't want to ignore Austin or anyone who wants to chat and take over completely.
Yeah, I hope Austin doesn't feel like we're leaving him behind. Feel free to chime in with your thoughts, Austin, and maybe even Will can see if see if he ever writes one or not.
I thought he was going to say maybe Will can shut up.
No,
5 minutes.
I'm not going to say that. I'm glad you joined us. I'm glad you joined us on a call. Yeah, maybe Will can shut up and I can actually read.
Will can shut the fuck up for 2 minutes.
Nah, I wasn't going to say that. But now that you mention it,
yeah. Just getting to movies. Have you seen the new Jurassic Park?
Yeah, I started the show with my thoughts on that. I'm afraid it's for me it's the worst one out of all 6.
Well, that's what most people are saying. I think it's got the weakest Rotten Tomatoes score. Not that that really means anything, but just kind of goes to reinforce what you're saying. I've heard it's a big, complete mess of a film, and
well, before we get to Austin's newest little comment, I will say, I appreciate that, the 6th film, Jurassic, World, is about, like, dinosaurs are now living, they're out of the park and they're living with man, symbiosis and this and that, and the kind of quote-unquote new aspect of, a new gimmick to the series where the dinosaurs are out and chasing people around cities and this and that, and you're not only feeding the ducks at the local lake, but now the little dinosaur babies. And I just much prefer as much as you got to give them credit for doing something new, I just much prefer the kind of the reclusive island for dinosaurs thing that they did for the majority of the movies.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the first one, I don't give much credit to any of the sequels apart from Jurassic World, and I don't think that's an amazing film. I just feel like they kind of captured the mood right with that one, and just kind of made it fun again. That's all I'd say. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Okay, Austin agrees. He says Jurassic World domination seems to be hated by most people. He also asks me, what do I prefer, Full Moon Pictures era or Empire Pictures era? And for anyone who doesn't know the difference between these two, it's both of them are Charles Band's baby. It basically, Empire era is kind of more or less Full Moon of the 80s, and then Full Moon era is Full Moon of the 90s. Honestly, I think I think both eras are pretty good. The Empire Pictures era did a lot of good stuff. I'm a big fan of Eliminators, and I can't really think of much else right now, but Empire Pictures era was a good era with probably a decent amount of movies and decent amount of decent movies, and same goes for the Full Moon Pictures era. So I'd say, I probably seen more of the Full Moon films than the Empire films, but that's my answer.
I can't quite relate to. Is this Full Moon Pictures era, Empire Pictures? What is that relating to? Puppet Master again? Is it? Or?
Well, the guy who basically was the producer of, the owner of those studios. First in the 80s it was Empire Pictures. Charles Band was kind of the guy behind that studio, and then that was kind of like an Italy-based production house where they had like studios in Italy to produce films, and then like in the late 80s that closed and they moved back to like Hollywood. So then he kind of started up Full Moon. So it's like the same guy having kind of two different production companies and two different like 80s, and Full Moon was more 90s kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, cool. Ghost Town was a fun Empire movie. I'm just reading the chat now. Here we go.
Thank you very much.
I'll let
Yeah,
you do that. You've got a better voice for it. I'm not good with that, so you do that.
I guess Will wants me to read chat. Austin says Ghost Town was a fun Empire movie. Yeah, honestly, I hate to say it, but I haven't seen that one. I know Beth and I did watch Crawl Space years ago, and it was fun for what it was, but it didn't blow my ass off. I know there's a lot of Empire movies I haven't seen yet, and I really should see more of them, but it's hard when when you're lazy.
Just getting back to new films, you mentioned Jurassic Park. I kind of had a restored faith in film. I went to see a film called The Black Phone. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah, I guess people are impressed by it from what I hear.
Yeah, I really recommend it. It was like the first time in ages where let's just put it this way. When I went to see Top Gun Maverick, I was won over by the end, but I wasn't super blown away. I thought it was fine, but probably not quite my cup of tea anyway, Top Gun. But this was really up my alley, and it's filmed like a 70s movie. It's got that tint to it, that filter, I guess. Or I don't know if they filmed it on actual film, but it just has that I'm talking about The Black Phone now. It has that warm, cozy look to it. It's horror film, but it's really well done. I'd really recommend it.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, I know that they can do some pretty good post effects, even the digital stuff, so I would imagine it's shot digitally and just made to look like 70s film. Before I read some more of Austin, that kind of reminds me of the film X that came out earlier. Have you seen the film by the name of X?
No, but I keep hearing about it. Is it good?
I haven't seen it myself. I think Jesse is a fan of it. Jesse saw it and liked it.
Right. No, I'll check it out. I've seen a few people on YouTube talk about it, but it felt good to be in the cinema and just have a good time again. I haven't had that for a long time, so it was good. Yeah,
that's very cool. I bet you came out of the theater kind of in a decent mood, I would imagine. Like, wow, this feels like going to movies used to feel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but there was no forced political correctness and blah blah blah. It was just a good film, and I didn't feel like I was being lectured to. So,
well, that sounds very, very cool. Austin says he's got Crawl Space on Blu-ray. He also says From Beyond is a good one, especially the unrated cut. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, the Stuart Gordon film, I want to say it's his second film after Reanimator. From Beyond is technically a Empire Pictures film as well, and I'm not the hugest fan of that, unfortunately, because I think Reanimator is so amazing, but From Beyond is definitely one of probably the most appreciated and well-known Empire films. Have you heard of that, Will?
From Beyond. Yeah, that rings a bell. I wouldn't like to say I've seen it, but it does ring a bell.
I would imagine, Will, you've heard of Reanimator.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but again, I don't know. I've never seen it, so
that's a bummer. That's a classic.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, that's a classic. In other words, see it now.
Okay. All right. Yes, I will. again, that might be a film that was never big in England. I'm not saying it's not available, but no, just hasn't slipped through my radar, I guess. But I might be wrong on that. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you can't blame anyone. I mean, there's a lot of movies out there, so I mean, it's hard to hear of all of them. And like you say, I mean, two different countries, two different cultures. A lot of these movies probably are more popular in America than they are in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say predominantly movies over here, the most popular ones are American movies, but there's just probably the odd one that just doesn't quite catch on, or I don't know. So, but yeah, there's a few on my list that I need to watch that I've just never seen. And there's a few like I'm thankful for you for, just from your reviews, a few films I've checked out. I can't name them now, but I remember just watching some of your old videos, and I seem to remember digging out a few films you'd recommended and stuff. Oh, Tourist Trap was one. So I have you to thank for that, Nate.
Oh, very cool. I take it you saw it and sounds like you liked it?
Liked it very much. As I've mentioned before, reminded me of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and just completely up my alley,
Well, very, very cool, yeah. Did I tell you? Did we talk about this before? Because I don't know if I talk about so much stuff and over the weeks and years and stuff. But I don't know if you know that the guy who did the production design and the masks for Chainsaw did it for Tourist Trap as well.
Yeah, you've mentioned that before.
Okay, good.
But that completely makes sense though, because it really does feel like that, very macabre, and it's not quite as sinister as Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's a little bit more playful, I guess, but definitely there's a scene in it where they're down in the basement and the villain is kind of taunting them. I can't remember how it goes, or he's suffocating one of them or something like that. With is he suffocating them or something?
Yeah, he's putting plaster on her face. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, and it was creepy. I was just thinking the other day, have you ever seen Straw Dogs?
No, I haven't seen that one. Is that from the 70s?
Yeah, have you heard of it, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
It's one of them movies where it's a British film starring an American, Dustin Hoffman, and it's filmed in Cornwall. It was based in Cornwall, where I live, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And
it's just odd that Dustin Hoffman... Well, it's worked into the film. Basically, he plays a guy who's met an English girl and comes back to England to like run a farmhouse with her, and the locals don't take to him. So it's kind of like xenophobia kind of thing. Who's this kind of hotshot? And they don't take to him, and it's kind of like a home invasion movie.
Oh,
I'd recommend it.
Okay.
But just something set in England, there's kind of like a bit of novelty to it in that way, Same with like an American Werewolf in London. It kind of has that British, like kind of dry humour to it, but it's got that American energy from John Landis,
Well, did John Landis direct it, or you're just comparing it to...
No. I was referring to American Werewolf. I'm just saying, kind of like has that Britishness to it, but it's got that American pacing and stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, very cool. I get you what you're saying.
Yeah. So, are you a big fan of American Werewolf?
Yeah, actually, just coincidentally, I just came across the Arrow video. I think it's just probably the cheapest Blu-ray release of it. There's just a single disc. I came across that and recently got that within the past week, and that's really fun.
Yeah, I love that movie. I love it. And it is a horror comedy, but it's never one never kind of. I feel like it's a horror movie, really, but it's got comedy in it, but it's kind of plays into its kind of creepiness almost. It's not. It doesn't kind of sell out to become a comedy and stop the film dead. It kind of just adds to the weirdness of it and the creepiness, you know.
Yeah, the tone of that movie is just so remarkable because, like you say, it's an amalgam. It's an amalgam of horror and comedy, and you can't really tell which way to lean. It's like, okay, well, I guess I can't decide which way to lean, so it's both, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, as a kid, I never thought of it as a comedy. I just thought it was terrifying. But I don't know, it just walks a very thin line. But it never kind of slips into becoming. It never takes you out of the film when the humor's there. It just, like I say, it just adds to the weirdness. That's what I always think. But there's some pretty dark stuff in there with the. I don't know if they were supposed to be Nazi werewolves bursting in and just slaughtering them in the living room with machine guns and knives, and that's pretty dark stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I just love those fever dreams he has, and for my money, would have been cool if maybe there was just one more. But I mean, I understand you don't want to overdo something, but those fever dreams were really cool.
Yeah, creepy as out. I mean, yeah, the one with the it's actually the when Jenny Agatha opens up the curtains and it's the jump scare, that's some freaky shit. And then David Norton's like, holy shit. That was cool.
Oh, it's genius. A dream within a dream. You don't expect. It's like probably one of the best jump scares ever.
Yeah, awesome. And some really creepy imagery in that film as well. It's got a very kind of how can I describe it? It's kind of this impending doom about it. That film is like a real. It feels, the whole film feels like a nightmare of kind of like just getting ready for death in a way, but the death is turning into a werewolf, I guess. You know what I mean? It's just like this eeriness of Jack coming back, and he's the way he's lit when he's in the living room with him. You know what I mean? Where he's go. When he turns up in Jenny Agatha's apartment and he opens the cabinet with the mirror, and then Jack's there in the background looking all kind of like creepy as anything.
Yeah, it's really, I'd agree 100%. It's like, there's an inevitability about the movie because the guy is doomed as much as he doesn't want to believe these visions he's seeing of his dead friend telling him these things. His dead friend's right, but he doesn't want to believe it. And it's really quite a well done movie.
Yeah, I think it's John Landis' best film by a golden bullet with a bullet. I think it's personally, I don't know what you think. I think it's his best film.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's definitely up there. I got a soft spot for Blues Brothers, but
Oh, really? I never got on with Blues Brothers. I've got to admit, I don't know. There's just something about it that always rubbed me the wrong way. But I don't know.
I hear you. I grew up with Blues Brothers, so I saw it at a young age. So that's probably part of it. Austin asks if either of us have ever seen American Werewolf in Paris.
No, I've never seen it.
Nor have I. So I haven't either. So that's a short answer.
Yeah. Jenny Agatha, who was in Child's Play 2, wasn't she? In Logan's Run. She lives about an hour away from me, somewhere in Cornwall.
Well, that's really cool. You go and start knocking on some doors, Will.
See if she'll jump in the shower with me to Van Morrison's Moon Dance.
Okay, well, hopefully we have that happen on a call. You might have to turn your camera on.
Yeah, she's an old lady now, though.
Oh, okay. Keep the camera off. Good point.
I don't know. I know the area where she lives, and I've heard it's rumored she lives around there. I think it's like a second home for her or something. But she spends a lot of time in this area of the country, so that's pretty cool.
Well, I'll let you go so you can start knocking on some doors.
Yeah. Well, she's I think she's well into her late 60s now. I think I'll look that up.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and there's this kind of like with that film also. I think it captures kind of being homesick and being in a foreign country and that whole feeling of just being in a bit of a. I don't know if you've ever had it when you've been away on vacation, holiday, vacation, whatever, and you just feel like you're never going to get home. I always feel like I could always relate to that feeling in American Werewolf.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, there's so many aspects of that movie that are kind of like a very, very, very subtle uncomfortableness. And I agree. Like I'm not a big fan of traveling, and the older I get, and if I ever do it, and even if it's just like not even that far away, if I'm gonna be staying somewhere for a day or two or three, it's like, yeah, I mean, there's definitely this sense of like, I want to be at home.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of is a very common nightmare of, I don't know if you've ever had it, but just not being able to get home, which is a very common nightmare for people, I think, trying to get home, but you just can't quite get there. And I feel like that film captures that, being out of place in a foreign country, and yeah.
Absolutely.
Creepy stuff.
Yeah, it's just brilliant on so many levels, and that transformation, I can't imagine what that transformation was like when it came out in the theater. People were probably just blown away.
Yes, I think it's still really impressive today, that scene. I think, well, more impressive than, I mean, can you imagine if they made an American Werewolf in London today? They'd just do it with CGI and, yeah.
Well, right. I mean, from what I understand, that's what they did with American Werewolf in Paris. And while we're on that topic, Austin, if you're still with us, have you seen American Werewolf in Paris? And if so, what are your thoughts? I'll turn your question right back on to you.
Jenny Agatha's 69.
Yikes.
Wow.
Might want to rethink that shower thing. Just just have a pint together.
You could just put a picture of a young self up on the wall and just kind of...
I'm sure she'd love that.
I'm just Googling David Norton. David Norton is 71.
Wow.
He's never really been in much else, has he? He's a bit of a Mark Hamill kind of thing. He's only really known for American Werewolf.
Yeah, that's true. I think all I could remember seeing him in is just a straight-to-video Amityville, The Next Generation or something from the early 90s. Austin says American Werewolf in London would suck if it was made today.
Oh, it would. It's just creepy. Everything about that film. I don't know what John Landis was on at that time, but he was on. I don't know. He was just. I don't know if he was in a dark place but it's just. I never think of it as a comedy. To be honest, I find it funny, but I don't think of it as a comedy. I think of it as a horror film. But there you go.
Yeah, but just sitting here thinking about it, I mean, I can't escape that feeling that it does give you of just, inevitability of like you say, pending death or pending doom or
But films like that kind of got me to appreciate films that were offbeat, that didn't have to end in a conventional way or could leave you feeling uneasy and kind of almost like unresolved, and just I love the end of it. It just goes ba 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 ba, it just goes into blue moon and all that. It's just so it just kind of takes your emotions for a ride, and then you watch something like Last House on the Left, which that leaves your stomach kind of in a weird place. You know what I mean? Just you don't quite know if you're enjoying it or not, but it lingers with you for days afterwards, and it's art really. It's like, well, what if in this film we didn't end in the conventional way? We do this, you know what I mean? And,
yeah,
I think that American Werewolf is kind of that kind of film. It's so offbeat in a way.
Yeah, really a great piece of work, that's for sure. Austin says American Werewolf in Paris was okay, too much late 90s CGI.
Yeah. It's amazing how things more recent are dating worse than things made, 40 years ago. It's crazy, really.
Yeah, I mean, American Werewolf was the early '80s, and it's aged better than I would imagine. American Werewolf in Paris does, because that, the early CGI, save for things like Jurassic Park and stuff, like some of that really low brow, mid to late '80s or '90s rather CGI. I'm just thinking of like Mortal Kombat and even The Mask and just things like that. It's just like really just laughable by today's standards.
Yeah, it's kind of like what happened with music, really. I think, kind of the the Moog synthesizers started to come in the late '60s, and they used it very sparingly and blended it in with real instruments and stuff, and then more or less the same with the '70s, and then you get to the late '80s, and they kind of just went to MIDI-fied with everything. And it sounds shit, a lot of it now, and then they kind of like realized, and then in the 90s they started bringing real drum kits back and stuff, and so everything kind of just comes back around again. I think it's kind of like the arrogance of the time. We just think, well, this is the future, let's just run with it, and they don't really. I think, like we've said before, Jurassic Park is a perfect example of getting CGI right, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like whether something's good or bad. Like at the time, they're like, well, it's something new and it's different. And even though it may not be as good as what came before, well, we got to do it because it's new.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. And Spielberg kind of went in with respect with it. And he's still, I think the reason why Jurassic Park holds up so well on the T-Rex scene is because he was wise enough to think, well, the T-Rex scene, we're going to film it at night, and it needs to be completely like a storm, a rain. We're going to like disguise it with rain, and same with the raptors. We're going to light it in a certain way. You know what I mean? He knows his limitations, I think. Well, he certainly did then. He knew how to light a film,
Yeah, I'd agree.
I don't know so much these days. Did you see Ready Player One?
Yeah, I seen that once. It was just like, oh my God, talk about CG overload. Holy shit.
That's a film that's going to age really badly.
Yeah, I hear you there. Like it was just CG overload. That's all I know.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. Now, I think I actually may have even walked out of the cinema for that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you.
I think it's because it's like, it's Spielberg as well. He's like, oh, he can do better than this,
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I mean, he made one of your favorite films after all.
Yeah, I mean, not just even on a personal level. It's, Steven Spielberg. You expect a certain quality, I guess. So, I'm not saying it didn't have qualities in a way, but I don't know. It's just didn't do much for me.
It looks like Austin is a lucky one. He never has seen Ready Player One. Well, we count yourself lucky.
Yeah, he's I suppose even Spielberg's made some stinkers.
Austin says he stopped watching Spielberg a long time ago. He just sticks with his old films. He's too self-indulgent these days.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. The last one where I felt like that he was on form, not kind of not nowhere near to the level of Raiders of the Lost Ark and E.T. and Jurassic Park, or even Saving Private Ryan, but I did like Bridge of Spies. I don't know if you've seen that.
No, I kind of, like Austin, I kind of gave up on him before he did that one.
Well, I like that one. I thought that was kind of a return to form just in storytelling. I thought it was good. I'd recommend it.
All right. Well, that's very good to hear.
Yeah. When did you give up on it?
That's a really good question. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe mid 2000s, like, sometime after Minority Report, like, I don't know what he did after Minority Report. Oh yeah, because I remember now. So 2001, it was a big deal because when AI was going to come out, the movie, because it was this project that Stanley Kubrick had been working on for a while, and then, he died, and then like Spielberg was gonna make it or whatever, and it was just like, it was intriguing to me. So AI yeah, it was kind of like maybe the beginning of it was AI and Minority Report. I mean, I actually kind of think I remember really liking War of the Worlds at the time, the Tom Cruise one, but yeah, maybe sometime after War of the Worlds. I can't remember what he did after that, but sometime after that.
I don't know what you thought of AI, but I actually, on rewatch, I thought it was actually pretty good. I don't know. I did think it had that Spielberg heart to it. I don't know. I quite liked it, personally.
Yeah, I think the reason I was so hard on it is because for me, I wanted it to be a Kubrick movie, and I just when I watched it, it was probably unfair of me as the viewer of it, but I kind of was like, grumbling about this and that, like, well, if Kubrick would have done it, it would have been this. There was a scene early on where there's this, I think it's like some robotic woman or something, and the guy tells her to take her clothes off, and she starts unbuttoning her shirt or whatever, and he says, okay, stop. And I was so frustrated because if it was a Kubrick movie, she would have stripped down naked.
Yeah, I like your reasoning there. It was just something like, you want to see the woman naked. Fuck Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, but I do.
I see what you're saying.
It sounds petty and like I just want to see a woman naked, but it goes deeper than that. Like it would have, the scene would have been a lot more impactful if the robot had taken its clothes off. It would have been more, not just from seeing a naked woman aspect, but from an impactful. I think it just would have been so much more impactful. Yeah,
no, I hear you. Interestingly enough, though, I do remember hearing something about a lot of the things in the film that you see, which it's kind of got that sentimentality, which you think, oh, that's Spielberg, was actually Kubrick's intent, a lot of it. I don't know if you've read much of that about it, but I remember seeing something about that.
I don't know. I'm just like a Kubrick lunatic, and I just find that hard to believe. For me, it's just like I think any of that sentiment or whatever has to be from Spielberg, but it doesn't mean I'm right. I mean, Kubrick was never really known for that kind of fluffy stuff, so...
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's interesting. Maybe it's Spielberg's just saying, no. Stanley wanted it. Just to please his own needs, I guess. But, do you like a lot of other Kubrick films then?
Oh yeah, I'm a big Kubrick nut. But before we get into that, Austin says for Austin, War of the Worlds was possibly either the last Spielberg movie for him, or where Spielberg kind of lost it for him. I can't really decide if it was before War of the Worlds or after War of the Worlds. And Austin also says he saw AI in theaters. That's really cool, Austin. I did as well. But I'm a big fan of Kubrick. I mean, I don't like everything he does like equally or and stuff like that. But I'm a pretty big Kubrick nut. I'm trying to think of Kubrick stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of Lolita.
Right. I've never seen that, so that's a new one on me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Kubrick nut, but that doesn't mean I like all of his movies. But I'd say I like the majority of them.
Have you seen The Clockwork Orange?
Oh well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I even saw that in in the theater in the '90s on 35.
Wow. Because that was banned for years in the UK. It might be something that it wasn't even available until after his death or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you might be right about that. It might have been banned in the UK until after he died.
Yeah, that was a big controversial movie. I mean, yeah. I think my favorite is probably The Shining.
Oh yeah, that's one of the first ones of his I ever saw. I first saw 2001, and then I saw The Shining.
Yeah, and he was a British director, wasn't he?
No, he's from New York.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna look that up.
He's gonna make sure I'm right. In the meantime, Austin says I guess he gave up on Spielberg after War of the Worlds. He saw that in the theater as well. Austin says Lolita '97 remake was way better. That's interesting. Yeah, I've never seen that, but I can remember thinking, I want to say that was NC-17 possibly, or unrated. I remember when that came out, it was kind of a big deal. Like, ooh, Lolita, NC-17, I should actually see the 97 one, but I'm not the biggest fan of the story in general. I guess that's maybe a reason why I'm not keen on it, but yeah.
Well, yeah, you're right. I always thought he was born in England, then kind of just moved to America and kind of grew up there. But no,
I think it was the opposite. Born in America and moved to England. I think after I can't remember what probably like when he did Dr. Strangelove. I mean, that was filmed in England. I want to say that at that point, or I mean, surely after during that, maybe he was already living there. But I know for sure probably Strangelove he was living there and probably never went back. I mean, everything he made Strangelove on, or possibly maybe Strangelove might have been the movie where kind of he moved to England and never came back.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, because Clockwork Orange was shot in England, with Malcolm McDowell, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, legend though. I mean, I forget he did all the way back. He did Spartacus, didn't he?
Yeah, but for me, I don't even really count that as a Stanley Kubrick movie. That was more like a favor to Kirk Douglas, from what I understand. Like Kirk Douglas started filming with another director and fired him, and Stanley kind of finished it or something like that. To me, Spartacus doesn't feel like a Stanley Kubrick movie. Like it's it came to like I don't know, just it doesn't feel like a Stanley Kubrick movie. So I honestly don't even count it as a Stanley Kubrick movie.
Yeah, so he was kind of just a director for hire on that one, rather than...
Yeah, we needed a guy to say action and cut.
Rather than making his own personal Stanley Kubrick film. Yeah, that's interesting, actually. Just kind of... just doing his job, I guess. Just reining it in, but... Yeah, you do get... I mean, that does happen with directors, don't you? Sometimes they make something that is their movie with their stamp on, and then other times they're just, I don't know, just making a movie.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like, Nightmare on Elm Street, Wes Craven, that's his baby. And then, a movie like Deadly Friend, he just gets hired as a director,
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of another example.
Well, while you're doing...
Go on.
Oh, I was going to say, while you're thinking of that, I'll just briefly read Austin. He says he thinks the 1997 Lolita was unrated. I think you're right. Austin says Clockwork Orange was a novel. I'll just change it to first. He says 2, but yeah, it was a novel first, I want to say. Austin says Spartacus was good, felt more like a Cecil B. DeMille epic from the 50s. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it doesn't feel like a Stanley Kubrick movie. You're right. It feels like a Cecil B. DeMille film. But anyway, Will, what the hell were you saying?
We were just talking when directors kind of making a personal project with their name on it, which is clearly kind of the, like a Stanley Kubrick movie, a Steven Spielberg movie, and sometimes they're just, directors for hire. But Carpenter, has he ever just kind of just done a film for someone, just directed it because he needed the work, I guess? I don't know.
Amazing. It's really hard for me to believe because I think it's such a great movie, but I think Christine was kind of just a job that he took because he wanted to keep working. But to me, Christine is like one of his best movies. It's hard for me to believe that...
Really?
Yeah, I think that's the story behind Christine. Like, he just took it to keep working.
Wow. I always thought The Thing was a big departure for him. He seemed to leave his kind of DIY lo-fi movie look, and The Thing always just seemed a lot more kind of defined. I don't know. Do you know what I mean by that? It just seemed a lot more professionally shot and more scope to it. Say something like Halloween or Escape from New York, because they feel like Carpenter-esque, kind of low budgety, and The Thing always looked like he kind of left that kind of crew behind a bit. I don't know. Did you ever get that feeling?
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. Like, it just seems like such a bigger, kind of more professional film than what he kind of did before. Yeah, I think it was a slow incremental thing. I think you could say that, after Halloween, it was kind of a slow incremental thing from The Fog to Escape from New York. And was the thing might have been after Escape from New York. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it seems like in the late 70s, early 80s, he made this small incremental steps to kind of more, I don't know, bigger seeming movies.
Yeah, and he seemed to leave the cast he was working with behind, like Jamie Lee Curtis and I don't know, there was a few of us, Donald Pleasance he was working with all the time, and
Tom Atkins.
I don't know, there's Tom Guy. Yeah, it just seems to The Thing just seems like a different beast to me. I don't know. Just if it, I mean, yeah, just it feels like a Carpenter film, but it doesn't feel like a Carpenter film. If that makes any sense.
No, I'd say that I'd agree with that. And what's so goofy about the movie in regards to the soundtrack, normally he does the scores for his films.
Yeah.
What's so crazy about The Thing is it's like that one Italian guy, Ennio Morricone, or however the hell you say his name, did the music. But what's so funny is it sounds like John Carpenter music.
Yeah. And it's probably his best film, right? In a way, probably my favorite is probably Halloween, just because it's, again, completely up my alley. But I think The Thing is his best looking movie in a way, most cinematic feeling from what I've seen of his. I haven't seen all of his films, but
yeah, I agree. I think The Thing is quite the movie, and very much with like American Werewolf in London, like just there's kind of a gloom and doom feel to it as well, and just the isolation and of the the location and the cold, and There's a really kind of a gloomy feeling to that movie as well.
Yeah, it does. It's I'm trying to describe the thing, actually, how it makes me feel. I never like to see animals in pain in films. I don't know, it's not real, but I was like, the scene with the dogs in the dog pen, and they're getting ripped to pieces, and that's always just, I wouldn't say I don't like that scene because it's a horror film, but it's well done and all that, but that always kind of like, I don't know. Do you know, it's just like a bit in a movie where you're kind of dreading that bit. It's like, ugh. It's like never-ending story with a horse drowning in mud, and it's just like,
I hear you. Even though the dogs are fake, you even see one get fake shot, don't you? It's like, oh.
Yeah, no.
Better change the subject.
No, I mean, I think it's maybe a near masterpiece. The thing is, certainly it's not rough around the edges like Halloween or The Fog or Escape from New York. It just seems more professional, but great film nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I can't even remember. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think of what he did after Christine, but maybe that was Starman. I've been meaning to revisit Starman. I haven't seen that in such a long time.
Yeah, that blew my mind the other day that I found out that it was directed by John Carpenter with freaking Jeff Bridges. Yeah.
Isn't that something? And Karen Allen, yeah.
Yeah, I never knew he directed Starman. It was just until like a couple of months ago. It just surprised me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I really have to see it again. It seems like, God, I may not have seen that. God, I might have not seen that since the 80s.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever watched it all the way through. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that either. I mean, for myself.
Yeah. Yeah, what was I talking about? So The Black Phone. Highly recommend that. If you can get to see it in the cinema, I'd recommend it. It's got its flaws, don't get me wrong. But when I say that, I mean just the kind of... There's a few little plot lines and stories I could have done without that don't resolve all that well. But overall, I was satisfied with the feeling it left me. So, yeah. Just felt the need to bring that back up.
Yeah, I'll probably check it out when it comes to home video. It takes a lot to get me to the theater these days, but I'll probably keep an eye out for it after home video. I guess people really seem to like it, so that's encouraging. Let me just read Austin here. He says he likes the part in Christine where Arnie grabs his dad and pats him on the cheeks. Yeah, that's funny. It's like the son-father face-off.
With the guy from Jaws 2, Christine.
Keith Gordon, yeah.
Yeah. I saw an interview with him kind of putting Jaws 2 down. Saying his first film was Jaws 2. It's not a very good film, but I was like, no, it is a good film. I think you were being a little bit harsh there, but...
Yeah, I'd agree with that, yeah.
It's not a good film in terms of its place in history and how well made it is, but it's more than competent, so it's certainly not... The way he was talking, it was like he's in some trashy horror film. It's like, I think it deserves a bit more credit than that.
Yeah, that's weird that you think he'd be a little more appreciative of his first film.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Yeah, we spoke before about Jaws 2, both... sorry, I'm getting late. Both big fans.
Yeah, I think it's a really competent continuation of the first film. Let me just read Austin here. He says, did you know there was a Starman series in the 80s? I did not.
No, I didn't know that.
I don't imagine it lasted very long. Does Austin know how long? Does Austin know how long it lasted?
Are you a big Jeff Bridges fan?
Not huge, but for me, he represents the 70s and the 80s. So, it's fun to see, Jeff Bridges movies from the 70s and the 80s, like King Kong and in Tron and stuff like that. Yeah, for me, he's a face that I grew up with and stuff. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan, but when that name comes up, like Jeff Bridges, I always kind of get a warm, fuzzy feeling. Yeah, the old Jeff Bridges voice and stuff is pretty fun.
Yeah, I always liked that King Kong movie. It's a bit underrated, I think.
Yeah, it's like everything it's got definitely has its flaws, but I agree. I think the movie, has a lot of pluses going for it. Yeah,
it's that's kind of one of my first movie memories of being absolutely terrified when I just remember it. Do you know when you just remember a kid? You don't remember what when you saw it. It almost feels like a dream. But I just remember Jeff Bridges and I can't remember the actress's name. Quite well-known actress now. Can you remember her name? The co-star in it?
Jessica Lange.
Yeah, Jessica Lange. And them running through the city, her saying, I need some water or something. And, just the feeling of King Kong's coming after them. It was just like a terrifying, I don't know. I always just stuck with me that.
Yeah, it's really something experiencing kind of more scary films as a kid. It feels like your whole world is just, it's like you're not just watching something on the screen. It feels like your whole world is in that screen. Like the world's, like your life is in peril or something as a kid if you're watching a scary movie.
Absolutely. I miss that feeling. It's funny how you change as a kid. I was in Perranporth today, and there's just a kid amused by just jumping off a wall for hours on end while I busk sometimes on the seafront. And I was just thinking, I remember those days when you could just be so entertained by making your own entertainment, when you're a kid. It's just like, now I look at it like, what's the point? You know what I mean? It's just jumping off a wall onto the beach. So,
yes,
kind of getting up.
In a lot of ways, growing old is really a bummer. Let me just read Austin. He says, Starman, the series was one season, and I guess it's viewable on Tubi. Well, there you go. Austin liked the film Blown Away and Arlington Road. Oh, absolutely. I'm a big fan of Blown Away. I've never seen Arlington Road.
I think I've seen Arlington Road years ago, but I remember thinking it was good, if I'm thinking of the right film. I know it's Jeff Bridges, and I think it's something to do with a neighbour, some creepy neighbour or something.
Yeah, I have no idea what Arlington Road's about.
Yeah. Yeah, just getting back to that childhood innocence, I guess, really. Being so in the moment, and I miss those days,
I know, it's a bummer that, like, with age comes some kind of... Yeah, there's a huge change that happens. I don't know exactly when it is. I guess somewhere between maybe 10 and 15 where, that just wonderful mentality of childhood, like, there's something, it's almost like, I was just going to say right now that like something like adulthood aspect of your personality is like added, but actually the more I'm thinking about it, it's almost like, when you go from being like 10 to 15, somewhere in between those years, it's almost like something is taken away.
Yeah, I think kind of you go through puberty and all that, and adolescence, and you lose that innocence, I guess, which is a shame. I realised I was getting old when I kind of had this nostalgic feeling that I wanted to collect all my old Sega Mega Drive games again. I was really excited because I thought, oh, that'd be awesome. If I could do that, I'll be almost like a really. This sounds a bit like something I should be telling a psychiatrist, but if I do that, everything will be all right. That'll make me happy again. So I buy a lot of these old games I used to play on, and it just wasn't the same. I was like this, it just didn't have that appeal anymore. And it's like kind of like an epiphany moment of like I'm getting older.
God dang it. May I ask when it was where that occurred to you to like start buying these older games? Like how old were you? Was that like recently?
It wasn't that long ago. It was kind of like just in a stack, because I think I saw a lot of the games in a shop, and it's kind of like, oh, that's cool. I haven't seen that game. When it sparks a memory in you that kind of like has been dormant for years. You didn't realize that memory was there, but it like brings back something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was actually a couple years ago that the same thing happened to me. I was in a store that sells used stuff, and I found this game from just NES game from the 80s called Jackal, and I picked up Jackal, and I bought Jackal because, since, I used to have it in the 80s, and then I sold it, and I didn't have it, so now I have it again. And the thing what's crazy is I still have the NES from the 80s, and I was able to make it work, which was quite the experience.
Can you play those old games and get enjoyment out of them? Because I lose interest very quickly nowadays. Whereas back in the 90s when I was a kid, I could play them all day.
No, unfortunately, I couldn't play Jackal for a very long time without losing interest.
Yeah. So it's yeah, but the odd thing that will trigger a memory in me that I didn't know was there. I mean, there's memories that stay with me all the time, and I'll think about them. But there's sometimes it's like I'll see something or an item that I used to have, and I didn't realize I knew I had that. If that makes sense, so it will just spark a train of memories that's been kind of locked away for ages, and it's quite a nice feeling. It's like, oh, I remember that, but I haven't thought about it for 20 years, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You experience so many things growing up that you can't retain every single thing or everything you've ever owned. So yeah, throughout the years as you're growing older and stuff, if you see something from your childhood that you completely forgot about, it's like, whoa, I completely understand.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like there's an air of sadness to it. It's like, well, you kind of want to go back to those times, I guess. But I don't know, getting quite emotional and deep about all of this kind of stuff. But that's the thing with movies and music and video games. That it is kind of a good way of just capturing the past, isn't it? Really, just capturing moments, especially films we grew up on, where they filmed on location. And just for instance, a film like First Blood, where you're just watching that town waking up at the start of the film, and that's kind of like real people just wandering about, probably just extras, and that's the way it looked back then. And it's just cool it's like a time capsule.
Yeah, that's exactly that's exactly how I regard old movies, especially ones that I grew up with. It's perfect. Those are the two words I use: time capsule.
Yeah. It's cool though. I think that's the closest thing we'll get to traveling back in time. I think is movies and photographs and stuff. Really, you can't go back in time, but you can kind of capture time, I guess, if that makes sense.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I last week I fell off my toilet and hit my head, and I came up with this idea for this object. It's like shaped like a Y, and if I can just realize the thing, I might even make it into a DeLorean or something. So I've got plans for the past.
Yeah. Now, if you had a time machine and you could only go one way, which would it be? Would it be backwards or forwards?
Oh, well, that's a no-brainer. I don't want to go forwards to oblivion. I'm going to go backwards, probably to 1991.
Okay. Cool. No, that's cool. I think that speaks a lot about your personality, though. I think you're like me. You've got a yearning for the past in the best kind of way. I think the future would freak. I think if I went into the future, I'd probably find out how I would die as well. I was like, that would freak me out. So.
Yeah, I'd say so. A little bit of Austin here. I don't know if he's talking about Blown Away or Arlington Road, but he says the neighbor is a terrorist. I know that there's a quote unquote like terrorist theme in Blown Away, but I haven't seen Arlington Road. Austin also says a lot of horror movies don't seem as disturbing, cutting edge, or scary to me as they did when he was a kid. Yeah, that's a bummer. That's, like I say, one of the things we lose as we go from kid to adult is that ability to experience things as we do when we're a kid.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because horror movies always like had an era of, for me as well, like a little bit kind of, it was always a bit naughty watching them. It was a bit like forbidden almost. Especially if you had parents who didn't watch them. There was always a bit of kind of an edge to them. But as you get older and you've seen, I don't want to say I've seen everything, but kind of like just become immune to it all, and things just don't scare me. And yeah,
I know we definitely lose something great when we go from kids to being an adult. I know that the irony is when you're a kid, you can't wait to be an adult because then you can do whatever you want. But then when you're an adult, you wish you could be a kid. It's like you can't win.
No, you just can't win. I mean, there's certain things I don't miss about my child. I don't miss school. So there's certain things I'm happy to say goodbye to, but then I don't know. I don't know if it's half just my own nostalgia, and also just the world we live in today just seems a very uncertain time we're living in, and I don't know, an unfriendly time in a lot of ways, I think.
Well, I think a lot of us listening can agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you ever went to school, and I don't know, you'd be aware that there's a film shown on TV tonight, and you'd look forward to it all day, and that was enough, it was fine. Happy times, can't wait to watch that film tonight. And I don't get that anymore, because I can watch things whenever I want, I guess.
Oh, okay. I get you. Honestly, I get a little bit of that feeling when there's going to be a certain Blu-ray title is announced or something. For me, I still get a little bit of that kid anticipation. Like if some title that I've been waiting forever to come out on Blu-ray comes out on some kind of a Arrow Video or Vinegar Syndrome label or something. Like when Creature was announced, I was like, oh boy. So I'm very fortunate to actually be able to say, still at my age now, when Creature was announced, I was like, oh, cool. So there was a lot of that, looking forward to the release of that title. So there's a little bit of that still left in my life.
Oh, I'm pleased to hear that. Yeah, I'm pleased to hear that. I just think it's a reflection of the times we live in, where just everything's so accessible, which is a great thing in a lot of ways. But as I've said before on previous times with you, just too much choice isn't necessarily always the best for the human condition, I think. We're not wired that way in a lot of ways, kind of have an overload.
Yeah, you end up spending more time flipping through choices than you do watching things. Yeah,
I mean, it's like just kind of like classic anecdote. You go in a shop with everything, you'll come out with nothing. But you go in a shop where it's got five items, you'll probably see something you want. So
that's a pretty
does
good.
That make sense?
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I get a bit overload. We have a HMV in England, which is, I don't know if it have an equivalent, but they just sell back catalogue stuff of movies and CDs and DVDs, and I love it. But I have like an overload when I go in, because it's just like I'm like a kid in a candy store. Well, I used to be more like that, but again, when I had time to go, as I've got a bit older, I have less time to do things like that. But there's like excitement that everything's there, but it's like I get almost a little bit stressed because there's too much choice. So
Yeah, I
it's
can.
just exactly the same when I'm flicking through Netflix or whatever Prime. I just I have a I don't know if it's just my personality, a bit of OCD as well. I like things to be organised, and it just pisses me off how a lot of that's just seems so disorganised on those streaming platforms.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I really I haven't even been using them at all for quite a while. For a while I was because my mom has Prime, but I don't know.
Right.
I did kind of stop using it because yeah, I kind of didn't like that feeling that you're describing right now.
Yeah. I mean, the other week though, it was kind of refreshing. You know, I just thought, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to go into my room. I'm going to put my phone down. I'm going to put the internet down, and I'm just going to pick a DVD and I'm going to watch it. And it was good. I watched Under Siege, and that was why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's how it was back in the heyday when you as a kid I owned a whole whopping 5 or 6 or 7 VHS tapes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could fit my
I
whole
think
VHS collection on a little TV shelf.
yeah. They could put something in that. I mean, again, I think people you're a bit older than me, but our generation, we can quote movies so much and repeat lines. Is because maybe like when we were younger, all we had was Jurassic Park and Star Wars and a few other films. So we know it back to back, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I did as a kid. I watched very few films over and over and over versus a lot of films once.
Yeah, I mean, we taped a lot of stuff off TV. I remember, but then it get taped over, and I guess. But I remember that being a big argument between my brother, finding out he taped over something I wanted to watch.
Yeah, those were kind of the not so great things about the VHS era.
Yeah. Or you could always get like a little bit of a treat though. You'd be watching you watch a film that you taped, and then at the end you get like the picture go all fuzzy, and it'd be an episode of The Simpsons randomly appear halfway through or something. It's like, oh. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, when you've taped over something, and then when the thing you taped over with ends, then the thing that was under it, the last half of it play. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. And some tapes we had with like kind of ancient for me because like I remember my dad just kind of went through the video collection. He had Cool Hand. Have you ever seen Cool Hand Luke?
No, I haven't.
That's a great film. But anyway, and I think he taped that off TV in like 1990, which was before I was born. So we were watching it in the late 90s, and then so I was watching all the old commercials from before I was born. It was just a weird. I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. But yeah, Cool Hand Luke. I don't know if I'm guessing you've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great film. I recommend that. I don't know if you like Paul Newman. Good film.
Well, that sounds very cool. Austin says his CRT TV died on him, so he can't really watch VHS anymore. Well, that really sucks. I think there's, adapters or something that you should be able to buy that, you'll be able to hook up analog stuff to HDMI. I don't know how well it works. Fortunately, I've never had to try one of those myself. Austin also says you can't tape stuff off a TV these days. You have to DVR it, which isn't the same. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I have no experience with DVR. That's just like the hard drive kind of thing. You just record TV with, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I always remember there was that crossover phase. I don't know if you remember when you could get. So we taped stuff off TV, and then there was I don't know, we call it Sky Plus, where you could digitally tape stuff now and just save it into your kind of like memory bank on your Skybox, or you call it cable. Do you remember that happening?
Well, I actually never was. We never really had cable or anything like that, so I don't have any experience with that.
Yeah, that was kind of like the beginning of the end for videotape, where you could just set things to record off TV, and it would just like a memory bank. You know what I mean? And, but I remember explaining, because my dad's so old-fashioned, and he doesn't even know how to switch a computer on really with it. And I was telling him about it. I was like, there's countless things you can record, and you can set it. Look, you just press that button there, and he goes, "Well, will we have enough tape for that though?" And he just couldn't get his head around it. I was like, "No, you don't need tape, Dad." So it was funny.
Oh my God! Well, I would imagine, wasn't there a limit to the memory, or how did you do that?
Well, yeah, there's a point. A limit, but a lot more than you could fit on a
tape,
I guess. Or yeah. But yeah, it's just things change, I guess. I mean, I wonder if people, when videotape come out, and go, "I miss the days when you could just watch things when they appeared on TV," and I don't know.
Yeah, probably. They probably didn't like all the fiddling with the VCR and the tapes, and they probably people like that.
Yeah. But there you go. Time moves on, I guess, and change is inevitable.
Damn it.
So yeah. I wonder if do you still watch videos if you got a VHS player?
Yeah, I'm able to watch VHSs.
I don't know. I wondered if they'd get like a resurgence and become popular again.
Well,
a bit like LP. Go on.
Interestingly, that it's kind of happened in North America, at least where I am, because at Half Price Books, that's where I get a lot of my used movies, DVDs, Blu-rays, VHS, CDs, things like that. Like in the years, last 10 or 15 years ago, like all the tapes would be $1 VHS across the board, and now VHSs are kind of a title by title price basis. Like some of them are $2, some of them are $5, some of them are $10 or even $20. So I think the VHS is they're kind of going up in value.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Because there was a big research. I mean, now I think LP records, vinyl outsells CDs in this country, which is interesting. So I'm just waiting. Or will videos do that again? For people who kind of into collecting retro stuff, hipsters, and I'm not saying they're necessarily hipsters, but you know what I'm saying. Just kind of people who are a bit more into that kind of thing. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, the only difference I see is I don't think you can really record players are more readily available than I don't know if you can really even buy new VCRs. So I mean that's kind of the difference. Yeah. You have to pretty much either just buy the tape for nostalgia or hope that you still have a VCR that works.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose they've adapted vinyl into the new age, so you can get vinyl players that have Bluetooth now, and can also just play your phone music if you want, I suppose. So they've kind of adapted them into the modern age, I guess. It's interesting you were saying about VHS tapes. They're kind of like, as they come price by price. But I was in a shop that sells just loads of DVDs, and most of them are 50p or £1 or £1.50. But it's funny, like, and you get like all these Oscar winners, like I don't know, Gladiator, Schindler's List, and you could probably buy it for £1.50. But you go and then I'll see like Friday the 13th Part 4, which is a bit more rare to come across on DVD, and that'll be like £6, which is interesting.
Well, it sounds like they got their priorities completely wonderfully straight.
Yeah, but you see the point I'm making. Like, I'm talking like big Oscar movies with A-list stars, and then you get like B-movie star. I know you love Friday the 13th, not putting it down, but you get what I'm saying in like relative terms. It's kind of like it's weird. I think because like Friday the 13th is more kind of Friday the 13th Part 5 is probably more collectible than Gladiator or something. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a part of it is, the Friday the 13th Part 4 or 5 is going to be older VHS tape than the Gladiator VHS tape, so...
Yeah, a bit more rare. But these are DVDs I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Wow. Huh. That's a little different.
Yeah. Or if I saw... I know it would happen. Like, so I'm just trying to think what a common movie is. Something like, I don't know, freaking La La Land. You could buy for £1.50, but you go in and I'll see, I don't know, something that's even renowned for being a bad film. Like, I don't know. Let me think. I can think of a few examples where this has happened, like, I don't know, Caddyshack 2 or something. That'd probably be quite expensive because it's a bit more rare. You don't see it every day, you know?
Exactly. Supply and demand. Let me just read Austin really quick. He says, you can burn DVR stuff to DVD-R, but still not as convenient as using a VHS off analog cable. Some recordable VHS tapes are starting to fail. I don't know if he's just talking about his personal experience or what, but that's too bad to hear. Luckily, I'm not having that problem myself.
Yeah, I haven't got a videotape out in freaking for probably 16 years. That's quite sad, really, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it just, VCRs, yeah, they definitely serve their time. Do you have do you know any? Do you have a VCR, or do you know anyone who has one?
No, we don't have any. I don't have one anymore. I mean, I remember back in the night having a big old-fashioned one. You know, we had like a living room, a lounge, and then like a little room at the back of the house, and we had I think we inherited it off a grandma, I think, and it was a big, massive unit. Like, I think it was like one of the first VHS things, like huge. I mean, it's kind of like laughable now to think it needed all of that equipment to power a videotape, when now I can score thousands of movies on my phone, and it's crazy, really.
Yeah, it is.
And it's not really that long ago, is it? Like, we were watching VHS tapes. It's not that long ago.
Yeah, yes and no.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But it's just, the world seems to, like, once it hit 2010, the world's just rapidly changed. It's hard to keep up with everything.
Yeah, I know. You're beginning to understand. We're beginning to understand what our what our grandparents were dealing with. Like, you used to think as a kid they were so, like, what's so difficult about this, or tape player or computer, grandma. Why are you so afraid of it? And now we're starting to understand.
Absolutely. Well, I still get cross with my dad, or he's just trying to explain something. It seems so kind of simple, but yeah, you're right. when I'm in my 80s, an old man will go, "Oh, remember iPhone 12? I remember it. It was good old days."
Exactly. Yeah. What the hell will it be by then? It'll be iPhone 40.
I was like, you couldn't actually go into video games like now. Oh no, you had to play them with a joystick. We didn't have any hoverboards.
Yeah, absolutely. Austin says so the recordable VHS tape starting to fail is just something in general he's experienced, I guess, from what he's seen. It just depends on the quality of the tape itself. Austin was still watching some tapes in the late 2000s. Well, that's very cool. Yeah, I mean, I do the occasional tape now. I mean, a lot of stuff, I've got a lot of these tapes that I got in the early 2000s that I may not have seen at all, or, it's been a long time since I've seen. Sometimes I throw a tape in. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, another thing I just thought, the amount of tapes I had that weren't actually mine, ones that I borrowed off people and just never gave back. God knows what's happened to them. I hope they're not still wanting them back, but...
yeah, I doubt it.
I remember having Home Alone for years, which was my auntie's, and she never got it back.
Damn it.
I know. I actually watched Home Alone the other week, and I was actually quite pleasantly surprised how much I liked it, actually enjoyed it. I wondered if I would, now being older and stuff, but it holds up quite well, I think, actually, for me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I find the same thing with me as well. I think for what it is, I think they made a pretty kind of entertaining little movie. I love John Williams' score.
Yeah. I like it because it's not too sugar sweet. It kind of is towards the end and all that, but I like how Kevin's kind of a little arsehole. I think that's quite funny. I don't know. It's like, say goodnight, Kevin. Good night, Kevin. It's like, I thought that was kind of a bit more realistic. That's how kind of kids are.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, instead of sugarcoating it, they're showing little brats how they really are.
Especially the first part of the movie when they're getting ready to go on holiday, and everyone's just mean to each other and stressed out, and I thought, well, that's kind of how life is a lot. We don't all have big houses in Chicago, but I just thought that was quite relatable.
Yeah, there are a lot of cool aspects to that movie and realistic family dynamic aspects. Austin says he used to have Creature taped off of cable in the 80s, and that tape stopped working in the 90s. His Aliens tape, his Aliens he taped off of HBO from 87 still works. There you go. I guess it's just luck of the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've done quite a bit of VHS repair over the years. Austin, can't you just repair the VHS? I mean, it's not like it's unfixable, I would imagine.
Mm. Yeah, can you remember the tape cleaner video we put in that would clean the system out of it?
Yeah, I remember those. Luckily we never really needed to use them in my experience, which is interesting. We had them, but I'm really lucky, honestly, thinking about it. That as much as I used VCRs as a teenager, like I never really had to use those things.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I tell you the story when I talking about Jaws 2. I went to buy it from Woolworths back in, this is probably the late 90s, and brought it home, and it didn't work, and I was a kid, and I completely just flipped. I did. You're a kid, and like disappointment is just not something that you can handle when you're a kid.
So was this a V8? Was that a VHS?
VHS of Jaws 2, and yeah, I just completely flipped my shit for about 20 minutes. I think I chucked it across the room and threw a massive tantrum. Yeah, I wasn't in the good books that day.
Yeah, I guess not. It looks like Austin's Aliens tape that still works is a Kodak brand VHS, and he says the tapes that just stopped working and the VCRs were cleaned and working fine at the time. So I don't know. I guess Austin has doomed experience with certain VHS tapes. I've never. Do you mean like it's fuzzy and it won't? It's just really, I don't understand what he means. Like the picture just won't work on a tape. I don't know what he means, but.
I've got a trivia question for you. What was the last video released? Sorry, what was the last movie released on video?
When you say video, do you mean VHS?
VHS, yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that.
Well, I don't know if this is true, like worldwide, America, England. Things are usually judged with like America, UK. But as far as I know, it was History of Violence, starring Viggo Mortensen. Was the last ever movie released on VHS.
Well, there you go. Do you know what year that would have been? Would it have been 06 or 07?
Yeah, 2006.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you know what the first movie released on DVD was?
Oh, God, I should, but no, I don't.
Do you want to take a guess?
Casablanca.
Back in the 40s, yeah. No, it was Twister, 1996.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because Warner Brothers was one of the first studios to embrace DVD.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, so there you go.
I still remember the very first DVDs I bought. It was before I even had a DVD player. I bought Eraser and Mars Attacks.
Oh, wow. Oh, Mars Attacks, I remember that. I remember trying to go and see that for my brother's birthday. I think he turned... oh, God, how old would it have been? I don't know. But anyway, we were all going to go and see Mars Attacks, but we couldn't get in because I was too young. So we went to see Matilda instead.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, Mars Attacks. Yeah, they were creepy little creatures. That sound always freaked me out.
Yeah. Austin's...
Oh, that freak... Go on.
No, you can do your thought.
Can you remember Mars Attacks well?
Pretty well. Why? What you got? A scene?
Yeah, the scene that completely freaked me out as a kid, creepy as anything, was the scene with Martin Short and that woman. Well, it's an alien. She's dressed as like kind of a swinging 60s woman with that hairstyle, and she's got that weird kind of walk she's doing. She kind of just glides through the room. She bites his finger off. That freaked me out, that did.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember. So it was like, was it an alien that was like disguised as a human?
Yeah, she was trying to be all seductive and sexy, and she just kind of like had this really weird, creepy walk, and yeah, that was creepy.
Yeah, I think I can vaguely remember that scene. Yeah.
Yeah. What an all-star cast, though, that film was. Everyone's in that film, like Jack Nicholson, Pierce Brosnan, Natalie Portman, Glenn Close, Lucas Haas, freaking Danny DeVito, Tom Jones. Everyone's in that film.
That's true. I think I remember it being kind of a flop because it was so much like Independence Day.
It was a flop, was it?
I think in America.
Oh, really? It was. I think it was quite a big hit in the UK.
All right, well, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, it did come out the same year as Independence Day, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it even came out after Independence Day which would have been a bummer, or at least in the, America.
Yeah. I mean, I think Independence Day was more of like a disaster film. A modern disaster film was like Mars Attacks was kind of like honing in on that kind of 1950s sci-fi, kind of goofy, flying saucers kind of thing. It was kind of a different kind of film, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Austin says he doesn't have the Creature tape anymore. He had a Howling 2 tape that deteriorated as well. It was just a cheap tape. It just won't play at all, or the picture has gone to static and won't go back to normal despite tracking. Also, the sound is given out as well. It's like a laser disc with laser rot. Okay, like VHS rot. Austin says, thank God for optical DVD/Blu-ray discs. There you go, exactly. Because now we've got DVD and Blu-ray rot.
Yeah. You mentioned the Howling then, Howling 2. Are you a big fan of the Howling?
I wasn't for a long time, but it's grown on me recently over the last several years. Yeah, the Howling's pretty fun.
I might have to rewatch it, because that's always a film that's kind of never sat right. I don't hate it. There's things about it I like, but just something about it just rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know if it's just kind of an odd film in a way. The way it's told, it's just an odd way. I always thought it was an odd way to start the film. It was kind of like this. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? It was just a weird setup.
Yeah, for me, it was the exact same thing for years. Like, the first time I saw it, I rented a Laserdisc back in the mid-'90s, and I saw it, and I was all excited because Image had just put out this special edition with commentary on Laserdisc and interviews and stuff, and, deleted unused footage and stuff, and I wanted to like it, but I'm like, God dang it, I really didn't like it at the time, and it took me, it took me quite a long time to, like, warm up to it, like, over a decade.
I should like it because it's Dee Wallace, who I really like, and it's Joe Dante, and it's in the 80s, and it's about werewolves. But it's just you think a film called The Howling would be more of a straight werewolf film, but it's not really. It's an odd film. I just remember thinking that, just an odd setup. That's the way I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, having grown to like it more in recent times, one of the things that's really cool about it is it's really unique in the aspect where it deals with a group of werewolves that are trying to, through the kind of popular stuff that was popular in America in the early 80s with all of this, like, whatever the hell it was, all these mental disciplines or whatever they were doing, I'm okay, you're okay, and all this kind of whatever bullshit was going on. I was too young to know it at the time, but watching movies now from the early 80s, there was all this just kind of whatever it was, mental this or that awareness stuff going on, and kind of interesting plot point about it was like these werewolves that were trying to, like, I don't know, integrate into society, and it just didn't work out for them. Kind of a interesting undertone social commentary.
Yeah, I see that kind of went over my head a little bit because it's been a while since I've seen it, so maybe I need to reevaluate it, give it another shot. Just see if I see it a bit differently now.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what you'd think of it nowadays. When's the last time you think you saw it?
Maybe 11 years ago.
Oh, wow, yeah. Frickin' early 20s. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you'd think of it now.
Yeah. Do you know, this might be controversial, a film that's never sat right with me. And don't get me wrong, I respect it a lot, and there's things I really like about it, and I respect its place in cinema history. But Dawn of the Dead, just I don't know, something about it that just doesn't quite. I just feel like it looks like a TV film.
Yeah, I felt that. I think the same way. I think it's always looked really shitty.
Yeah, but not in a good way.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, I think it would have been much better suited. Like if maybe one should try to watch it and turn the color down. Maybe if it had been black and white like its predecessor,
Yeah.
it'd be much better.
I mean, it's filmed like an episode of The A-Team. Do you know what I mean? That's the way it looks to me.
Yeah, I can I can
Just,
I can understand that. Yeah, it never was a very good looking film, and it doesn't help that the blood just looks like red paint, and yeah, it's just the color of the zombies are just goofy, and
yeah. I mean, there's some good stuff in it. Don't get me wrong. The premise and the location and all that. But again, that was always an odd film. How it started, the way it was like, we're going to start the story here, and it was just always weird. Like in this newsroom, and the zombies are already a thing, and it just, I don't know, it just never quite sat right with me. But,
I guess any movie that starts in a newsroom ain't gonna sit right with you.
like The Howling that's the same, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually think Day of the Dead is a much better looking film.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. I was never a fan of Day of the Dead, honestly. I'd probably rather watch Dawn of the Dead, but that's okay. I'd agree with it
Yeah.
probably being, probably a better looking film, but I find Day of the Dead quite boring, but that's okay. That's just me.
Oh, yeah. No, I just mean the way it's shot, and the zombies look better, and
Yeah, I agree with
it
that.
just looks a bit more visceral, and I actually think Day of the Dead looks better than Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Black and white, and I find like I was watching a bit of. Did I say Night of the Living Dead?
Oh, you said Day of the Dead. You meant Night.
Night of the Living Dead. Sorry, Night of the Living Dead, the black and white one, the original one. There's some things about it, obviously, that are going to date, because when it came out, like the music's quite bombastic and very kind of over the top. You know what I mean? It's like very scary moment, scary music. You know what I mean? We're still in that kind of frame, but there's some things about it. When the zombies are approaching the house and you see them just eating flesh, and the music, then I was like, oh, that's a moment which was quite ahead of its time.
Yeah, absolutely. And to the movies, coming to the defense of the movie, I think all of the music they used was just like catalog music, probably from, frickin' the 50s or something.
Yeah, but not in that scene, though. You know the scene where I'm talking about, where they're kind of walking through the grass and they're approaching the house, and they're like eating flesh and stuff, and it's like there's almost like electronic sounds.
Oh, you mean when they're it was after the kind of the truck explosion and they're just chowing down on people?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's like this.
That-
Yeah, it's just like this.
yeah. Which seems a little bit more kind of like experimental for the time, and a bit more pushing the boundaries and the way it looks and the zombies. That's quite ahead of its time. That part, you know.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. It's funny how much changed, though, like late 60s to early 70s. Even you look, it's like night and day. The films that were coming out in the late 60s to like, then you get just a few years later to like Dirty Harry, Clockwork Orange, Straw Dogs, and then Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's just like, whoa.
Yeah,
really changed.
Yeah, like 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, things really, really changed. I wonder what people. I can only imagine what older people thought back then. Like, oh my God, what's the world coming to?
Yeah, The Exorcist. Is another one. Last House on the Left. I mean, that's only 4 years after Planet of the Apes. Which is kind of like very still Charlton Heston Hollywood, and can't have any swear words. You know what I mean? It's like you won't get. You don't get any. I don't think you get any F words in the 60s.
Damn it.
Yeah, it just seemed to hit 1970, 71, and things got really dark.
Yeah, that's very true. Austin says in regards to his tape that won't work anymore, he says, yep, it looked like some type of VHS rod or something. He also says he's got Howling 2 on Blu-ray. Some of the Howling films are on Tubi. He's got Last House on the left on the Arrow Blu-ray set. Yeah, all I've got Last House on is just the I think it's the first DVD that came out in North America, just standard MGM. Did I say DVD? Blu-ray, rather. Just the MGM Blu-ray of Last House.
Yeah. How many times would you say you've seen Last House on the Left?
Yeah, I used to watch it a little more when I was a teenager and I got that Laserdisc and stuff. If I had to guess, I mean, shoot, I don't know, between 10 and 15. Oh, I guess
Wow.
Since I saw it, but that was, going back to being a teenager.
Yeah, I've only seen it once. That was kind of enough for me, and I don't mean that as necessarily a negative, but I just found it that kind of repulsive and disturbing, which is what obviously Wes Craven intended to do. But I think I will rewatch it again just for kind of historical film reasons. But yeah, it's not a light watch, is it? It's not like Return of the Jedi or something.
Oh, absolutely not. And honestly, you being a musician, I'd actually be interested in hearing what your thoughts on the kind of the David Hess songs that he wrote and performed for that movie. I don't know if you remember that aspect of the movie, but a lot of people...
Yeah, I remember something like "And the Road Leads to Nowhere" or something like that. I can't remember.
Well, yeah, but I mean, yeah, there's that, but I mean, there's also some pretty, there's actually some kind of nice songs in there that if you just heard them on their own, you wouldn't think they're, they go to this brutal-ass, gruesome horror movie.
Yeah. That's another thing with horror movies that honing in on. How can I describe it? There's something like that can be really, really beautiful about horror films, like something like Poltergeist. There's like beautiful music at the start, like that. And there's almost like a family pulling together, and do you know what I mean? There can be some kind of like something like even Hannibal Holocaust is a horrible film. It's got beautiful music score to it. Like strange, really. It's like ironic.
Yeah, I think Austin said this in the comments of my Silver Bullet VHS, kind of like Silver Bullet's this horror movie about a werewolf, but it's got music, that uplifting kind of music you'd think would be in a family kids film.
Yeah, I love Silver Bullet. I think it's that's a time capsule movie for me.
Yeah, same with me. Yeah, I started, when I did that VHS showcasing, it made me want to watch the movie. I've seen it a couple times since.
Yeah, it's not a great film if you're going to be technical about it, but I think it's got Gary Busey in it, so sold. There you go. I would happily replace Gary Busey in any role ever.
Yep, I think we know that.
Because he's just so underused in everything. It's like, oh, Gary Busey's not in it anymore. Like, I don't know. It's just something about Gary Busey.
Yeah, absolutely. Imagine instead of 1989 Nicholson Keaton, it's Busey Keaton in Batman.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Batman.
No, he'd be the Joker.
Oh, he'd be the Joker, right? Okay, yeah. No, okay. I'm just thinking of him in like really inappropriate roles now, like I don't know, Joe Pesci's role in Home Alone or something.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna bite off every one of his single fingers.
There you go.
All right, we'll come back at 9:00. All right.
You got
I
you,
don't know. He's a one-off.
you got Gary Busey in the car with you.
I wish. Imagine that would be one. That would be one crazy car ride. Hey, you know what we should do? We should go and get some drive-through.
Oh my God! Aren't you tired, Gary? Hell no! It's only 4 a.m.
Yeah. I remember showing you that clip. I remember just a YouTube video when it was showing all the scenes with Gary Busey and Corey Haim in Silver Bullet. The title was "Gary Busey Wants Corey Haim Dead." Because if you actually watch that film, it is like he's trying to sabotage his like turning his wheelchair into like a freaking rocket and giving him fireworks. Hey, try this! It's a rocket.
Yeah, why don't you go speeding off in this tricycle thing, and if anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself, but have fun.
Yeah. It's just hilarious, guy. Piss on the Yankees, pick on the I don't know if you've seen this little reality TV thing, and it was with just these two guys following Gary Busey around for a few weeks. And it's like one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, can't say I've ever heard of that, but I imagine it would be pretty funny.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. He did have some kind of injury to his head, some motorcycle accident, I think.
Oh, okay, that's a bummer.
Which explains why he's so kind of random, I guess. But
well,
apparently he's not easy to get on with or easy to work with, but I don't care.
No, I don't care either.
Another one apparently is like that is Chevy Chase, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where you stand on. I really like Chevy Chase. Always have done, but I always thought it was quite funny. But
well, yeah, in the 80s, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, National Lampoon's Vacation, and I always just thought he was very kind of dry sense of humor.
Yeah, my dad was a big fan of him in the 80s, and as was I.
Yeah. Kind of like, I don't know, like tall, handsome man, but had kind of that stereotypical dad who tries a little bit too hard. Do you know what I mean? He kind of he had an aura about him, but he was also a bit of a goofball, you know?
Yeah, he liked that goofy kind of physical humor. Let me just read Austin real quick. He says the last house on the left arrow set has 2K or 4K transfer of all the cuts of the film. It's worth getting. He's got the arrow set of RoboCop as well. Yeah, I thought about the arrow video last house, but just so many movies and so little funds.
Yeah. Just with Last House on the Left, I was just thinking, if real life was a horror film, if you were going through one of those situations, I think that's what it would feel like, Last House on the Left, you know? Horrible. Just, that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it is one of the most disturbing films I think I can remember seeing.
Yeah.
And it's so simple.
It is. I mean, it's just kind of horrendous. But, I mean, you watch something like Scream, and it's kind of almost hyper reality, isn't it? Or I don't know. Even Halloween, to a certain extent, is kind of
cinematic. It's not real. It's kind of cinematic.
Yeah, exactly. But Last House on the Left is, yeah, that feels like a news story you'd see, you know.
Yeah, it feels like one of the crazies you never see is filming it, and you're watching reality.
Yeah, very disturbing. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, though, how we can be manipulated. I mean, how many films do you see a character get killed off in brutal ways, but they're usually side characters. But because you've been following these two girls from the start, and then they kill them off like literally halfway through the film, if that, brutally, it's kind of like leaves a bad taste in your mouth. You know what I mean? It like makes your stomach churn a bit. It's all just the way I think they've set it up in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty ghastly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could think of Psycho to do that, but not. Again, that's hyper. That's cinematic, isn't it? Still, you know. So, yeah. Anyway, it's been a really nice chatting to you. I better go because it's approaching 4:00 in the morning in England.
Yeah, I could tell because it's approaching 10 p.m. here. 6 hours 6 hours ahead.
Yeah, so it's just starting to get towards that twilight phase, so I think that's time for bed.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate the call, Will. Thank you very much, and feel free to send. Looking forward to seeing any video shots you want to share with me.
Oh yeah, I will. And any feedback's welcome. Even, you know, if you could say, well, do this or maybe try this instead. That's fine. Constructive criticism.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you got to share. That's for sure.
Yeah, don't be expecting Schindler's List or anything. It's nothing. It's just a few clips I've done, but yeah.
Okay, I'll expect E.T. then.
E.T. Well, yeah. Couldn't quite afford Drew Barrymore, but working on it. Right. So, yeah, good luck with the rest of the show, and I'll speak to you soon.
Well, sounds great. Thanks again for the call, Will. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot, Nate. Bye.
Bye. All right, Austin, we can chat for a few more moments if you'd like. You got me all to yourself. Let's see here. Maybe like 15 more minutes. I'm getting kind of tired. Didn't intend to go 4 hours. I don't know if you're still there or not. Oh, I'm just stretching. Was really cool. I was hoping someone would call in. That was really kind of cool to do, and cool to have a talk. Austin is fine with 15 minutes. Yeah. Well, actually, it's 17 because it's 9:58 and I'll go till 10:15. So what you wanna? Yeah. Apologies, Austin. You know, I try to. You know, the thing is, I like to talk to someone on calls, and it inevitably kind of leaves the chat, you know, behind a little. I try to balance both as well as I can. I appreciate you putting up with it. It's much easier when there's just one person in chat and one person on the phone. But even with one person on the phone, it still can be a little difficult. I do my best, but thanks for putting up with a phone call, Austin. And with any luck, maybe Austin will be on the phone in the future. No pressure. Better do it next time. Yeah, it definitely is fun to share your passions of films. I don't imagine Will expected to talk as long as we did when he called. Let me just take a look, see if I can see how long we had him on for. Just curious. Looks like possibly close to 2.5 hours of, 2 hours, 26 minutes of Will this evening, which was cool. Always fun to chat on the phone. Austin says he's got the Tremors Arrow set as well. Yeah, I thought about getting that because the got the Blu-ray of the Universal Blu-ray that's notoriously pasty, DNR'd. So I thought about the Tremors Arrow set, but same thing. Like so many movies, so little funds. Just gonna take a quick look-see. I'm assuming it's just you that's with us. Oh wow, three listeners. Well, very cool. Welcome everyone. Looks like there's 2 people in addition to you, Austin. That's very cool. Austin says Tremors Arrow Blu-ray looks amazing. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I would imagine healthy film grain. I do have the that really cool release they did of Waterworld. Whenever they did it, it was like maybe 3 years ago. I've got a soft spot for Waterworld. It was really cool to finally be able to see like that really long version, and Waterworld looks and sounds amazing on the Arrow video release as well, but I imagine Tremors looks good as well. Is there a nice amount of film grain in the Arrow Tremors, Austin? That's a really competent movie. I first saw it on home video when it was pretty new on home video. Tremors, really, really competent movie. Austin says Waterworld was a decent film. Yeah, I got a soft spot for it. I just love the blue water and the blue sky, and I guess it's fake spray on tan. I figured maybe it was real tans on everyone filming out there in the ocean, but I guess it's fake spray on tans. It's okay. But Waterworld is one of the early kind of DTS movies, and Waterworld sounds amazing if you've got 5.1. Austin says, yes, quite a bit of grain on the Tremors disc. It looks like a 4K film. I'm assuming you're talking about just standard Blu-ray. So standard Blu-ray looks like a 4K Blu-ray. Austin says RoboCop and Hellraiser arrows have a lot of grain on them. Arrow seems very purist about that. Yeah, I can say the same thing about their Blu-ray release of American Werewolf in London that I got like within the last week. Very heavy on the grain. I'm a grain guy and appreciate that very much. Austin says the standard Blu-ray has the same 4K transfer as the UHD disc. Arrow released both of them. Yeah, I got the Steelbook they put out of RoboCop, and I got it for like a really good price, like right after it came out at Best Buy. It was like $20. I wasn't necessarily intending on getting it, but for that price I couldn't turn it down. It's so funny that they included the TV cut. I've never watched it yet, but I really should. I know I've seen the TV cut edits on YouTube before, but like RoboCop on TV is such a lost cause. It's so funny, but yeah, that's really a definitive version of RoboCop, isn't it? The reason I got the Steelbook is because I didn't like their newly commissioned artwork, and I just liked having the original poster on the steelbook. I would imagine there's reversible cover art for that more deluxe version, but I was fine with the steelbook in the case of Arrow RoboCop. Okay, he might have said this while I was talking about it. Austin says RoboCop Arrow has the TV version on the discs as well. It was remastered in 4K as well. Wow. Huh, I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, I think I talked about this in a discussion about, or maybe it's the final chapter discussion with Jesse that should be up tomorrow. I don't know, it could have been in that, where it was just like, I talked about it somewhere, where it'd be really cool if more, boutique labels would start putting out TV cuts. They did that with the Halloween 2 Blu-ray and stuff like that, RoboCop, and I don't know. I'm sure there's more releases that have TV cuts, but it'd be cool if they could make that kind of more of a, whatchamacallit, standard kind of practice, because like for Friday the 13th films, I know I'd be totally, be totally fun for me to see TV cuts of final chapter with, the gore trimmed and those extra scenes with the little radar dishes and the magic trick with the little hand guillotine and stuff. Austin says RoboCop does have the reversible cover. That Halloween 2 TV cut is weird, I'll say. I can remember seeing that a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago. I got that Blu-ray pretty much just for the TV cut, because I already had the Blu-ray of Part 2 that came in the little lower brow Halloween collection, but it didn't come with the disc with the TV cut. So I got the Halloween 2 Scream Factory Blu-ray separate, the standalone, specifically for the TV cut. It was a decent price. It was okay, but that TV cut is insane. It's crazy how different it is. Oh, crazy. Austin says the Scream Factory Blu-ray of The Thing has the TV cut with the narration. Huh. So does Kurt Russell narrate? Who the hell narrates? Austin's got the lower brow Halloween set as well. Yeah, there's no way. I got it like previously viewed years later for a really decent price. There was no way I was going to pay what they wanted for, either of the sets when they first came out. I want to say I got a really good deal on that Halloween lowbrow collection used. I might have had some coupon as well. I think the higher brow set goes for a lot of money these days. Looks like 4 listeners. Interesting. Thanks everyone for showing up. Austin says they narrate the character introductions and the final shot of the movie is narrated because it's an alternate ending. Do you know who the hell does the narration? Just some nondescript voice then? That's weird. Now we have McCready. McCready is an alcoholic and a grump who just plays the computer in his little raised cabin shack thing and just spends his days looking forward to going back to his shack to get drunk and spend time with his computer wife. And here is Wilford Brimley, and he's gonna... Anyway, that's interesting. Austin says, just some dude the channel station probably hired. So just a random narrator. Huh, okay. I thought maybe it was Kurt Russell or something like Harrison Ford in Blade Runner. Would have been funny if it would have been that TV reporter from The Howling. With that just freaking TV reporter voice. It's fun. The guy who's like practicing in the mirror. Oh, looks like I got the narration down. Austin says, yep, what you just said is pretty much how they narrated it. Huh, maybe those narration scenes are on YouTube. I don't want to buy the Blu-ray just to see that. It'd be fun to watch. Austin's way ahead of me. He says the narration is on YouTube. Well, very cool. Gosh, did you guys know that there's a NECA McCready figure, Kurt Russell figure from the Thing by NECA? I've seen it at the store, but the prices of them figures have gone up considerably in the last 3 years that I don't even really splurge on figures I want, let alone figures like that I don't want. Let's see. Matthew Heagerty's back. He says, did I have anything good for dinner tonight? I had my standard half of a frozen pizza, and I gotta tell you, these Target ones, I'm really cheap, so I get these Target frozen pizzas for $3. They've actually improved in the last couple weeks. They were doable for the past several years, and in my opinion, they've actually gotten better to where it's like, wow. It's really surprising that something like a Target, kind of generic brand frozen pizza would improve in these times we're living in. Austin says the NECA figures are way expensive. Yeah, I pretty much don't even allow myself to buy them anymore. They had this Michael Loomis 2-pack at Target. I scanned it under the scanner, and it was like, I think $80. It's like, good luck selling this. Holy shit. Matthew says the Target brand is pretty good. Oh, I haven't had Target pizza though in years, but they were good even when I had them. Yeah, you might want to try one now if you're going to get what I've been getting. In my opinion, they've even gotten better. So there you go. Austin says $80? No way, Jose. I kind of edited what he said to make it more fun. He said nope. Not to say saying nope isn't fun. It's just as fun. I don't want to insult I don't want to insult my listeners. Matt says, how much longer am I going for? Yeah, honestly, I didn't intend to go this long. Probably just a couple minutes, I'm afraid. The reason I went this long is we ended up having Will Powell on Skype, so otherwise I wouldn't have gone 4 hours. I was just going to go to well, tell you what, if you want to talk for 30 minutes, we can talk for 30 minutes if you'd like to. But I got to get out of here in 30 minutes. I'm sure Austin would love it if I stayed. If you'd like to talk, shoot the shit for 30 minutes, or if that's too little time for you and don't want to do it, that's cool. Let me know and I'll turn on my stuff if you'd like to shoot the shit for. I feel bad, bailing on you right after you come back, so I can do 30 minutes, but I'm near death, so I gotta only do 30 minutes. So let me turn on my stuff. And you can just ring me when you're ready. Austin says it's 10:13 where he is in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and it's still 92 degrees. Looks like Matt can do 30 minutes. Yeah, that heat and humidity, that can really take a lot out of you. Sometimes I wonder, I think I'd honestly rather be freezing than too hot with, heat and humidity. I'm really not good in humidity. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Are the levels good or?
Yeah, they're already good because I was talking to Will, so we're good.
Okay. Cool.
So what you got?
Nice.
What you got for 30 minutes?
Well, I was gonna ask you about that picture real quick. Do people park all the way in the back of that lot?
Yes.
It looks like it's really far from the screen.
Yeah, some people even park on that grass behind the gravel because it gets so full.
Wow. If you're all the way back there, what's the screen size? Is it like looking at a cell phone? I mean, I don't know, maybe the picture makes it look farther than it is, but it just seems like pretty far.
Yeah, luckily I've never had to experience sitting back there. I mean, it's the people that show up, frickin' way too late. So, I've walked back there because I walked back there into that green bush there to take a piss because I ain't gonna go in
what?
Oh, I walk into the those trees in the. Can you hear me? Hello.
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 Oh.
I can hear you. Don't say anything. Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Oh, okay. Was it? Yeah, I guess. Okay, sorry about that. It says I have poor connection. Maybe I should use my.
You might want to use your data.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. I'll use my data. Hold on. All right, we're back. I'm on my data now. My internet's been pretty good. That's go figure,
But
go figure it would happen right when I call.
Frickin' figures. But anyway, yeah, I've walked back there, like before the movie starts, just to look at the screen from way back there, and holy cow, it really looks small. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and could you even? Yeah, well, I guess you could hear it because you use your car speakers. But wow, it's just wow. How big is the screen? Is it like a normal size? Is it bigger than a normal screen of a movie theater? I've never been to a drive-thru. Are they bigger than?
I would imagine it's bigger than your average indoor theater screen. Yeah, it'd have to be. It'd be interesting to know the measurements. I would imagine it's a standard size. Maybe if one were to look it up online, maybe they could find out what a drive-in screen size is.
Is the quality at how's the quality of the picture? Is there any?
Well, once it's fully dark, it's pretty good. Sometimes in the old days when they had, before the world went to shit, they played 3 movies, and which meant they had to start the first one before it's fully dark. So if you've got dark scenes at the beginning of the first movie they show before it's fully dark, you're going to have a hard time seeing it.
Yeah. And what's the latest showing usually they would start showing? Like, would they have any 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock? A.M. or? Well,
I mean, shit. Back when they were doing the frickin' the 3 movies, I mean, you wouldn't even be able to start until close to 10. So depending on the length of the movie, let's just say you got 3 2-hour movies. You're starting at 10. I mean, you're not getting out of there until what? Is that like close to 3? I don't know. My brain's mush. I can't do math right now.
You said you start the movies at 10 p.m.?
Yeah, they can't start until it's dark enough.
Oh, and they were playing how many movies? You said 3?
3.
Oh, that would be depend. I guess it depends on how long the movies are, but that would be. Ooh, I mean, yeah, that could be 3 a.m. I mean, like, two to 3 a.m.
Yeah, absolutely. And Austin brings up a good point. He says the screen is
maybe 4 a.m. If some of those movies are like, what if 2 of them are 2.5 hours? That's 5 hours,
Yeah, I think when they have a really long movie, they just did 2 movies. Like I can remember when that Marvel Avengers wasn't one of the Avengers like the last one like super long, so they only did 2 movies when they played that.
Okay, 3 hours long. So okay, so yeah, it would probably be there till 3 a.m. 2:30. Yeah, that's awesome. That's cool. Yeah, those are the days, man.
Yeah, I'm going to do this alternate angle. I'm currently like zooming in on it, and then I'll just to give you an idea. This is really kind of cool. So check out the screen if you'd like to. Here's an alternate angle.
Okay.
It'll probably.
And Austin says he's been to an all-night movie marathon, which I've never been able to. I've never seen any of them near me. Okay, it's not as big. It doesn't. Okay, it's that picture look. Yeah, not as big as the one picture made it out to be, but still. Wow, that is pretty cool. Beautiful, and it's shut down for good.
Well, we don't know. I was just saying earlier on the show, we don't know if it's shut down for good. It's hopefully it's not, but I mean, yeah, we don't know. There's construction on that frontage road that. Might be part of the problem. Plus, I think right before they were going to open, I guess the manager may have quit. So I'm hoping it's just this year, and hopefully they're back next year. But I mean, you kind of also have to be realistic. So
yeah, are my fans too loud?
I can't. I didn't even know you got fans, so we're good.
Okay, we're good. I think Skype might block out some external noise too. I don't know though. I thought that these phones would do that too, but
well, something's.
I'm on my new phone, though.
Oh, okay. Congratulations. Something's blocking it out because I can't hear you or got a fan. So.
Yeah, I turned it down a little bit, but yeah, usually you would. Yeah, that's good though. So saw the Doctor Strange movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I told you on Skype earlier, but yeah. Oh man. You don't have Disney Plus, do you?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. I was saying it's on there for free. Yeah, because you like Sam Raimi, don't you? Do you like his horror movies, Evil Dead?
Yeah, I like his horror movies, but I mean, yeah, he's kind of sold out. Why? What can you tell it? I would imagine
he directed this movie, and it had a lot of Evil Dead vibes in the way the shots were.
Oh, okay.
And it was very gory. Like, well, I guess maybe it wasn't as. Maybe it was one of those things like Halloween, where it wasn't like if I look back, maybe it wasn't as gory. Maybe remember Halloween, there wasn't really any gore, but you think it's gory because I guess there can't be that much gore because it was PG-13. But was it? Yeah. I think it was PG-13. But yeah, it felt like a gore fest because there was so much killing, and I could have swore there was a good amount of blood, but there was just so much killing, and it was crazy. It was like that's the one thing that was different about this movie. Was just it was almost like a horror movie in some aspects.
Okay, very cool. I mean, overall, would you say it's enjoyable or not enjoyable?
Yeah, it's like the script was really stupid. Not that I wasn't expecting much, but I had some really dumb plot holes, and it was like really stupid script and all. But and the flow of the movie was really weird. It felt like just a Mitch it did feel like anything was flowing. It just felt like I was watching one. I felt like if you were watching a bunch of YouTube videos that kind of were supposed to be on the same topic of something. Like if you're watching yeah, I don't know. It just felt like I was watching separate videos that were just stitched together. Like, oh, here's a 5-minute scene with the next one, but they didn't flow. It was, I don't know. It felt like a way longer movie than it is. It was, I don't know. Like, I had complaints about it, but I mean, it was. I guess like some of the fight scenes were entertaining. I mean, I guess I was entertained enough. I probably wouldn't watch it again, but it was. I mean, it definitely wasn't the worst Marvel movie, you know.
What would you think the worst one is?
Ooh, it's a good, yeah. I mean,
You walked into that. You walked into that,
worst,
folks.
Yeah, the worst Marvel movie. Oh, it's tough. I guess I can't say for sure because all the ones that I know I'm not gonna like, I don't watch. So I want to say like, oh, it's the worst Marvel movie that I didn't see because I thought, you know, so maybe it was the worst one. Maybe if I watched some of the ones that I thought were gonna suck, maybe they were better. Oh, that's a good question. Oh, you know what? I got one off the top of my head. The worst ones that I saw, because I feel like there's a couple, I won't name them, that I think will be my least favorite. But out of the ones that I actually saw, I thought the first Captain America was worse than this Doctor Strange movie.
Oh, okay.
Like the first Captain America had the beginning was okay, and then the rest of the movie was just I don't know. It was like rushing to get to the end, and I don't know. Yeah, so the first Captain America was definitely worse than Doctor Strange. Other than that, yeah, I mean, I never saw Captain Marvel. That's one of those movies where I was like, yeah, I know I'm not gonna like this, so I can't say if Captain Marvel is worse than Doctor Strange because I knew I probably wasn't gonna like it, so I didn't even watch it. But yeah, I don't know though. I mean, yeah.
Austin,
what else came out?
Austin, one sec. Austin says Endgame was 3 hours. Yeah, that's what I thought. He also says if the drive-in theater does close, you can always buy an HD projector, sneak in the complex, and play Blu-rays on that screen. Well, there's always that. Yeah, that'd be funny if people were doing that this summer. Problem, that's perfectly doable. Problem is you can't do that if they rip the screen down.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, that screen's probably worth some money. So.
Yeah, I don't know if you're looking at the screen, but I zoomed in. You can maybe get a better idea comparing it to the trees. I zoomed it in. It's pretty big.
Yeah, they'd probably sell that. I can't see them keeping that screen up.
No, well, if the place is going to go out of business, they're going to tear that whole thing to shit and build some all-important office buildings. Yeah,
and they got to get rid of any assets, probably liquefy them or whatever. I mean, that screen is worth money, something. So, if it's not worth anything, they'll have to junk it. If it's take up space.
Absolutely. So, Austin says, in his opinion, Captain Marvel was the worst, but obviously Matt hasn't seen it, so... Are you there? Did we lose you?
I tried. Yeah.
You tried what?
Yeah, I tried going to my Wi-Fi. It's just not working too well right now. I don't know what the hell. I'm back on mobile. It'll be all right.
The show's not worth mobile, huh? You're trying to skimp on us.
Oh, you read my mind. No, I'm not saying it's not worth it, but it's like, I guess if you could save. I mean, it's funny because I never used my data up anyway, so I don't even know why I'm trying to. I just,
it's
always
frugal.
On the back of your head trying to conserve the data.
Frugal. I mean, 4K porn really eats up the data.
I'm in my shed. I'm right next to my Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi speed is faster than. So it's like I don't know what. I mean, my Wi-Fi, I haven't had any problems with it, so I don't know, recently, but I don't know. It's whatever. I'll mess with it after the show or look into it, but yeah, I guess for the time being, I'll just use my mobile. Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, every time you try to go to Wi-Fi, there's problems. Well, let me read Austin. He says he's seen a lot of closed drive-ins and indoor theaters, and the screens are still there. They don't give a shit about the screens. They don't even bother with the speakers either. Yeah, that's true. I remember back in the days when drive-ins used to close and they'd leave the screen up and for years and years and years because it costs more to demolish it than it does to just leave it up. So that's a good point. It depends on
you might get lucky.
Yeah, it depends on what their plan is for the property, though. I mean, if some huge, huge mammoth corporation's got enough money to pay to get this demolished, they'll do it. But yeah, that's a good point.
I will say, unless that place becomes an Amazon warehouse or a Walmart, and you probably would know because I feel like they usually you kind of know when those things are coming. In this state of the economy and world that we're heading to, I think there's a good chance that place just becomes abandoned, like nothing. You know what I mean?
Well, we can hope.
So you might be able to show up with a projector and do a late night. That'd be kind of a cool video to make. Like, hey, we went to this drive-in theater and got our own projector, and that'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Like, I think that would be. I don't know what kind of projector you could get. Like, can you project even the one you have at a decent distance? I mean, maybe it doesn't fill up. It won't fill up the whole thing, but I mean,
yeah.
How far can you project before it? Like, I mean, can it go? I
Yeah.
guess it depends on how strong the bulb is, like how bright it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good question. Almost makes me want to try to do it tomorrow night. But if you're looking at I switched the picture on the screen. If you're looking at the screen, I mean, I would conservatively estimate that you wouldn't be able to set up the projector anywhere. You'd pretty much have to be on that, on the grass, yeah. And which
is fine.
You're no way gonna fill up the screen, I wouldn't think.
No. And that thing's so high up too. You'd almost be probably sitting too close. I don't know. I'd have to be there in person, but.
Well, yeah, I'll let you know how it goes after I try it. Ha.
That'd be a cool video, That'd be a really cool video to watch someone go into an old theater and lighten it up and bringing people. Like, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, I was just thinking because, my mom's got like this rechargeable power box that's for emergencies. I mean, shit, you could probably, the projector doesn't even take up much power. Great. Now Austin's got me contemplating this for real. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's no problem. Man, live a little bit, a little venture. Yeah. How far is that theater from you, driving wise?
Well, not crazy far, so.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
We'll just say
how big?
It's doable. How big? What?
How big can your projector go? Inches.
Well, I mean, I've never tested the. Max. I mean, I know that right after we got it, I tried it on my dad's garage door, and it filled up the garage door, and it was still probably could even get bigger than that.
Interesting. Does it lose a lot of image quality, like at that size?
Well, the main thing is the bigger it is, the dimmer it is, because the projector is further away from the screen, so.
Right. I guess. Can you upgrade that bulb? Is that like a cheap?
Well,
cheap.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I've never thought about that. I would imagine you can't get a brighter one. It's gonna be made for a certain kind of bulb, I would imagine.
Yeah. Aren't the projector bulbs like in a movie theater? Aren't they like insanely bright? Aren't they like some crazy bulbs you couldn't even? I mean, like. Realistically, no one's gonna have something that. I mean, are they really bright though? Or I don't.
Yeah, you'd think that the drive-in one especially would even have to be brighter than indoor theater, because look at how far the beams got to go.
Yeah, and it's outside too. It's not as dark as a theater, so I don't know if they factor that in, but probably not.
Austin,
they probably just. Yeah.
Austin says he's sure those outdoor speakers will still work. Just hook up the projector cables to it. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, when you know what happened, they ripped out all their speakers, which was a bummer.
Oh no!
Because you wouldn't want to have people touching speakers.
Oh, so did you used to just listen to their speakers and not even use your car audio on these guys' speakers? Like, did you just say, I'm going to listen to the speakers?
We tried that once, but then what's really a problem in the dark is if you've got that thing on your car door or whatever hanging over it, then if people are walking in between the cars in the pitch darkness, then they won't know the wire's there, and then I've had people get hooked on the wires. Because it's going from that pole to your car, so if they try to walk between that pole and your car and they don't know the wire's there, then they'll get hooked, and then it'll pull the speaker towards the other side of the window, and almost depends on. Yeah, I mean, if someone's an idiot and has their window halfway down and hooks it on their window, I mean, that could break the window.
And what do you use? I feel like you told me this and so on. Do you use like a Bluetooth speaker? Or do you actually use your car stereo?
Yeah, we just use the car stereo.
And you said it wasn't. You've done it in your Miata. Theater wasn't as good.
Yeah, I did it. I've done it in the Miata and just used the car speakers. It was fine. Last time I went there with the Miata, I think was 2012, and it was all. Because what happens, sometimes over the night is it gets all dewy, and the frickin' inside and outside of the windshield got dewy. I couldn't get the dew off. So I was just looking at basically blurro vision.
Did you have the top up, I guess?
No, the top was down. That's why the inside and outside got dewy. I couldn't even wipe it off.
Oh man. Now is it nice having the top down watching the movie, or it makes a difference to you?
Well, if it doesn't because not every single night gets dewy. I mean, if it doesn't get dewy, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any drive-in theaters left. I mean, I know I'd have to drive to one, but I guess that's something that I should try to experience once in my life. I mean, is it worth trying out once I know you have one close to you, or did.
I'd say it's worth trying out once, yeah.
Do you hook up a battery charger to your car when you do it? That's what I'd be worried about, the battery dying.
Well, what was really cool with this place when they were in business is if your battery died and you needed a jump, they'd just free of charge come jump you.
Yeah, I'd be also worried about my battery would die like 3/4 of the movie, and then I wouldn't have audio.
Well, then you got to bring a backup radio or something. Yeah.
At that point, I would just bring in a backup battery to plug into my battery. You know what I mean? Just give it an extra charge.
There's always that. Yeah, those things are more common in these days. Just portable battery chargers.
Yeah. Or just if you have a big enough battery or a couple batteries, you can always wire them up, 12 volt, hook it up, DC, you're good,
Austin says there's some guys on YouTube that used a projector in a closed drive-in, and the projector filled the screen perfectly. They even had sound for it. They were sitting in lawn chairs. God, Austin's really making me curious to try this. I mean, Jesus Christ. He's making me curious.
They probably had like a $2,000 projector there. I mean,
possibly.
Or whatever. Yeah, who knows? Like you said, it's probably hard to get it that big enough. To get it to fill in. Yeah, you'd have to have some serious projector. Ooh. Yeah, but even if you could get to fill up some of the screen, that'd still be cool, wouldn't it?
I think it'd be kind of cool.
You'd have the whole place to yourself until the cops showed up and kicked you out, as usual.
Yep.
Hey, this is private property that no one's using for anything. It's abandoned. You gotta go.
This is being used for nothing. Get out of here.
Yeah, pretty much. You're not doing anything. You're not harming anyone, but you're here, and you gotta go. You gotta go. That's what I would be worried about. I wouldn't worry that much about it, but I mean, if anything's going to ruin your fun, that's what it would be.
Well, I'm talking all tough and talking all whatever, but let's face it, I probably won't try it. I mean, part of me wants to, but I'm probably too pussy to. I don't want them confiscating the projector.
Oh yeah, yeah, they might. Yeah, they're really scummy. They could try pulling something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just like, yeah. But then again, also, you could bank on the fact that if someone drives by, they might just think that, I guess the movie's playing, and not, you know what I mean? Like, unless they didn't know, or, you know what I mean? Like, it would kind of be fitting, it would be a little weird that only one or two cars are there, but, hey,
Austin says the projector they were using was a typical HD projector. It was nothing special. You just have to position it right. I think they were using some kind of device for sound. Yeah, I imagine some kind of just big, they sell those big rechargeable speakers as well.
Yep. Or if you got a big enough battery, and yeah, I mean, you could rig something up. Get like a PA system out there or something. Boom. Or get a portable generator.
Yeah, good luck hearing the movie.
Yeah. We'll just play it really loud. Oh, man. Some of these projectors get quiet, though. I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, they sell pretty quiet generators, though,
That is true.
At least, as quiet as a car, and that's not that loud, so...
yeah, too bad I'm a pussy. Otherwise, I'd try it.
Or you could use, I don't know. Yeah, it would be fun to try. I would try something like that for sure. I don't have a projector though, so
you don't have a projector.
One. Nope, I need to get one of these days.
Yeah, but where would you? You don't have a big enough space to project it unless you throw it on the side of the house.
Oh, I could project it in my shed, but I'd have to move some things around, and yeah, I could do it, but it's just, I don't know, just lazy, money costs money. Because I don't want to get I don't want to get something too expensive, but I don't want to buy a really cheap projector either,
What's really cool is I think you can buy, pretty cheap little ones that, just fill up a decent amount, like indoors. I mean, they've gotten really... They've got a lot of different ones you can buy these days, like small.
Yeah, I want something that looks good, and I want it to go pretty big. Like I wanted to I would be getting it for the really big image. You know what I mean?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, because I might want to use it outdoors. So I want it to be at least 100 inches, like minimum,
Okay.
If not larger, because like I said, I'm getting it because I want it to be as large as, larger than any TV I can get.
Okay.
And take it outside and,
Well, here we go. So I got to take a piss. If you just want to speak your mind to the listeners, if you'd like to, what would you be willing to do that while I piss?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. This won't take long. I can piss pretty quick. So if you want to start, feel free to start.
Okay. All right. So Austin says you can make your own silver screen. Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely make my own. Yeah, I would never buy. Yeah, I wouldn't buy one of their screens. They're overpriced. Yeah, this is a nice drive-in movie theater. I wonder how many. I'm sure Nate knows, but I wonder how many cars can fit in that lot total. I'm sure it depends on. Yeah. I guess they got designated areas where they have to park, but I'm curious. It's definitely probably more than. What is it? Is it more than a theater would hold? I don't know. I would think it would be, but people sitting in a lot closer to theater. Hundreds? Yeah. Probably, yeah. Yeah, that would be more than a theater. A theater can't fit that many. I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know how many people can fit in a big theater. I mean, it depends on the newer theaters are spaced out with those a little bit more, but like Google how many people can fit in a movie theater. All right, it depends on the size, but oh wow, most auditoriums have seating for 150 people. Approximately 200 to 230 seats are typically available in a more conventional capacity. Oh, I didn't. Okay, wow.
What are you doing? 150?
We're wondering how many people can fit in that drive-in movie theater. How many cars can fit?
Oh, you want the figures for this particular one? I have no idea.
Sure. Yeah.
I've got
an average drive-in.
Yeah, I'm a drive-in fan, but I don't have those figures. I would imagine you could look it up online.
Yeah, I was curious how many people fit in a regular theater, and I looked it up, and it says most have seating for 150 people, but then it says 200 to 230 seats are typically available in a more conventional capacity. So interesting. So around, I didn't even think about it. Around 200 seats on average for a regular movie theater.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna make something to eat, so I'm gonna pop some popcorn. So you want to keep talking, or?
Sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna step away to, I pop some popcorn because I gotta eat something if I'm gonna stay awake.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be right back.
So I looked it up. A typical drive-in theater requires 10 to 14 acres of land, which should allow up to 500 cars to park. Holy shit. So it's 500 cars, and then usually more than one person is in a car. So that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Wow. I don't even think there's that many people alive to be going to, drive-in theaters anymore. Wow. That is 50 to 100 feet wide. Wow. I hear that. I think I hear popcorn, or maybe that was something else bang. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I got to get to a drive-in theater here. I don't know what else to say. I'm just going off this one picture. Yep. I think Marvel's is dead, though. On a side note, I think.
Oh yeah, for me, it ended with Endgame.
I don't think you're alone. That's kind of what I think. That's a kind of a general consensus for a lot of people. I think other people. I mean, I think other people may still watch a few Marvel movies, unlike you. But I think for the most part, people aren't. They're not seeing as many of them. It's kind of the hype isn't really there like it was. I think that's pretty normal, isn't it?
I think so.
At this, like, all the characters they liked are gone. I mean, all the hype build up to Endgame is gone. It's just, and these newer movies aren't as good as the older ones were. I will say though, the new Spider-Man movie was definitely one of their best Spider-Man. Like, it's crazy how like this new phase of Marvel is kind of blah, but they really struck gold with that new Spider-Man movie.
That's what I hear.
Oh, you didn't see it? I thought you saw it.
Not yet.
Really? Wow. Okay. All right.
Hold on, I gotta go grab it.
All right.
The popcorn, that is.
Oh shit! Wow. Yeah. And they overstayed their welcome with Marvel. It's time for DC to really shine, but I don't think that's going to really happen. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I like the Zack Snyder DC movies, but I mean, it's like Marvel's, Phase 4, the TV shows. It's like, whatever. it's like this is the perfect time for these DC movies to really step up their game, because it's like people are interested. They haven't really made that many good ones, you know. It's like, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, the Joker was good, but like I said, there's no like DC universe though equivalent. They're not like building a universe like Marvel was, but whatever. As long as they make good movies. Like Joker was pretty good. I didn't like the new Batman movie, but Justice League was good. Snyder Cut Justice League was good. Yeah, but yeah, they're probably, I don't know. Who knows these fucking movies? Who knows? What other DC stuff haven't they even done yet? I mean, I guess they're just starting to do the Flash movie now, and it's just like, it's weird because it's like 2022, and I know all this shit happened in 2020, but it's like, we're just now getting a Flash movie. It just feels so. It's like, because the first Justice League came out in 2017. I know that wasn't the Snyder cut, but it's still like, wow. It's like, oh, it's only been how many years, and we're just getting a Flash movie. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. How many Aquaman movies? Was there just one Aquaman movie out? Or did they make two of them? I don't even know. Did they make two Aquaman movies? Aquaman. Okay, so they just made one. Okay, so there's only one Aquaman movie, so they're not even on. Oh, the Superman. They stopped making that one guy, Henry Cavill, Superman, so that was dumb. They stopped. Austin says Batman versus Predator hasn't been done. He also says Superman versus Aliens. Get Snyder to do that. Yeah, I think Snyder is probably done with. I don't know. What is Zack Snyder doing?
All right, here I am.
His last movie was terrible, though. His last freaking zombie movie was so. Oh my god.
What was that?
I don't even want to believe that he did it. I mean, Zack Snyder made that last zombie movie. I mean, I don't believe that he had much say over that movie. I could be wrong.
What was the title?
Army of the Dead. Zack Snyder. Terrible.
Never heard of it. Have you been reading Austin?
Yeah, I've been reading Austin. Yep. He says Aquaman 2 is in development. Yeah, Army. I loved. Did you like Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead, the remake?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I was really excited for Army of the Dead because it was like, oh, Zack Snyder's doing another zombie movie, and then it was terrible. You know, it was terrible. I hated it. Either they lied in marketing saying that it was Zack Snyder's movie, or he really just sucks at. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's only good when he is told what movie to make, and he's good at filming these action scenes and choreographing them and stuff. But if maybe he's a director, and maybe I found out the hard way, because these comic book movies, and I guess maybe Dawn of the Dead too. I'm not sure about that one, but maybe when he's on a tight creative leash, you just do what you're good at and you don't do anything else. Maybe that's when he works best, or that's best because maybe he just had too much creative freedom, and then we see, oh, this is Zack Snyder unleashed, and it's like maybe I don't know, or it was a lie. Maybe Zack Snyder didn't have that much to do with that movie because it seemed like it had a lot of extra bullshit in there, and I don't know, So one or the other, I don't know. It was the same though. I was really hyped for that movie, and I was never so let down. I like Batman versus Superman. Austin says I don't mind Batman versus Superman. I really like Batman versus Superman. I really like that version of Batman.
You were hyped for what movie? The zombie one?
Yeah, and it was terrible. Army of the Dead.
Where'd you see it?
It's on Netflix.
Oh, okay.
What kind of popcorn do you get? What kind of brand?
I think it's Orville Redenbacher.
Oh, that's one of the better brands. Oh, you don't get the store brand popcorn? Hey, you splurge and buy the.
I don't think they have Target popcorn, do they?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let me double check, but I could have swore they do. Let me check. I'll check for you.
If they did, maybe I've tried it, and maybe if if generic sucks, I won't get it. But if generic is good, I'll get it.
Yeah. Yeah, Target's one of those generic brands. I've never gotten something. I'm not saying they're always great, but I've never had a Target brand that like they're all. It might not be the best, but it's never like bad. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever had any bad things from Target, like their brand? I haven't.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. The only thing that I can remember trying generic, it might have not have been Target. It might have been some grocery store, was like spaghetti sauce, and it just didn't cut it.
Okay, so yeah, I could have swore I've bought in Target's popcorn before, and I just looked it up, and they do have, FYI, they do have their own brand.
Oh, okay.
And then Nate Austin says, I hate Walmart. Oh, he says, I have Walmart. Yeah.
Okay, well.
I can't remember. I can't remember how Walmart's popcorn was. Walmart brand is definitely hit or miss. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. It's like one of those things you got to try out. But Target brand, I'm never nervous about buying Target brand stuff. Like I'm always a little nervous buying Walmart brand or any other grocery store brand food. You're always like, I don't know if this is gonna be good. But Target, it's just like, I just haven't had anything that I thought was really shitty that was their brand. So kudos to them. I know this is movie week, so we're talking about popcorn. So.
Well, I think we passed. Yeah, I mean, I did movie week with Will, so we can break I can break my own rule.
Oh no, you can't break the rules. Are you a rule breaker?
But if they're my rules.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
I'm like a politician. I don't have to follow my. I don't have to follow my own rules.
Yeah, it's true. Do it. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. Oh man, that's funny. Are you eating that popcorn? You drinking a Coca-Cola alongside of it?
I should be, but I had to get some of this popcorn in me ASAP.
Okay, no drink though. I mean, popcorn's salty. You usually gotta have a drink.
Yeah, probably later. Austin, you gonna read Austin after Walmart?
Oh, let me look. I'm sorry, I was walking away. He says, I remember old store brands like Best Choice and Always Save. Then he says, Walmart cereal is pretty decent, not as good as malt oatmeal, though. Yeah, Walmart has decent cereal. But not every cereal. Not every cereal, though, to be fair. It just depends on which Walmart cereal, because I've had some pretty shitty Walmart cereal. It depends on the flavor, I guess. But I don't know, maybe you think otherwise. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm just saying, for any listeners buying Walmart cereal, some of it's good, some of it's bad. But honestly, cereal, store brand cereal is one of the hardest things to find that's good. Like, if there's one thing that buying store brand that you're going to be worried about getting is cereal. You know what I mean? You ever notice, like, cereal and probably soda. Soda and cereal, it's like, ooh, you know what I mean? Like, one of those times where it's almost, probably going to be better off just getting the name brand, you know?
Yeah, I had pretty good luck with generic cereal, but generic pop, yeah, I hear you.
Oh, generic soda can be some of the worst fucking soda.
Oh,
it's like, who made it? Like, oh, God.
I wanna get a word in. Austin's little old store brands like Best Choice and Always Save reminded me of this funny soda brand I saw as a teenager at my buddy's place sleepover, and his mom, I had it on video. I don't know if it exists anymore, but as a teenager, you're all big into name brands and shit. So I showed this bottle of soda, probably a 2-liter, and kind of just laughed at it. And it was this. Listen to this generic name brand. You're gonna love it. Ready for this? Shoppers Value Cola.
Shoppers Value Cola.
Isn't that the greatest generic name?
I I'm not seeing the humor in it. I don't know if it went over my head or.
Oh, maybe it just had to be there. It just sounds so stupid to me. Maybe it's just maybe it had to be there.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, Shopper's Value. It just sounds stupid.
You said shoppers or chopper?
SHOPPERS.
Oh, I thought you said choppers. I'm sorry, I misheard you. The mic, the speaker. Okay, you said shop. I thought you said choppers. I was like, what? Shoppers Value. I don't think that sounds pretty generic. I don't think that's that funny, but I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
What about Austin? Isn't that great? Shoppers Value Cola. I'm right, aren't I?
He's gotta be right. I mean, because you see that a lot, like value, great value. I mean, that's Walmart's brand. So Shoppers Value doesn't seem. I don't know. I have to disagree. It seems like it's pretty. I wouldn't laugh. I'd just be like, okay, Shoppers Value. Cola.
It's hard to impress the youth these days.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, probably.
I think Austin likes the name.
Do you what do you think Coca-Cola goes best with? Like, if you had to pick a number one, like Coca-Cola and this number one. I mean, I know it goes good with a lot of things, but if there's one thing that they were just top of the rank, made for each other, food-wise, drinking with a Coca-Cola, what is it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have to think about it. Pizza.
Really? I know pizza's definitely top 5, top 3 for mixing them, but I don't know if it's my number one though.
What's your number one?
Let me think here. I mean, maybe it depends on the type of pizza too, because I think every pizza goes good with Coca-Cola, but some types of pizza, brands of pizza, go better with Coke than others. They all go good with Coke, but some are better than others. Would you agree with that?
I'd say, pizza, Coke, yeah, it doesn't matter what pizza to me, pizza, Coke, but, I'm not as picky as the youth.
Yeah. I gotta say, though it's like I'd rather probably eat pizza. Like, I want to say that, yeah, I'm always gonna, because I like pizza more. But I gotta say, if there's something that it seems like Coke was like just literally made to go with, and that's probably why they made a version of this Coca-Cola flavor, is vanilla cookies. Vanilla cookies, drinking a Coca-Cola is like, there's something even extra that I know pizza and Coke go very well together. But it's like when you eat a vanilla cookie and then you immediately drink a Coke, it's like something in your brain explodes. Would you? I mean, it's like this. I don't know. It's like they were literally. It's like some chemical compound just mixes right, and it's just like, whoa. I've never had a drink in a food, a type of food that just What do you think about that? Vanilla cookies with a Coca-Cola. I mean, holy shit.
Well, you're gonna freak out.
That's my number one.
You're going to freak out when I say this. You can probably guess what I'm going to say based on that already.
Oh, Coke does? Austin says, I don't know why I didn't think about that, because I was thinking about different foods. Austin says Coke goes good with cheeseburgers. And yeah, actually, yeah, Coke probably, I'm going to have to put pizza in my probably number 3 spot. I'd say, obviously the vanilla cookies, and then I'd probably say the burgers go better with, little bit better than the pizza does. Yeah.
We gotta keep up with
pizza. Coca-Cola with a burger and fries. It's just like the American meal, man.
Coke.
Yeah, what were you saying? You don't like vanilla, do you? You don't like vanilla cookies.
No. I was gonna say I've never tried. Are you fucking making fun of the host?
No, I'm just joking.
I've never tried vanilla cookies and Coke.
Oh my! Are you serious? Really? Are you going to at least try for me? Because I feel like this is blasphemy. This is crazy.
I don't know. I mean, I don't always have access to vanilla cookies. I mean,
Okay.
I try to keep my weight down. I don't have cookies laying around the house.
Oh, that's fine. But before you die, hopefully sooner than later, while we still have food, next time you go to the store, just buy whatever vanilla cookies you like, get a can of Coke, and tell me what you think. Because I'm telling you, man, it's crazy how well they go together. It's like I hopefully Austin can chime in because I don't understand it. It's one of those things where I don't understand it. It just makes you want to drink the Coke so much faster because they just like you just want to eat the cookie and then drink the Coke and just like they're literally one and the same. It's I'm not kidding. It's crazy, man. Can Austin chime in, or has Austin not had this?
Well, we can ask. In the meantime, I do like to keep up with. I am anal about reading the.
Yeah, Austin says, "Is vanilla Coke still around?" I think so. Now, have you had vanilla Coke at least? I mean, I think vanilla Coke isn't as good as eating it with cookies, but I still think it's good. It's still really good.
Okay, so I think the last thing we didn't. I think we skipped this. So Austin says, "Yeah, some cereals I don't care for. I think he liked my generic Shoppers Value Cola." And I think we're caught up. I don't know if you... Yeah, okay, yeah, because you were going to say, Coke says Austin goes good with cheeseburgers. So you said that. Okay,
Yeah.
we're good.
I guess he said popcorn. Yeah, Coke goes amazing with popcorn as well.
I think for him, the number one thing to go with Coke is popcorn.
I could see that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I like I said, I like vanilla cookies, but it's not something I want to eat all the time. Like, I love them, but it's a very sugary junk food that's great, but it's like it's not something I just want to eat every day. Where I can eat popcorn every day, so it's like, yeah, I'd rather just eat popcorn and Coke every day because I can't. But like, if I'm just looking at it from an objective, like when you eat a vanilla cookie and drink Coke, it's like they were just, I don't know. It's just there's something that happens that is I can't even. I've never had a food and drink that in my opinion that goes so well together. But yeah, popcorn. Yeah, as I was saying, the popcorn, burgers, and pizza. Ooh, it's a tough one. But yeah, I'd probably say the burgers and popcorn probably do edge out a little bit. Because when I eat pizza, I'm not always like, I need a Coke. Like, when I eat a pizza, I'm like, I'd like a Coke. But, like, in my mind, my taste buds, I'm not thinking I have to have a Coke. Like, I'd like a Coke. It goes very well with pizza. But it's like, I can drink some other soda. I can drink an iced tea. You know what I mean? That's how I kind of judge it. Like when I eat a vanilla cookie, I have to have a Coca-Cola. When I eat popcorn, I very much like a Coca-Cola. Like, I could do with something else, but does that make sense? That's kind of how I judge it.
I'd say so. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if we got any more comments. Also says, I've eaten cookies with Coke. It's good. Also says, Coke is extremely satisfying. After eating salty popcorn, and I'm very thirsty. Yeah, definitely. I mean, pizza's salty too, but not as salty as popcorn. Well, who knows? But yeah, Coke and popcorn. Yeah, I'd say pizza, excluding vanilla cookies and Coke. Between the other foods, yeah, I'd say popcorn. Yeah, might be number one, and then burgers and Coke, and then pizza and Coke. So this is very important to get the right. I feel bad for people that just don't drink soda. Like, I just feel bad for health nuts. I mean, it's like, I understand you do want to maintain a decent weight. Like, that all makes sense, but it's like you don't get that many pleasures in life besides food. I mean, it's one of the most basic pleasures, and to just starve yourself of it every day. And then just build almost a religion around not wanting to drink soda or not wanting to have a pizza. I mean, it just seems they always seem so goddamn fucking miserable. You know, it's just like you're just suffering. To me, I don't even see the point. Like, what, you think you're going to live an extra 10 years? I mean, I don't even see the evidence for it. Like, I don't know. It's even if you were, like, who cares? Is life even worth I mean, when you get to a certain age, you don't even enjoy food as much anyway. I don't know. Even as I'm 33, like, I don't enjoy food as much as I did even 10 years ago. And God knows what it'll be like when I get older. So to starve yourself out in your formative years of eating junk food or drinking a soda, I don't know, to me, it just seems like, it's like the people that, like, don't have sex for whatever religious reasons or whatever. It just seems, you know, and again, it's like sex is the same thing. You're only going to be able to do it and enjoy it for a certain amount of time. And yeah, obviously the food thing, you're going to have to do it to the day you die. But I mean, don't our taste buds start? I was just saying it. Are you there, Nate?
I'm here.
We've talked about this before, but I feel bad for health nuts. Like, one of the few pleasures you get in this life is, like, shitty food or junk food, as I say. And I understand not getting fat, like that, of course. But it's like, it's like, what's the point? Like, you live one time. Like, even if the stuff does kill you sooner, and I'm not even seeing any, you know, like, where's your evidence for this stuff? But besides the point, whether they're right or not, it's like, dude, like, why? Like, why? Like, you're too good to drink a soda every now and again. It's like, I don't know, man. It's just, or eat a pizza, you know?
Yeah, well, certain people, you know, they got, they're compelled to whatever, you know, be all, you know, yeah.
Yeah, but it just, I feel bad. It's just like, food is one of the most pleasurable things. And then I also was making a point that I'm 33 and I still very much enjoy different types of junk food, but I don't enjoy them as much as I did when I was a kid or a teenager or even, 10 years ago when I was in my 20s. Like, I can already sort of notice the lack of whatever stimulation in your brain, taste buds, that happens even at 33. So I can only imagine 20, 30 years from now. So it's like, you don't even get this whole life to really fully, I feel like, enjoy the junk food, even if it's there at 65, you know? And I was trying to make the similarities to sex. Like, you can only really fully enjoy sex a certain amount of years, and then you might sort of be able to have it as you get older, but it's not as enjoyable. And then it becomes a time where you really can't even do it. And I feel like it's kind of similar with food. Maybe, what do you think about that? I mean, you're a little older than me, so have you noticed you don't get as stimulated or from, like, certain foods as you did when you were growing up, or early 20s, late teens?
That's weird. Yeah, foods pretty much do the same thing for me. They always did. I hope the living conditions out east aren't some kind of detrimental poisoning conditions.
Wait, so you feel that? So it does the same for you as it did when you were 15? Like, no difference?
Not that I'm aware of. Like, pizza and a Coke. Like, yeah, it seems to do the same for me as it did when I was a teenager.
Okay, yeah. So I haven't looked too far into this, so maybe it's a personal issue I have.
Maybe you're nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't. That's the thing. I'll admit, like, I don't know a lot about this topic. This is really just anecdotal, personal, and I can't assume that everyone else is like me, and they're definitely not. So I just thought, at least that's what happened with me, and I thought, well, that makes sense, and I kind of assumed it would happen for most people, but I guess not the case. I guess something's wrong with me, so that's fine. But the sex thing, I know the sex thing is gonna, that's, definitely gonna decline with age for everyone.
Little did you know that when you called in tonight, you were gonna find out that something is wrong with you.
What about Austin? Can you chime in on this?
He already did.
Oh, he just said it. Okay.
But you got to read it.
No difference at all. I mean, maybe it also could be. I might know what the problem is with me.
Oh.
I don't know though. Maybe I need maybe all the events that have happened in the past couple. Because I'll be real. I think it really started to happen the past couple of years, and we all know what happened.
Oh, depression?
I kind of don't remember this happening in being like this in 2000. So like I'm 33, and like say 2018, I was 29, and even 2019 when I was 30. Like I don't think that much would have changed in 3 years. Like because not that much has changed anywhere else except mentally. So I'm wondering if, and that's what my theory, or at least in my own head, I feel like the past couple of years, I feel like I need a lot more stimulation for everything across the board, so the food just doesn't do it for my brain anymore as much as it did.
So we're saying the mental toll of the last 2 years?
Yeah, the mental toll, like the food doesn't stimulate. A freaking spider. Oh, where did he?
Are you afraid of spiders?
No, I'm not afraid of them, but I don't want them crawling over my walls. Sorry, what were you saying?
I forgot. Oh, you have the mental exhaustion of the last 2 years.
Yeah, the mental exhaustion, the toll it's taken, and there are some other personal things that have happened that I don't want to really talk about publicly.
All right, start with the first one.
What?
Start. List the personal stuff off alphabetically.
I would tell you in private, but I don't really want to talk about it publicly.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a mixture of personal stuff that's happened in the last couple of years, and also stuff that happens that's been happening to everyone, and it's taken a pretty big toll, and I can mentally feel it. So it's not, it's not even. That's what I'm saying. I figure, like, yeah, when you said it hasn't affected you, I was like, yeah, I kind of, because I can kind of see how, why, and So, like, so example, it's not just with the food. It's like other things don't. It's not just with like, oh, the food isn't as stimulating. Well, nothing I've done that used to stimulate me is as stimulating as it was before. Like, it stimulates a little bit, but it's like it got really dulled out. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
I just don't get as stimulated from it.
If Austin's,
it doesn't do as much.
Looks like Austin's going to take a shower. If you're still with us right now, if you want to share your age, I want to say Austin's 34 or 35. I don't know if we missed him or not, but if he's still there, we'd love to know how old you are so we can compare between me and Matt.
Yeah. So the past couple of years, has it done anything to your brain for other stimulations? Maybe food wasn't affected, but like other joys of like your kayaking and your bike riding, and maybe even watching movies, because that stimulates you. Has that been affected at all?
Honestly, I don't think I've been necessarily brought to, down enough mentally where it necessarily ruins my enjoyment of things, compared to 2019 and before.
Yeah, there were some private things that happened to me personally that were actually, I think, worse than any of this other shit that I don't really want to get into, that I think is the biggest culprit. Like, I think all this stuff added up has just taken,
stuff that adds up. I mean, that's serious shit. The compounding of negativity is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah. Like I said, like, the past couple of years would have definitely affected me, but I can't say, because it's like I can't. I have no way of knowing, but I would say I would give your answer like, yeah, it affected me, but I'm still able to do X, Y, and Z. But because this other stuff that happened, I immediately noticed how much of a toll it took on my brain, and it kind of never felt the same ever since. You know what I mean? So.
Oh well, I'm freaking sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're like I said, it even makes me understand even more you treating yourself to, I don't know, I can probably mention treating yourself to that phone.
Yeah, no, that's public.
I can say that public?
Yeah, I'm pretty open about most things, but, there's a couple things in my life that I don't really talk about publicly. I don't like to. It's like, maybe at some point I will. I probably will eventually, but
No pressure.
At least as of now, because I'm still trying to figure it out too. It's not even that I'm like don't want to talk about it publicly. It's just I'm trying to still process and mentally understand, and I don't want to talk about it until I publicly, at least, until I have kind of figured out how it really affected me. Because you got to give me a couple more years to really see the effects fully and understand. And just not. I don't know.
I gotta go get something to wipe my hand off with.
Okay. Oh, Austin's gone now too. Well, so just hopefully try not to have dead air. No dead air. Can't have dead. One viewer. It's probably me watching. Well, if anyone's here after the fact,
Yeah, there'll probably be someone after the fact. God, like when you showed up, there was like 4 people. Of course, 2 of them were you and Austin, but that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Pretty big numbers for me during the summer.
Yeah, they're not bad numbers, are they? Are you not expecting these numbers?
Well, not during the summer. I mean, the live, the live listeners to the show recently haven't been amazing.
Yeah, summertime, like you said. Yeah, that's good to hear that you're able to. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's good I got clarification because it makes me realize that those things did affect me more than I realized. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a good point. Like hearing how the last 2 years affected me makes you understand that maybe those other things affected you more than you thought.
Yeah, like I figured I kind of felt like they did, like the other stuff, like, because I could feel it in my own brain and emotions, so it's like, but it's like, I guess I didn't have anything to really compare to, because you didn't have it happen to you, you just had the stuff that we all had happen, so, yeah, it definitely makes sense. And if I told you in private what it was, you'd probably be like, oh, I totally get why. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if I ever told you. Yeah. Anyway, it was a couple things. It wasn't just one thing, but yeah. Yeah, it hasn't been good.
Well, great. Now you're making me wonder.
Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, it was compounding things. Like, it was quite a few, especially in 2020, that happened. Like, all right, well, one of the things that I guess I just, because there's a couple of things. So, like, I was like, oh, what are the things that I guess I could talk about publicly? My, I've talked about my view on dogs. Like, I'm like neutral. I don't know. I've grown up. We've had dogs, but for the most part, I'm just neutral. I just, if it's not my dog, I don't really. It's whatever. And it's funny because my mom's watching a golden retriever now. My sister's friend's golden retriever. They went away, and I like it when dogs don't bark. If a dog doesn't bark, A-okay with me. I just can't stand barking. So if a dog's like not a barker or doesn't bark only barks for like legit reasons, you know what I mean? Like someone's at the door or something or whatever, I can that's whatever. But anyway, so long story short, in 2020, the dog we had as a puppy, I think he was like 10 years old. Well, maybe 11 he made it till. Yeah, he died in 2020 of May, so that really messed me up. That was one of the things. So, just more things even worse than that happened. You can believe it or not, but that was one of the. You there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
That was one of the few, one of the couple things that happened that were really bad, and it wasn't even the worst one. So that just started to, I don't know.
Okay, well, I can, I could mute the mic, and then you could tell me, and then I could unmute it.
It's all right. Well, it's all right because I don't really want to get. Even if I tell you, I don't want to get to. Yeah, it's all right. Either way, I was just wondering. I was just like you said, all of it compounding up.
It's funny how you started the dog thing. Like it was kind of like a barking dog drove you crazy. Like, and then it turned out to be the loss of a dog. So it started as it was because of a dog being around, but it turned out to be because a dog exited.
Yeah. Like it said, we got this dog as a puppy. I liked it. It was our family dog. It was one of those little sheep dogs. You ever seen them? Like the Lassie, whatever.
Oh yeah, okay.
The little version of Lassie, and and it was out of nowhere too. Like he was getting old, but it just happened out of nowhere. He died. So yeah, and I knew it was gonna be hard, but it was I don't know. That was again one of the couple of things. Again, that wasn't even the worst one, and that one really sucked. Yeah, and like I said, even besides all the personal things that happened that were worse than what we all went through with 2020 and beyond, the 2020 and beyond still, messed with me mentally a lot, a lot, like at least, the way I view society was not very good prior to 2020. I mean, I was pretty much already done with, where we were headed, but that just sealed the deal. That was the last nail in the coffin. I mean, that was the last nail in the coffin, that something we took super glue and went around the edges and caulked it up with Gorilla Glue or whatever, like we really sealed that coffin up,
Yeah.
We took a metal coffin and we welded it shut by that point,
Yeah, I hear
you.
you.
Wasn't just the last nail. It was the fucking welding the coffin, just to make sure the nails weren't going to come out.
Yeah, you're getting specific.
If the coffin was made of metal, I mean, if it was wood, whatever, wood glue it. What'd you say?
You're getting specific about your analogy.
Well, I have to, because when you say last nail, it's like, I was like, no, this is the last nail. And then I said, fuck this shit. Glue the sides, fucking, you know what I mean? Put another barrier over this coffee and then seal that up too. Because that's how I feel about it. Like, I feel... it's just like, I was ready to drive that last nail in 5 years ago, This is like, oh, God. I used to like going out in public for the most part. I used to like kind of taking drives places, going to even just Target and wherever, just kind of even going to bars sometimes. I mean, I haven't gone to bars in a while, but I used to somewhat enjoy that stuff, and now I'm like I just no, dude. I have no desire for that shit.
Oh, this might be a good segue into something more positive experience. Maybe we talked about it a little on chat yesterday, okay. But it sounds like you had a pretty nice top-down night ride yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, last night, or I guess it was technically today. Late last night, what was it, like 1:30, 2 in the morning? Well, yeah, like 1:30 a.m. I had a nice, it was really nice weather, like 70-ish degrees, top down, no one really on the road at all. Just took the Miata out down some nice, really dark, windy, hilly roads, that aren't too far from my house. That was nice.
Yeah, that sounded like it must have been. I can remember top down on warm nights. That's something.
Yeah, it's very peaceful, very relaxing. Top down, just even before I had the Miata, just any of my sports cars, it was always nice driving them late at night, on nice windy roads. Top down obviously enhances the experience, no doubt, but I still had a lot of fun in any of my sports cars, driving them at night. Because it's like, besides dealing with the cops, and usually the cops aren't really on those windy roads, like they're not sitting in someone's driveway waiting for you to speed, so you can usually drive. Like, I'm not saying I break the law, anyone, but yeah, you could get away with it a lot easier driving fast, and then you don't have to worry about anyone slowing you down, because usually during the day there's a lot of people, not a lot, but there's someone that could be slowing you down, or some asshole riding his bicycle in the middle of a fucking back road. So that happens too. But yeah, at nighttime at 2 or 3 in the morning, pretty much you on that back road alone. And yeah, so it's nice, And I don't always drive. Sometimes I just like driving. Sometimes I like driving slower. Like you just drive it whatever. Like I think last night I was driving like 500 the speed limit. I was like at times because I just was relaxing. I was just like, oh shit, I'm actually driving too slow. But hey, no, you're not holding anyone up, so you can just drive at whatever pace you really want.
Yeah.
like that, you know.
Way to go. Yeah, that sounded good.
Yeah, that was good. You know, I drive the Miata so little now that I literally took it out because I was like, my gas is getting so old. Like, I'm worried that my gas is going bad, so I literally just took it out just to burn off some extra gas. That was the only reason I took it out for a longer drive. I was like, I have gas that I filled up my tank in March when gas was cheap, and I think I filled up like last month. I finally got the tank. It took me like a couple months till June to get the tank kind of really low, and then I filled it up like a couple of gallons, and I was still kind of worried that I had some leftover shitty gas in there, so from back in March. So I don't know. I mean, it feels like it drives all right, but that's why I took it out. I was like, I have to burn off this gas. So,
Well, there you go.
yeah. Who took that picture of you in the lake?
That would have been my mom took that.
Were you standing up, or are you just swimming?
Yeah, I think I'm standing up. Yeah, that's me in Camp Crystal Lake before I died.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, those Jason movies. I mean, they got some good-looking women in them. I mean, every time I see a scene, I'm like, wow, they got some model-looking women playing those movies. You know.
Where do you happen to see scenes on TV?
YouTube. I don't watch YouTube. Just if I'm browsing stuff, you know, recommended Friday scene comes up, I'll click on it. You know.
There you go. Okay, way to go. Yeah, that.
And then they'll recommend more. And then I'll watch the other one, and you know, I'm like, wow, because I just, you know, they don't. I think we've talked about this before. Like, you don't see women that attractive anymore in new movies. Like, yeah, every now and again, but like, it's like every Friday scene, I'm like, wow, these women are like way more attractive than the shit you see on TV now. You know, it's just kind of like, that's what kind of stands out to me. I'm like, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah,
it's like they intentionally hire uglier people now for these movies. We talked about that, I know, before.
Yeah, the good old days with hot women in the movies.
Yeah, like that was the standard. People, I mean, yeah, it was like that's what you expected. Now it's like, I'm looking at it like that's kind of weird. Like, that's not weird. It's not weird. It's just, it's abnormal now. It's like, I'm not used to that. I'm like, wow, like, she's actually really attractive. She could be a model. Oh, that's what, yeah, she is a model. I mean, that's what being an actress was in a horror movie back in the day. I mean, they literally found women that were really attractive and put them in the movie. You know?
The good old days.
The good old days, yeah. But you know what's funny? I think I said, like, my mom watches Lifetime. And it's like, if you ever want to know where all the really attractive people, like, are went, like, at least for movie roles, just put on, like, B-rated Lifetime movies, because it seems like they're all there, you know?
So, shows for older, aging women have the hottest women in them.
I swear to God, they do. They do. Every time my mom has, like, a fucking B-rated Lifetime movie, I'm like, why aren't these women fucking playing in hot, like, they all, again, they right back to, like, they all could be models. They're all, you know, just way better looking than most of the women you see in these Hollywood movies. I mean, and again, no homo, but the guys are very attractive as well. Like, you know, it's not just like the women. They get, like, everyone's a model, you know, like a real model, not like not a new age model, but like a model what you used to think a model looked like, you know. And then they're all playing in these B-rated Lifetime movies. Oh, man. It's just crazy.
Well, sign me up for Lifetime.
Yeah, I should send you a couple pictures sometime, because you'd be like, wow, yeah. Because you're like, yeah, why aren't these women in, like, Hollywood movies? Why are they stuck? And they're not, like, bad actors either, some of them. It's not like they don't get a part because I mean, they're playing in shitty, like, kind of shitty Lifetime movies, but, like, they can act. Like, I watch of them just bored. Like, if they had a good movie to be rolled in, like, if you put them in a good movie with a good script, like, they'd be fine, you know?
Yeah.
Not all of them. I'm not saying everyone's a good actor, but I'm just saying, like, it's not just they're shitty actors. This is why they're there. But yeah, we dove into that. I don't know what show. That was a while ago. I remember talking about that, how they specifically don't have good-looking, as many good-looking people in Hollywood.
Yeah,
Like there's some weird agenda going on.
I can't remember her name, but there's this HBO, made for HBO, I think, series that they ran for maybe 5 or 6 seasons called Girls, and there's this really fugly actress who I think was like the main star of it, and she's just like the oomfiest fugly actress ever, and she looks like she's got the body of like a 65-year-old, but she's probably like 25 when they're filming this thing, and it's just like, and they always show her like naked, and it's just like I don't want to see her naked. I'd have to cover my eyes, and
yeah, and you could say that wasn't intentional. Well, they intentionally picked her, so there was, it's not like some random, like, it's not like you just pick someone at random off the street and like, oh, I guess we got unlucky with this one. They had tryouts or whatever. They scouted for people and they picked her. So pretty intentional.
her name, it's something like Lena Dunham or something. Yeah, imagine having the body of a 65-year-old and when you're 25.
What was the show called?
Girls, so GIRLS, and it's like it's
oh. Yeah, but even like all the other people are ugly too in this.
Well,
like, I'm just looking at the whole cast. It's just like the Fuglies playing this fucking show. And the one girl looks pretty cute. Like, there's like one girl that looks all right. But, I mean, even this one girl that looks all right, I mean, compared to the Lifetime movies, she'd be like, yeah. Oh, my God.
You want to see her naked? I'll send some pictures to you.
I could Google it. Hold on. I really don't want to. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, this is just. Yep.
Do you need some alone? You need some alone time now that you've got naked pictures of her?
Oh man. Now I'm looking at Lifetime movies of like all the actresses, and they're all like, yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy how that works. HBO is way higher up than Lifetime. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe is Lifetime a lot bigger than I thought? Like maybe I'm downplaying Lifetime.
Yeah, maybe
that's the place to be. I don't know. Maybe I'm like, no, dude, they want to be on Lifetime over HBO. I would think it'd be the other way around. I think HBO is the place where all the hot stars would be, not Lifetime, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm not the right one to ask.
Yeah. Doesn't seem that way because, like, the movies seem a little bit lower budget. It doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not getting the vibe that these movies are the hot place to be. Like,
Yeah.
They get the hottest actresses to play, but it seems like everything else is kind of subpar about them. So, yeah. He's taking a long shower. Maybe Austin, he had to need some alone time. I need some alone time in the shower after talking about.
Yeah, this is.
He wasn't here. Yeah.
This is a quick shower too.
Yeah, I know. Real quick. Yeah. Maybe he's here. He's just listening. I wonder if he put us on in the shower.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Oh, maybe he brought his phone into the bathroom, and then he started hearing us. Maybe he was about to get done, and then you mentioned that girl's name, and it was like, oh, he does need a little bit extra time.
I'm sure that's what it is, yeah.
Speaking of that, are you a bath guy? Do you like taking baths?
I'm a bath guy.
Okay, yeah, same. I don't take baths anymore because, I live in a shed. But I used to take baths when I had my own house and living on my own. I used to love taking baths.
Yeah, if I go biking or something and just, want to come home and clean off, I'll do showers during the summer, but not so much showers in the winter because it's so it's so cold.
Oh, is it the best just sitting in the bathtub just in the wintertime, just in that nice warm water, just laying there like, oh.
Oh, you got that right.
Yeah, do you ever have like I used to like listen to like YouTube videos while I was in the bath sometimes, like just listen to whatever YouTuber you watch or podcast or something.
Yeah, that's always an option. I pretty much have have something going.
Yeah, something going. Yeah, I mean sometimes I do it. Sometimes I do it. I don't do anything in the bath. Sometimes I'm laying in the bath. Sometimes it's just silent too. Sometimes it depends, on the mood. Sometimes it's nice to not hear anything.
Yeah, I pretty much have something on all the time. I got this thing where, and it's been this way for a long time. See, I've recorded so much of my life growing up and stuff like that I've got a lot of audio from different periods of my life. And for me, like after my dad died and stuff, like I just couldn't stand the quiet, so I'd have just audio of just past experiences playing. I got tons of MP3s of my life, so I just have that stuff on loops and stuff, so it's no quiet. The quiet gets to me, so I've got my past experiences constantly playing.
So the quiet. So it's like the quiet is like because it wasn't quiet growing up. Right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it is about the quiet. I can't stand it. So I just have some audio going. I got so much of it recorded from my life that I've always got something to switch to. I never get sick of it because I guess I kind of listen to stuff depending on when it was. I'll listen to summer stuff during the summer, winter stuff during the winter. So I never get tired of it. Oh, looks like Austin's back. Welcome, Austin.
Well, that's interesting that you revert. Well, I know you have all that stuff recorded, but it's interesting that you go to that to listen to on loop versus. I mean, because there's still plenty of content you could listen to, to replace that. But it's just interesting that you listen to your old life. That's what I find interesting.
Yeah,
over and over again. Like I go back. I mean, everyone does it. I go back and look at old stuff, but I think it's interesting that you replace it with listening to it. Whatever. Like I guess you replace it with probably what most people would just listen to. A YouTuber or a podcast or whatever, the news or some other bullshit.
Yeah, I would imagine not a lot of people do what I do. Maybe I wonder
if it's like just filling a void with something. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, I've done it ever since I was a kid, so it's not something that I started after my dad died. So.
Okay. Okay. You just got in the habit of just listening
because ever since I got my hand on a tape recorder when I was a kid, I was just fascinated with recording stuff and playing it back.
Yeah, I was. Isn't that weird? I was the same way. Though I wasn't. I did not record as much as you. But I was still fascinated with recording and playing it back. Like that fascinated me, and I had so much fun with it. Like my friends and I would just make stupid tapes, like little stories, and it was fascinating. It's like it just sticks with you. Like you just, as a kid, you just kind of know where your interests lie. And yeah, I didn't record like you recorded like all that, but I was still fascinated. I mean, like I was, I had a lot of stuff going on. I was trying to learn guitar and stuff and all that other stuff, but I had a lot of fun recording, you know what I mean? When I did do it a few times, myself on tape. So yeah, I totally get the fascination with that for sure.
Yeah, Austin.
And I still do. I still think it's awesome. So that's why I do it on YouTube.
Austin,
my stupid shit.
Austin says he loves that footage of that video store I shot in '92. Yeah, that's the most viewed.
Isn't that your highest viewed?
Yeah,
video?
highest viewed. I want to say, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that was a good video. It was just awesome to see the olden days.
I know. I'm so glad we did it. I think I've already said this, but we almost didn't even go in there. I was too chicken, Good thing my buddy was with.
And that video has like what, 6,000, 8,000 views, 10,000?
Yeah, it might be only 6 something.
Only? I mean, if I were to go back in time, right after you shot that video, because you probably would have chickened out. After you shot it, and I said, hey, years from now, you're gonna have, I'd like say when it's all said and done, there probably will be 10,000 people that do see it, at least. So if I was like, hey man, that video you just shot, there's gonna be 10,000 people that see it, what would you have said?
No frickin' way.
Yeah, exactly. Here you're just dismissing it. I mean, it's I'm the same way, man. I think one of my freaking stupid neighbor videos has like, how many views does it have now? I don't even look. I used to look. I don't look anymore. I don't. It's just whatever. Stop caring. It has 72,000 views, and it's like I think about that. Like that's a lot. That's a lot of people.
Absolutely.
72.
Looks like we got Gary Page. It's probably like close to 6 in the morning in the UK. Welcome, Gary Page. I started a show at 6 p.m. Central, and I've been going for nearly 6 hours. I don't know how long we're going to go, but welcome, Gary. Austin says he saw a lot of old Warner clamshells in that 92 video. Yeah, that video store is adorned with some of the very first VHS releases of some of them titles. Like in that first bit you see where we first walk in and look at the comedy section, I mean, it's like all original frickin' VHSs of all those Warner Brothers movies, just big box VHS. It's really cool. Did we lose you? Uh-oh. Matt, are you there? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I put it on mute for a second. Sorry.
Oh my God.
When did that store close down, the one in the video?
Well, what's crazy is I think it didn't close down. I think it was not much longer after.
Oh wow! So that didn't. Oh wow! Okay. So that didn't even. Wow. I would have thought of it at least. Yeah. I mean, I guess it just not doing well.
Yeah, I can't even remember. But I remember. I remember there's other footage from that night, and I remember we were getting we were waiting for a pizza to get done, and the pizza owner guy said the video store guy didn't renew the lease, so I guess. I don't know. His plan was to get out of there not long after we shot that video. Makes you wonder what the deal was, because you would have thought it would have been booming times back then. I don't know why there's like 3...
Yeah, maybe it was a personal decision just to move on or something, yeah. Maybe it's not always financial.
Well, what's so goofy about that video is there's like no customers in there, and it looks like there's 3 employees. I'm thinking, I hope that... it's just one, maybe the girl is the only one on the clock and the other guys just came to talk to her. But I mean, they sure as shit don't need 3 employees, working when no customers are in there.
Yeah. Pizza, man. Yeah, pizza's the god food.
There you go.
I mean, it probably, probably is my favorite food is pizza. I mean, I could eat pizza. I have before. I can eat pizza every day, and I never get tired of it. I just can't.
We've heard you.
I mean, to be
say
fair,
that.
I can't get tired of burgers either, or but like I could eat a burger every day. I could, but the pizza is still so satisfying. It's just oh man.
You got that right. Oh wow, we're up to.
And the pizza is like the only burgers. I'm always like, well, I need something to go with it, well, not always, but it's like you feel like you need some fries, you need something extra, right? the pizza's like, no, you can just eat that as is and you're good, you know? Like, it's all in one, you know?
There you go. Looks like 4 listeners. That's amazing. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, wow.
Welcome, everyone. They're all here to listen to Matt talk about eating pizza every day.
Pizza. Yeah. Have you ever seen the video of the guy? It's on YouTube. You can find it. There's a guy that they did an interview, like a little mini documentary of this guy who he's not fat. He's fit. Like, he's skinny. He eats pizza. That's all he eats every day. That he doesn't eat anything else but pizza.
Yeah, I can't say I've seen that, but
it's yeah, and like his girlfriend is always trying to get him to eat something else, and apparently he's actually diabetic. And of course, everyone in the comments wants to blame it that he only eats pizza. That's why he's diabetic. That's why he has diabetes. It's like, dude, you don't know that. You know what I mean? Like, people just get diabetes that are, you know. Anyway, so the guy, that's all he eats is pizza, and he's like, everyone tries to get him to eat other stuff, and he's like, no, I love pizza. Like, I just admired his, like, I don't give a fuck you. I'm gonna, you know what I mean? Like, he was just so, his girlfriend was constantly trying to get him to eat vegetables and other shit. He's like, no, I don't, no. He just was, you know, and everyone in the comment section was like, like, just laughing, like, oh, he's like a man child, and oh my god, just looking down on him and just talking bad shit. And it's just like, why are they getting so mad? Like, you know what I mean? It's just crazy how pissed people are if you read the comments. It's like, what, are you mad that he's eating good food every time he eats? And then he says, then they interview him like, well, you know, what if you die earlier? Or, you know, what if, you know, he's like, then I'll die with pizza in my stomach and be happy. I think he said something like that. I'll die with pizza in my stomach and I'll be happy. Like, he was just so, like, you know, like, fuck you. Like, you know, I don't know. I admired it. Like, I really did. Like, I just admire anyone that just, like, it was so against the grain and he's just so like, well, fuck you. You know, I do what you know, whatever. You know, now he's not harming anyone. Like, who's he harming by eating pizza? You know, you say he's harming himself, but he's still alive. He's skinny. He's probably still alive right now as we speak. So, anyway, I might send you a link for that because that was guy eats pizza every day. It probably comes right up on YouTube.
Austin has some.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Yeah, this one has 2.1 million views. So.
All right, I'm just turning off the speaker so you can get a word in. Austin says he's got some Exorcist Warner clamshells. Okay, speaker's back on.
Oh my god! I was finishing up what I was gonna say. I said it says this man has only been eating pizza for 25 years. So that's, you know, the guy who's the video I'm talking about is the one of the guy surviving on only pizza for 25 years.
Okay, that's the title.
Yeah, and it's got like 2 million views and stuff.
Well, there you go.
So yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. What else is new?
Well, we might have covered it all. What
did you talk about with Will? Did you guys talk about a lot of movies, or?
Yeah, mostly movie stuff, as it's Movie Talk Week.
Oh, I'm sorry. I talked about some movies this week.
Yeah, there you go. You talked about movies.
Yeah, I talked about Doctor Strange. What did you like about the Batman? What did you like? What was I missing? Everyone likes this movie. What did you like about it?
Well, don't misunderstand. I didn't think it was, you know, the most amazing thing. I just I'm kind of middle ground when it comes to the Batman. We'd seen the same things so many times with the character that it was just kind of refreshing to see a different version. I guess the detective aspect versus the action aspect. And you know, granted, the movie's at least probably 30 minutes too long, but yeah, I mean, I just kind of enjoyed the Blade Runner /7 aspect of the Batman. So
Austin says, I remember the TMNT VHS having a free Pizza Hut offer in each cassette. See, now we got Austin. I mean, pizza's good, man. Get it on. It's like getting. Remember we talked about we started talking about women and the guys couldn't stop talking about them. But you get men talk about women, they don't stop, and then you get people talking about pizza. It's like, it's hard to stop, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
you can think of how many good times have you had eating pizza. I mean, just good times. Just it's such enjoyable food. I mean, it's like some of the. I bet you $100. Some of the best times of your life, you've had a pizza in your hand. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Not every time. Not like the number one or But I'm saying top 10. Probably a few of those, you had a pizza in your hand, guaranteed.
Yeah.
If not only for the goddamn pizza was so good that was one of the best moments in your life, Maybe you tried a new pizza and it was like mind blowing, and you were with your friends and it's just like, you're playing a video game. Like, there's probably a pizza around,
There probably was.
Gary Page says, I'm going to give Gary Page some motivation. Gary Page says, I wish I could eat Domino's pizza every day. There's nothing stopping me.
Just what he needs to hear. So I was gonna ask Austin, or I was gonna ask Austin before he went to take a shower, but I missed too late. I can't even talk 6 hours into the show. I was too late to anyway. I asked him, but he was gone, probably in the shower. But I want to say, because back when we were talking about stuff before you got in the shower, I want to say you're like 34, Austin, or 35, if you'd like to share, because I can't remember why I wanted to know. Oh, because Matt's enjoyment of certain things seems to have waned over the years, and Austin and I don't have the same sentiments, so I was curious to see. I think Austin's mid-30s or something. Maybe we'll find out momentarily. Yeah, I was right.
Yep.
35. Thank you, Austin.
35. Hell yeah. Wow. Wow. We're getting old, aren't we?
Yes, you are. So you asked me what if I had anything good to eat tonight. What did you have tonight?
What did you have tonight to eat? I don't remember. Did you tell me?
So I got to tell you twice what I had, but you don't tell me once what you had. I see. Tell you what, you tell me what you had for the first time, and I'll tell you what I had the second time.
I had some like stir fry with orange chicken flavor that my mom made. It was okay. I mean, she doesn't like Chinese or she makes food that she doesn't even eat. So you see how I don't know. It was okay. I don't know. It was alright.
Well,
and some white rice with soy sauce on it. White rice with soy sauce. That was pretty good. I
had a half of a frozen Target pizza.
That's right. Yeah. I remember now when you said it. You had half of it. Yep. And you said it was pretty good. I should go try it, and I will if I'm in Target again, and we'll definitely pick it up again. I remember it being pretty decent because I've had it years ago, like I said, but it's been so long.
Well, yeah, since Target is based out of Minnesota, maybe it'll take a while for you to get the improved Target pizzas.
Is the cover different? Like, can you? Is it like?
No,
it's like a redesign.
No, it's the same little Target pizza cover. I just couldn't believe that they actually improved them.
So they tweaked something with the formula, and that you actually tasted the difference. And
I think what they did is the cheese is like shredded smaller, so it melts a lot better. It's unbelievable.
Oh,
It's unbelievable how well it melts. It's like unbelievable frozen pizza. Gary says he thinks he's the oldest individual here. It very well could be that, but that means you're the most experienced. So there you go.
And the Target pizza's like normal, like the size of like I know they vary, but it's like a normal size of like compared to other frozen pizzas?
Yeah, just your average, normal, kind of smaller size.
And how much was it?
$3.
So it's probably the cheapest one in that store.
Yeah.
And how much is the Red Baron at that Target?
I never look at Red Baron at that Target. I think their Jacks used to be $2.50, but those are now more expensive than the Target. Jacks is like $2.
No shit. Yeah, Jacks. Now, how would you compare the Target one to Jacks? I thought Jacks was pretty good for how cheap they were.
Yeah, I used to like Jacks better. I ate a lot of Jacks, and honestly, I mean, this new improved
The Target's definitely better.
new improved Target pizza with the smaller cheese that melts, really amazingly. It might almost be better, or at least as good, or maybe even better than Jack's.
Yeah. I mean, Jack's is decent. Red Baron's definitely my go-to. I mean, I just love Red Baron. And then, what was the other one? Tombstone. Are you a big Tombstone guy? Tombstone's okay.
Not really.
Okay. I think Jack's is better though.
I'm too freaking cheap. I pretty much just do Jack's and Target pizza.
Wasn't Tombstone? That's a cheaper one though, isn't it?
I can't remember.
Tombstone's definitely one of the cheaper ones. I don't know if it's pretty. Dude, yeah. It's like $4.58 right now at Walmart, and it's a little bit bigger than the Target one. So, no, I'm looking at DiGiorno. I'm sorry, I wasn't even looking at Tombstone. I'm sorry. I don't even know how much Tombstone costs. It's cheap though. Anyway, so there's you in the lake, about to get killed. Jason's coming for you.
Oh, here we go. If Gary, are you still here? If so, I'll put up some of the other angles of the drive-in for you. If Gary's still here, he's already had the option to see me sitting in Crystal Lake.
Yeah. I see these other pictures again.
Yeah, and everyone
Got
else.
any new pictures this summer? Got any new photos this past week or two?
I don't think so. I don't.
Do you bring your iPhone with you when you go biking?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. You don't bring anything, just you and the.
Well, I bring other stuff. I bring a wallet in case something happens and I need to be identified, and number.
Identify you by your bones, man.
Yeah, dental records and
dental records. There you go. I just thought you would bring the iPhone. I mean, I like taking pictures if I'm out in nature.
Okay, looks like Gary's going to work soon. We better hurry up here. Let me throw it up. Throw the image up if he wants to look at it before work. Can't look at it if you're driving.
No, I actually when you Skype texted me the I guess last night now, I was almost done my drive, but I got the Skype first message while I was close to wrapping up my drive. I was like driving through a neighborhood, and I heard the Skype thing go off.
Oh yikes! So you started that conversation while you were driving?
I don't think I typed to you while I was driving. I think I just looked at it. I was literally driving through a neighborhood at like 1:30 in the morning with no one around. I don't know. I guess. I don't text and drive, but in that case, it's 1:30. I'm in a neighborhood driving like 10, 15 miles an hour, and I think I was even in like a part of the neighborhood that like it was just empty road. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, there could be a kid that runs out at 1:30. I don't know.
Well, I better not be.
I think I pulled out the phone and like I slowed down to like 5 miles an hour, and I sent you like a quick text. Like I slowed it down really slow, and I think I shot you like a quick text, and I put my phone back, and then I responded when I parked my car. Are you upset with me? I don't text and drive, but in a situation like that, I just didn't think it was dangerous.
Well, if I end up being the reason for your demise, I'll be pretty pissed.
If I would have hit something, I mean, unless a little kid was running out at like almost 2 a.m, which I guess anything can happen, but anything I was heading at that speed was, not going to be much of a life-threatening situation.
Gary Page says drive-in looks great. All right, Gary, I'm glad you got a chance to see it before work. Thank you for looking at it.
Yep.
Well, I gave Matt a little longer than I was initially going to. I was really nice and gave him some. I figure it's been like, 3 weeks since he's been on, so I couldn't just bail on him right after he showed up. So
that's all right.
I'm sure you're appreciative of me going longer.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice when the session goes longer,
Yeah, unless it's are we talking about the shrink session or the brothel visit?
Never been to a brothel. They're illegal in America, but whatever, both. I don't know. I'm sure it's good for both, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure in some cases the brothel business kind of becomes a little bit of both. I'm sure that those guys, they probably finish quick sometimes, and they got some stuff on their mind,
Yeah, I paid for half an hour.
Better tell than a pretty girl you just had sex with. So.
I paid for half an hour. I still got 25 minutes left, so you're gonna listen to me talk
about my wife or something, I'm sure that happens a lot. I'm sure if you talk to some sex workers, as they call it now, politically correct term, I'm sure they have plenty of guys, that probably talk to them more than they have sex with them.
Yeah, probably.
I guess you're closing out the stream now.
Well, I'm just letting you know that it's going to happen sooner than later because I've been going for 6 hours, so.
Yeah, I understand. You ate that pizza like right before you got on stream, or?
Yeah, kind of. I wanted to have plenty of energy for the 3 hours I was going to be going for.
Are you going to finish the pizza? Or is it already finished?
I'll finish it tomorrow.
Okay.
Don't worry, I put it back in the freezer. It's not sitting out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... Now, when was the last time you had a burger?
Yeah, I don't have those as often. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
What's your what's your second food that you eat a lot besides pizza?
Yeah, that's a good question. I suppose just frickin' Wendy's or some crap. I think we had Wendy's like on Friday, so like a week ago tomorrow. Or we could
you
go.
Don't get the burgers from Wendy's?
We could go. No, I get the burgers. We could go Saturday.
Okay.
We could go Saturday.
Yeah, are you a fan of their chicken? Like their chicken, the spicy chicken sandwiches?
Yeah, I pretty much only get burgers at Wendy's.
I haven't had Wendy's in a while, man.
Okay, well, you better change that.
I think so, yeah. What were you saying? Sorry. What were you saying?
I can't believe 4 people are listening, but one of them's you, one of them's Austin, and maybe Gary, and a mystery listener.
Mystery man, yep. Or mystery woman, you never know.
Yeah, it's probably Cameron Diaz.
Yeah. That was your first skin. Right on the highway. Does that highway make a lot of noise when you're watching that movie?
Well, yeah, you can. If you look at the drive-in clips, you can hear the highway just roaring in the background of all the clips.
Yeah, I never really paid attention because I was always so focused on like the shit you were showing in this. There's always some crazy shit. I never really paid attention to the background noise. There's always like some redneck with his shirt off, or the kid getting lifted up like head first, like his head was upside down, like Wasn't the one video like someone just picked up a kid like it was like
a dummy?
Like like a dummy or something. Like it was like, oh my god, Jesus Christ. Austin has a question for you.
And
everyone knows my answer to that one.
yeah, Austin asks if I've ever seen Evil Ed, as in Evil ED. No, I haven't, but the cover art comes to mind instantly. Is it something Austin would recommend?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at it right now. It's interesting.
Kind of looks like, I think it's kind of a straight-to-video horror movie. Not that that's a bad thing.
Yep. Isn't that what yours was? Well, no, yours went to the. No, yours went straight to video first, and then it came to the theaters, right?
Well, it was shown once in the theater, yeah.
Oh man. For some reason, I guess Fright Night from 1985 showed up. I guess the guy's name was Ed. The one, I don't know if it was, but with the picture of the one vampire that I guess his friend, and he looks so. I've seen the movie a couple times, but I guess just seeing the picture of his friend with the red, I just looks so demonic looking. Holy shit! Like, oh man.
Austin said, yes, Evil Ed is pretty good. Gary says it's a Swedish horror film. Austin says he's not sure if it was direct-to-video or not. Well, I guess if it's Swedish, it could have possibly been in Swedish theaters.
Yeah. Possibly. Three listeners now. Oh man.
Oh.
Now let me ask you, what's that? All the way in the back in the back, there's like a patch of grass, but it looks like there's a little fence around it. It looks like it's squared off.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is myself. I don't know. That's weird.
Oh, okay. So there's like a structure next to it too,
Yeah, it's like a garage. Yeah, they probably park their. I would imagine they'd have to have a tractor to continually plowing the dirt to keep it, because there's mounds on that people drive up on, so their car's kind of pointing, not just flat, but it's kind of tilted up so you can see better. So probably tractor in there.
Yeah, it's a good point, man. And what happens when it rains? Is that all? Is that all? Sand? What is that? Like dirt?
Yeah, it's just dirt. Yeah, so that it gets all muddy.
Oh shit! It's just a big mud pit. I mean, it's flat, so you've probably never seen anyone get. Has anyone gotten stuck in the rain?
Well, luckily I haven't been there many times when it's been raining, except for that one video that I showcased with Ghostbusters in the rain.
Ghostbusters in the rain.
I've never.
Yeah, did you see a lot of movies? Didn't you go there a lot in 2020?
No, not a lot. The most we've ever gone there in a summer is 4 times.
Oh, okay. So it's like a monthly thing in the summer,
Well,
monthly type.
Yeah, I mean that was on a good year. Mostly, it's usually just twice a year. Is kind of more recent. All we could really stand is like maybe once in May and once in August.
Is it open in the wintertime?
Absolutely not. Yeah, winters here are shit.
Oh, that's right. There too. What about fall? Is it open in the fall?
Actually. Yeah, in 2018, I remember they were open long enough in October to play Halloween 2018, so that was kind of interesting. But, I mean, everyone would probably needed to have their cars running the whole time so their heaters would be on. I mean, what a joke that would be.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, though. Yeah, I guess in a slightly warmer climate, that would be pretty awesome to see a movie in October and driving, I think, Like nice at nighttime, like a horror movie or something. That would be cool.
Yeah.
But you live in a lot colder climate. Like it's not, in October here, man, if it's, it could, especially in the middle of October, early October, it could be like.
What did he do? Switch over to Wi-Fi again? Hello?
Not too bad.
Oh, you dropped. You cut out.
Oh, I dropped out. Did you see what I said?
Are you on Wi-Fi?
No, I'm not.
Oh no!
I'm not on Wi-Fi.
Oh no!
Can you hear me though?
Yep.
Okay, I'm good now. What did you hear what I said about October not being too cold?
No, you got to repeat the last 30 minutes.
I was saying like October's here, like and towards the end of October it starts to get chilly, but like early October, middle October in PA where I live, it could the days could be sometimes even 70. Not always, but it's usually still hovering in the 60s, maybe 50s on nice days.
Yeah,
not at night. I mean, at night it'll go down to like 40 or 50, but some of those nights it'll be like 50, 60 degrees. So yeah.
Well, that's the cool thing about a drive-in in October is it gets late or dark so much earlier that you can the movie will start sooner.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. I love doing like Halloween stuff. I don't know about you. Like do you go to haunted houses or do anything for Halloween month?
No, I'm pretty sure I've already told you that I don't. I mean, do you remember that my answer is I don't like going in them dark houses where you
like the hayride.
You don't know if someone's gonna jab you in the face with something in the dark accidentally.
That's fun, man.
So and then you said, well, would you go through that thing where you're like in a cart? And I said, yeah, I'd go through the fun house in a cart.
What about you don't go to like those Halloween stores to look at the costumes and effects and all?
I used to do that, but then I used to see all kinds of cool stuff that I'm too cheap to buy. So
I hear you there.
And then you're just.
What about Oh, what?
What about what?
Oh, I'm just saying. So there's really nothing else to do outside of your home to go partake in Halloween-ish. Maybe not even scary, but maybe, I don't know, look at pumpkins.
Well, yeah, we used to go to on this every now and then. You don't have to do it very often. Like maybe once every 5 years. This kind of farm with like a hayride. That's kind of fun.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I ask because I like doing the haunted stuff. I like I like trying to go out and see stuff on Halloween, October, the whole month. I like looking at, do you like walking around looking at decorations people put up for Halloween?
Yeah, I like doing that. I like the Halloween crap. There's one house that's not too far away that really goes all out in Halloween and stuff, and we try to go there every year.
You go there on Halloween night?
On the night, because they got all kinds of sounds and lights, and they really go freaking crazy. I've got photos I could share, I suppose, in a video or something.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, why not? At least show it on your live stream, a couple pictures. Yeah, maybe show it if we're still alive, maybe show it this October, wait till the season is upon us.
Well, that's always an option.
Do you? I'm assuming that you watch more horror movies than usual in October, or do you amp up your horror movie watching?
Nah, for me it's horror 365 days a year, so I can't really amp it up any more than I already am.
Yeah. Do you feel like the mood is better in October? With the leaves falling and like for watching that kind of stuff?
To a certain extent, yeah. Like, to a certain extent, but it's not a big deal to me.
Yeah, I think October, man, is probably the best month of the year. I mean, it's a shame that you probably have it a little bit too cold than for your liking, but at least where I'm at, man, it's a nice mixture of like not too hot, not too cold. The leaves are starting to fall. all the Halloween stuff. It's a great month. I like it.
Yeah, and then the smell of
favorite.
the smell of them dry, dying leaves in the air. Whoa!
Oh, I love it. And then every asshole has to blow away these leaves, and they got that. That's the part I don't like, but that's nothing to do with nature. It's just asshole humans just that hate leaves. Just hate the beauty of the leaves. Gotta get off my lawn. That leaves.
Austin watches horror every day.
Oh, hell yeah. What about, like, we watch it every day in our own lives, too?
Absolutely.
Every day's a horror movie.
Yep.
Oh, man. Wake up to the nightmare. What was I going to say? Yeah, that's... So are you looking forward to any movies like Avatar? Avatar. I know you're looking forward to that this year.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to it. I'm curious about it.
Yeah. What now? Halloween. Oh, Halloween still hasn't gotten out that trailer yet. I'm curious now that you mentioned last night that Halloween Ends not putting out a goddamn trailer yet.
Yeah, that'd be funny if they'd put it out like in September.
I really hope they. I mean, they usually have it out by now. I think we talked about that, but I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm really curious what that trailer is going to be like. Like, oh, man. Like what? Like is it going to be more of what Halloween Kills was like, or is it going to be more like the first Halloween, or is it going to be something totally different? I mean, where are they going to? God, after Halloween Kills, I had no idea where they're going with this fucking franchise. Like, I kind of thought. After Halloween in 2018, I kind of was like, all right, it was decent. Like, I'm kind of liking where they're taking this. Like, see, I was kind of like, all right, like, see what Halloween Kills brings. You know what I mean? Like, and then Halloween Kills came out. I was like, oh, okay. Hopefully hopefully they don't take it this direction again. But
well, I don't know if we talked about this yet, but apparently it's like 5 years after 2018, because Halloween Kills obviously was it took place in 2018 as well, because it's the same damn night as the first.
Oh my god, you're right, it's that long after 2018. Jesus Christ. Was it? Yeah, this it's funny because shouldn't this trilogy have long been wrapped up by now had the cough 2020 shit didn't happen?
Yeah,
would have been done like last year or something. Would have been Halloween Ends.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. That's for sure. The only thing I know about it is like they said that it's not gonna necessarily be like Kills where it's all kinds of killing. It's gonna be more of a, I don't know, the way they kind of made it sound like it's just gonna be boring. So that's.
Oh, really? Like, what did they make it sound like? I haven't.
Well, like more, I don't know, character study, which will be so freaking quote unquote, sarcastic, fascinating. Like, we care about Laurie at this point, and there's even talk. I don't want to spoil nothing, but too bad I'm going to say it. There's even talk of that older cop that was next to Laurie in the hospital bed. Being like Michael's brother. I don't know if that sure as shit better not happen.
Oh my god.
Gary, if you're still with us, thank you very much for joining us this morning when you're getting ready for work. Have a good day and a good weekend, and all the best right back at you. We'll see you next time, Gary.
See you next time, Gary. I guess it's probably a good time to end the stream now.
We can bitch about Halloween Ends for a few more minutes. Austin says Halloween Ends is 50-50 for him. Yeah, I hear you there. Might be generous.
I'm trying to see if there's any new news. Halloween Ends is, so 9 hours ago, Movie Web posted, Halloween Ends is a departure for the franchise, says John Carpenter.
What was I going to say? Oh, I think it's really weird that like the official website, HalloweenMovies.com, like doesn't have like anything really about like Halloween Ends at all. It's like they still have like the Halloween Kills in theaters and Peacock on October. I mean, they still got like the promo for the Halloween Kills being in theaters still up. It's just like
why are they keeping this fucking movie so secretive? Like, I don't see any photos of it, or it's like,
I know. Are they embarrassed about what they did?
I'm gonna look up when Halloween Kills, the first trailer, came out. It'd be the official trailer, right?
Well, whatever. You can say.
It came out June 24th.
Oh, okay. So it's already late. Yeah.
Yeah. Now let me look up 2018 trailer.
Okay.
June 8th. For June 8th of 2018. So we are June 8th. So the first one, we're a month out late. And then I feel like even before that trailer came out, didn't they have like a teaser trailer like early June of 2000? I mean, I feel like you were seeing and hearing more by June, even before the trailers came out. Like, didn't we have more pictures and info before Kills in 2018 came out? Like weeks prior to the trailer coming out. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't remember, but I feel like I remember seeing pictures at least. You know, like behind the scenes or something.
Yeah, maybe you should search teaser trailer for the first couple films. In the meantime, Austin says, "I wonder what the poster will look like for Ends." Yeah, exactly. Pretty much the first two posters are pretty much the same. I'm sure it'll be a close up on the mask. Maybe half of it will be missing.
Yeah, I can't find that teaser. Oh, well, here it is. Oh, fuck, I can't see the date.
All right. Austin says, Kills extended ending is much better than theatrical version. Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't use the extended ending originally. It's just so crazy.
Which one was the extended ending?
Well, my brain's pretty dead right now. The extended ending was just that woman ending up on the phone with Michael or something, or no, Jamie Lee Curtis was on the phone with Michael.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like a callback to her on the phone with Michael in the '78 film.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that movie. Yeah, I kind of forget about it until someone mentions it. Man.
Well, you should be watching it every single October.
Not Halloween Kills, man.
Oh, you're talking about, you forget about Halloween Kills. Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Yep. Forget about it. Yep. Yeah, that movie was okay. I mean, it was whatever. I'm glad I only spent whatever was it, $5 for it on that freaking website.
$5.
Even that was a little bit of a stretch, but it wasn't, whatever. Well, you and your girlfriend got to see it, so you only spent well, I guess I don't know. At least you got to have two people see it for the price of only $5.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta say, at least in the first Halloween, they did have that really attractive blonde in it. So I guess that was the first movie in a while where I was like, oh wow, they got a really hot chick in it. Remember the blonde that got killed?
What? Who? What?
Remember the blonde hair girl that got killed in the first Halloween, 2018?
I can't.
The babysitter.
Oh, okay. The babysitter.
Really
they were gonna have hot, passionate, clothed sex. Okay. Yeah.
You don't think she was? I thought she was really hot.
No, I mean, I thought she was attractive, but I just was kind of disgusted about the clothed sex, as if that's so risque.
Oh, yeah.
I think that she even had a line like, "Ooh, I'm gonna dry hump you so good or something like that. It's like times sure have changed. In the old days, their clothes were off.
Well, I'll say this. I think we'll go back to the olden times, but it won't be with the traditional,
Yeah,
genders.
that's as far as you should go. Austin says,
As far as I'm going to go, I'm going to say, I think we'll probably get more erotic scenes than we ever did back in the day. I think they're just working up towards it, and you'll be like, oh, I wish we could just get the dry hump scene with the clothes on and with the we're gonna have. Yeah, I think that's where. Yep.
okay, Austin.
I'm surprised they didn't do that with Kills. Already. Like,
Well,
why didn't have a love scene?
they were halfway there. Austin says, I still don't have Kills on Blu-ray. He saw Kills for free on HBO Max free preview week. Well, there you go. Damn it.
Lucky bastard.
Oh, well, you must. Okay, I was sitting here thinking I should have done that, but you probably have to have HBO Max to see that. So, okay. That makes sense.
You might have saw it way after the fact, too. I mean, it was only
That's
playing
true.
on that one streaming place when it was in theaters.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think, it wasn't on HBO.
Okay.
That streaming service that no one ever, what was it called? I don't remember.
Peacock.
Oh, man, I don't even remember what it was called.
Peacock. I'm sure the majority of people signed up for it and then canceled it after they saw it like we did.
Yeah, I would love to see the retaining rate for that streaming service. Retention rate, like 0.5% stayed. And it was probably just because they forgot to cancel. You know what I mean? It's like, some people are like,
Yeah.
I bet you most of their money was like someone just forgetting to cancel it or something. Like just got too lazy.
Austin saw the
I mean,
Batman.
What?
I'm turning off the speaker so I can say Austin saw the Batman for free as well. And then,
Oh my God.
Matt, I got to do it so I can get a word in. Your speaker's on again.
Oh my God.
I
Well, you got
to do it.
the Peacock website seemed pretty decent though, like the layout and stuff.
Yeah, it worked okay when the couple days I used it.
Oh, it's free though.
Well, there's free stuff on there with ads.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And then you had to pay for it to watch Halloween though. Interesting. But you saw the Batman for free too. Well, that's good. You definitely didn't want to pay for that. 3 hours that movie. Holy shit! When did you see the Batman? Last week?
No, it was weeks and weeks and weeks ago. Whenever the Blu-ray went on sale for $15.
Oh, you actually bought it, and you've only watched it one time.
Well, yeah, it takes a whole month to watch it, so I've only watched it once. I kind of plan to watch it again and possibly review it, but we'll see.
What's your next movie to review?
A lot of times,
It's gonna be
it's just whatever the hell I feel like. I've recently seen The Hitcher, and I should really be reviewing that. And I recently revisited Enter the Ninja. I've been meaning to possibly review The Hitcher and Enter the Ninja.
Are they both horror movies?
Well, Hitcher's kind of, I don't know what the hell you classify Hitcher. I guess it's suspense or whatever. And Enter the Ninja is a ninja movie.
Oh, that's cool. I'm looking it up right now. Attractive woman in that too.
In which one? Enter the Ninja?
Yeah, and Enter the Ninja. Okay.
Austin says.
Whatever happened to all these movies?
Austin says he's curious what they'll do for the Batman 2, and he says The Hitcher 86. Yep, 86. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. Austin's got The Hitcher on Blu-ray.
When is the have they started filming the Batman 2? Or is that just
Yeah, Austin, have they started filming the Batman too?
I mean, that's one of those movies where you would think they would kind of get on it quick. There's like really no reason, not to wait on something like that. But
Yeah, I think it was a pretty decent success. I mean, financially.
yeah, I mean, unless Robert Pattinson has other shit going on or something that interfere with, I don't know, the scheduling. But yeah, I don't know.
Austin also
Why not?
Austin also has The Hitcher on DVD, or The Hitcher 2 on DVD. I didn't even know there was a Hitcher 2. Austin thinks the Batman 2 is still in pre-production.
Oh, pre-production. We'll get it together. Hurry it up. What about, isn't there some shitty, oh god, did that come out, that new Predator movie? Oh my god.
Yeah,
Did you
but
see the trailer for
I think that's just for streaming, which is fine, I guess.
Which is fine, but it just, did you see the,
Yeah, I saw the trailer. I like the title idea, but yeah, I thought the title idea was cool because, the opposite, or, the predator hunts prey. So I like that title idea, but yeah. It's just
more of that kind of shit.
More of the same.
Yeah. Which is pretty much going to be the norm now.
It's gonna be the norm now.
I'm looking at the oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man.
I mean, because it's just, that's something I would have really wanted to see had it been good. I'm a big fan of the Predator, so it's just it's a bummer.
So when you're saying,
I've been waiting my whole goddamn life for a good Predator movie beyond the original. You know what I mean? Like, that's something, like, my whole life I've been rooting. All right, the Aliens versus Predator. I can't wait. I remember being Ice School. It was that wasn't as good. It was okay. I was that was okay. Could have been and then, all right, Alien versus Predator, the sequel. Can't wait. Oh shit, they didn't get it. And it just keeps going. Predator in 2018. Yeah, all right, can't wait. It's like I'm always. It's like a movie that my whole goddamn life I've been waiting for them to just nail it, and it just has. It just. I gave up now. I'm 33. It's never happening. But every time they've done it, it's just they've never pulled it. And you would think now with the special effects you could do. You could make a Predator movie so good now. Because before you couldn't really do it as much justice as it deserved back in the 80s, or even the early 90s. Something like that, They could have done so much now with their special effects and... Oh, man. It's a shame.
Austin says Prey seems to be ripping off Arnold's mud disguise as well. He saw Alien vs. Predator in theaters, and he even saw Alien Resurrection in theaters, and he also saw Predators in theaters as well.
Yep. Requiem. Yeah, that was the... Requiem. Alien vs. Predator Requiem was the
Oh, that's right.
one.
There was 2 Alien vs. Predators.
Yeah. I remember I could drive myself. When the second one came out, I had my own car and all, and I remember going to the theaters to see it myself and just being it was okay, but it wasn't. I enjoyed it for what it was, but it wasn't nearly as good as I was hoping it was going to be, Because I think Alien vs. Predator, I was just hoping for just this fucking badass, nonstop, awesome action movie, just epic, but not so much.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, it came out December. Actually, it came out on Christmas Day of 2007. I just looked it up. It's always interesting when movies come out on Christmas Day.
Yeah, ho ho ho.
I mean, don't people go to movies on Christmas Day? Isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
More crowded than you would think.
I think so. They stuff their face and then go to the theater and stuff their face more.
Yeah, I'm sure they stuff their face with a lot of things these days, not just with food. But I don't go there.
Yeah, let's not go there. All right, my guy, I gotta go to
All
bed.
All right, it's good having me on. Thanks for having me on. Well, yeah, I guess it wasn't good having me on, but thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for coming on, Matt, and we'll talk to you next time.
All right. Talk to you next time. Bye.
Bye. All right. Yeah, I gotta get going because this went on a lot. This went on more than twice longer than I was planning on, but that's okay. It's kind of cool when people show up to talk on the phone. Maybe someday we'll get to do that with Austin. Austin says Hellbound Hellraiser 2 opened during Christmas. That was in the theater? Huh. Oh, I'm dead. It's crazy. It's crazy what happens to my brain doing this for 6 hours. All right, Austin. Well, I do have a closing question for Austin. Like, if you were to ever do a call, what manner would it be? Like, would you want me to get some different kind of a Skype type of a application, or are we talking Skype, or are we talking just telephone? If Austin was to talk on the phone, what would it be? Looks like Hellbound Hellraiser 2 was in the theater. Well, I guess at that age, it must have been, 87 then? Or 88? At that age, I guess I wasn't paying attention to what horror movies were in the theater. Maybe, yeah. Okay, well, yeah, no pressure, Austin. He says he'll have to think about that one. He's not sure. Yeah, I say no pressure, and then I keep pressuring you at the end of the day. So it was Christmas 88, huh? Okay. All right, Austin. Well, shit, you've been with us for pretty much, close to, I think you've been with us for 6 hours, except for minus the shower. You showed up like 30 minutes or something into the show. So thank you very much for showing up, Austin. My brain is dead. I'm going to say good night, good morning. Austin says Hellraiser Inferno was the first one straight to video. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I just have this idea that, I don't know, the second one would have been straight to video, but I saw the third one in the theater. All right, Austin, he says, okay, good night, or good morning, rather. Thank you very much. It's really cool that we're in the same time zone. Everyone else, I have to do math and figure out what time it is where they are and stuff, so we're actually in the same time zone for anyone who, I think we are. I'm pretty sure we are. Anyone who wants to know. All right, Austin, thank you very much for showing up, and we'll see you whenever the hell I do another radio show.